keeper will.
That is pure brute force. And he's got another. Has that been taken? That is unbelievable.
Dominance continues in the Caribbean. West Indies drew first blood against Bangladesh earlier this week in Antigua with a slick victory in the opening test. Success was built on the back of Justin Greaves' maiden test century. It is the realization of a childhood dream, his maiden 100. And the Windies fast bowlers proved too much for the Tigers' bats in both innings to secure a convincing win early on day 5. West Indies well positioned, one up in this two-match test series, and so we come to test match number 2 between the West Indies and Bangladesh, live from the historic Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. A ground that first hosted test cricket back in 1930. This second test would prove a clinical one for the host nation. And then we move on to the CG United ODI series beginning on the 8th of December in St. Kitts and Nevis, and then to the CG United T20 International Series again in the Eastern Caribbean, this time the island of St. Vincent. So happy to have you with us again this morning as we hope to continue this test series. West Indies, as we said, won a bright sunshine here today, but we've had a lot of rain over the last couple of weeks in Kingston, Jamaica, and the coaches, the officials were here a little bit earlier, and they were showing great concern with a number of areas in the outfield due to the inclement weather we had leading up to yesterday into today. Andre Kohli and one of the Bangladesh's coaches is certainly very, very wary of a couple of spots, both close to the boundary but also close to the square. So given that, we will have closer inspection of it now. Courtney Walsh was out there with Samuel Badri.
I'm out in the middle here for the start of this second test match at Sabina Park, and I've got some good news and some not so good news. Let's start with the good news then. When I look at the surface, it looks an absolute picture. It's nice and firm. There's a good even covering of grass, so there are no issues there. The bad news though is that when I look across just a few meters off the square, the entire length of the pitch, this area is quite waterlogged. As a matter of fact, it's quite muddy and moist. As I put my foot in there, there's a lot of movement and you can see water actually coming up. And so the umpires have deemed that this area for the moment is unsuitable for play, and they've decided for an 11 a.m. inspection. So we're hoping at that point in time we get further updates. The sun is shining in all its glory. The ground staff, they're working quite assiduously to ensure that the area is ready, but it's really a waiting game. There were substantial rainfall in the lead up to this test match. The last few days since we've arrived in Kingston, it has been raining every single day. And that was on the eastern side. As I move across to the western side, it's a similar story. And you can see the groundsman behind me here just using the garden fork to ensure that there is some level of aeration. I have alongside me a man whose name adorns one of the ends here at Sabina Park, the Courtney Walsh end. Courtney Walsh, pleasant good morning to you. Welcome back home to Jamaica. How are you this morning?
Thank you very much. I'm good. The sun is out, so I'm happy.
When we look at what's happening here, though, Cuddy, what can you tell me about the drainage of this venue and the amount of rainfall that we've been having lately?
Well, we've had a lot of rainfall. I was here last month and it rained literally all day, and that has continued. The issue we have, I think, is that the drainage is not an issue because the ground was resurfaced and it has proper drainage, but probably the maintenance of it has been a slight problem. And as you can tell and from where he is, it's just where the covers is. So maybe the covers weren't probably big enough to cover the entire area, and that's why it's a little bit soggy over there, as you can see.
Yeah, as we can see a little bit closer as we inspect what is exactly happening. The garden fork is being used just to create some holes so that air and sunlight can penetrate the surface and that it would accelerate the drying process. Lots of work to be done. These guys, I don't envy them whatsoever. That's just part of being a ground curator. We're hopeful then that at 11 a.m. we'll have some further news and that this ground will dry significantly so that we have some play on day one. Fingers crossed.
Thanks to Courtney and Samuel Badri. Well, out in the distance, the oceans look absolutely inviting, and the sunshine, the Blue Mountains, of course, a great feature of this historic Sabina Park with its George Headley stand and the Blue Mountains end downtown Kingston. The wind is down though, and even where I'm standing right here now, I can still look down and see some of the moisture coming through. But where Mally Richards is here with me this morning, he's quite dry. Mally, thank you very much for being with us. Atta Ali Khan was here with us during that first test. Gentlemen, thank you so much for the pleasure of your company. Mally, let me just start with you and your thoughts on how the West Indies went briefly in that first test.
Well, I thought the West Indies bowling attack were absolutely brilliant. They bowled fantastically as a unit, led mainly by Alzari Joseph with his extra pace, Jaden Seals as well, and we'll be looking for more of the same in this second test. Yes,
something that Atta, you probably won't be hoping to hear, but Bangladesh have work to do. They weren't too far off with their bowling.
Yeah, bowling was sensei. I thought Taskin Ahmad was sensational, but the only thing that will be in their minds and during that break in the team meetings is how to improve on your batting department. They batted for 98 overs in the first innings, didn't survive too much in the second innings. So bat long period of time and somebody has to get 100. You've got to show signs of improvement to make a match out of this.
Yes, hundreds in this game, and big hundreds are important. Just a reflection on that first test match. And the West Indies batting first, got to 450 for 9. Of course, that was in Antigua, that first test match where it took place. Bangladesh 269 for 9 declared. Then the West Indies were rolled over for 152. And the game ended when there was a retirement by Shariful Islam. Bangladesh won 32 and West Indies winning by 201 runs. Well, an important figure in all of this and some of the recent history of West Indies cricket has been Craig Brathwaite, because he is due to play his 86th test match, which is the longest unbroken streak for West Indies. And Sir Garfield Sobers, 85, and of course Sir Garfield had his own history here at Sabina Park with that 365 back in 1958, and Desmond Haynes, 72. Ironically, all three of these gentlemen emanate from the same island of Barbados. That's just a coincidence by any stretch of the imagination. Mally, with Craig Brathwaite, nearly 6,000 test match runs for him. What have you made of his journey as a West Indian player? And that, by the way, that 86 test matches started back in 2014.
Yeah, he's been a fantastic servant for the West Indies. He's led from the front in terms of being the mainstay of our batting for well over a decade now. And he's probably in a bit of a dip of form. We're looking to maybe see him make improvements here in the second test, but overall he's been a fantastic player for the West Indies.
And he first took up that full-time captaincy back in 2021 when the team went to Bangladesh. What have you made of him from a distance?
I always feel that the ones who open the batting and the ones who go and lead from the front, and especially when you're also leading the side as the skipper, you've got a really big burden on your shoulder. And he's carried it on nicely. Yes, bit of off-color with the bat, but more than 5,000 runs, 85 plus 86 today test matches. You got to take your hats off for him, because this is a special player who has taken the responsibility not as a skipper, 37 test matches as a skipper, but also someone who wants to do well while opening the batting. Remember, if the opening stand puts runs on the board, you can set the test match up, and he has done that quite a lot in the past.
Yeah, he started really as a teenager back in 2011 against Pakistan, and then he was left out of the team a couple of times, but he really came back with that 100 at the Queen's Park Oval against New Zealand in 2014, and that kick-started this run of previously 85 consecutive test matches. This will be number 86. He turns 32 tomorrow. Who would have thought when we saw him with a little tiny tot that he would be around 32 leading the West Indies team And Barbados Independence Day is right on the cusp of it today, so he'll have cause for a lot of celebration. Right, so we'll talk batting now, and ironically on this ground, just a little bit of history. When it hosted its first Test match, Andy Sandham scored 300, the first triple century in Test match cricket, right here at Sabina Park. And Bangladesh and their batting, you said they need to do certain things. Do they have the time frame in which to rectify that in this series?
Well, not a lot of time in between the first Test match and the second Test match, but it is also important for them to realize that they have to have that self-belief to be able to understand what did they do wrong in that first Test match. Have a look at those dismissals. Zakir Hassan, a little bit late on that shot. Yes, bounced, but he could have played or left it alone to the keeper. Then Mahmudullah Hassan Joy, fishing, flirting with danger into the slip scored, and easy, too easy. It's still a little bit wide. I think they got to understand where their off stump is. And if they know where their off stump is, they wouldn't be attempting to play shots. That was a beauty. That was a really good delivery. That jack backed in, bit of a gloves, had nothing much to offer.
And then Mali Muminul Haq being dismissed by Kimaro to a spectacular catch. How critical are those senior players?
You know, there's a veteran player, probably coming towards the back end of his career now, but so accurate. Very good skills as well, especially to the left-hander, around the wicket, angling it in, taking it away. It's just been a fantastic servant as well for the West Indies.
And then Liton Das falling to that pull shot, something that he's played so well, again, as senior player.
Shot selection has been a real issue for Bangladesh. They've been intimidated by pace. It's just, at times, just caused them to be a bit rattled mentally, as we see there, just hanging the bat outside the off stump. Tame dismissal.
Yes, and that was Mehedi Hassan Miraz, another senior player. And then that was all she wrote as the West Indies started just going through deeper into this batting lineup.
Yeah, they've been excellent. They've been outstanding with the ball, and they knew that they had problems while trying to play those deliveries outside the off stump. But they got a little bit closer to the lower order, and they bowled some beautiful deliveries. They were spot on in terms of line and length. The areas were good. And remember, once the ball stopped swinging or seaming, they were attacking the stump. That is the key for the bowlers, to do that, to ensure they pick up wickets at the right time. I thought Daljazi Joseph was quick and also accurate. Not early in his spell, later on he looked much better in control.
Yeah, so Bangladesh capitulating there in their second innings. West Indies also struggled in their second innings as well. From a West Indian perspective and all of that fast bowling, where we analyze a lot of that batting there, Mali, you touched on it a little bit earlier. How impressive as a group?
Yeah, they've been absolutely fantastic. I had my reservations looking at that pitch in Antigua. We know how the pitch is played, but the bowling attack really acclimatized to the conditions. They worked out the areas in which they needed to bowl to cause Bangladesh problems, and those are good signs coming from this pretty young bowling attack.
I tell you what is also a good sign, the hot sun here. It is hot, it is humid. Mali is sweating as much as his father, Sir Vivian. He is dripping with sweat. But if we have any hope of this ground drying up, then if this heat continues, it should do the job for us. Another positive, though, for the West Indies, we're talking about heat, a man who was on fire returning to Test match cricket, Justin Greaves, with his maiden Test match 100.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of Justin Greaves. Being from the Leeward Islands, he's come to almost my region in the West Indies, and he's been a fantastic performer. We saw him with 300s in this Super 50, almost earning his spot into this team, and he brought that form into the Test match, played with great composure, good defense, good on both back and front foot, and let's hope for more of the same from him here.
As he goes deeper into his Test career, what did you take out of that 100 that you think will stand him in good stead going forward?
One word, patient. He looked to be very patient. He did not seem to be in any sort of hurry, no rush whatsoever, played to the merit of the delivery, and if he can repeat that on a consistent basis, then the sky's the limit. I think he's a very good player who can understand his role, because he bats lower in the middle order. And when the going gets tough, you know, remember the second new ball can be due at times when he goes to bat. So it's shown that he can handle the new ball, and when it gets older, he gets better and better to pick up the runs, especially stroking into the gaps.
You know, and Mali, you know this as well as anyone, Atta. We talk about batting, and the West Indies still have some groundwork to do as their batting develops. To me, batting is a long-term project. So I would wonder if Bangladesh, from their perspective, would be better off, as the West Indies has done, pack their team with fast bowling, or their best bowlers, so to speak, and really focus on that in the short term, because that seems to be the strength of the team in the absence of Mushfiqur, in the absence of Mahmudullah and one or two of those guys.
Yeah, and remember the skipper, Nazmul Hasan Shanto, also not available due to a second-grade tear on groin. But you got to accept the fact what is there in front of you. You've got to go ahead with the bunch that you have. You speak about the seam bowling attack from Bangladesh. It's been outstanding. You still have not seen someone like the likes of Nahid Rana, who what I've seen so far, he's only played 5 test matches, and he's disturbed. I mean, he's really taken a lot of batters by surprise. To the likes of Mohammad Rizwan, Babar Azam, the class acts.
Yeah.
He's quite pacey, he's raw, he's young, he wants to bowl fast, and I really want to see him play this test match, because we saw Shariful Islam getting a ball at the back and then retiring. So maybe that is one of the opportunities for Nahid Rana to come into the 11. Now, for me, he's an automatic choice. But having said that, not only the bowling department, I also feel, once again, it's the batting department. How do you go your job as a batter? Because 270, 280, or those 40s and 50s is not going to help the team's cause. You got to get yourself in a position to get set and get 100. And when you do that, then you go and think about, okay, let's see where the score ends at the end. You know, maybe 350, 400. So batting, major concern for Bangladesh.
All right, I'll leave it there for the moment, because Mali is being bathed in sweat here. It's very hot, and even I'm taking, I'm showing some mercy to Mali. Thank you, Atta. Thank you very much, Mali Richard. His shirt is almost dripping through. Anyway, 11 a.m. inspection by the umpires here at Sabina Park. The sun is out to the east of us. It's really lovely blue sky for however long that lasts. It's helping to dry out this ground. Hopefully they will give us a good indication that we'll get some play today when they come to do their inspection. What we will do is we'll have a short break, but on the other side of that break, don't go too far away, we will have some of the highlights of day 1 of the first test match between these two teams back in Antigua. Stay in your position.
welcome to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in North Sound, Antigua. The West Indies are home for Christmas. It's the first test of 2. West Indies taking on Bangladesh. Day 1, a very important day 1 here in Antigua, a place that has produced so many greats in West Indies cricket. Many who have enhanced the legacy, and there's the man himself. Today marks 50 years Sir Vivian Richards made his debut for the West Indies, and I look at the 2 teams after Bangladesh won the toss and chose to bowl, sticking with the trend for captains here. 4 changes for that Bangladesh team since their last test match against South Africa a couple of weeks ago at home. They've gone in with 3 seamers in Taskin Ahmed, Hassan Mahmood, and the left-arm seam of Sharful Islam, and then Captain Mahedi Hassan Miraz and Taijul Islam to bowl the spin. And for the West Indies, first time we're seeing Joseph, Roach, Joseph and Seals play together. So exciting times, no specialist spinner with Greaves, the all-rounder, who also is a seam option. Brathwaite to get runs in a venue he knows quite well. Closing in on 100 test, that 212 also against Bangladesh, his only double 100. Mikael Louis, his opening partner. Only 6 tests so far. Just making his debut earlier this year, but has shown positive signs for West Indian fans to be excited about with that 1/2 century coming in England earlier this year. And Hassan Mahmood, 23 wickets in 7 tests, making his debut also in 2024. He has been a revelation and a find for this Bangladesh team. Will look to swing the new ball using the wind coming from the east. First delivery of a 2-match test series. Here we go. First runs in the series. Fascinated by the decision and choice of ends. Chance. Yeah, Brathwaite was run out in that first test against South Africa. Batting with Mikael Louis. They get away then. 3 for none. And this is good. Good to see Louis taking on the short ball, because Kagiso Rabada used it against him and set him up with it. The first boundary for the West Indies, it comes in an authoritative manner.
Not afraid to play the pull shot. Mikael Louis played it well, got on top of it.
Nice from Mikael Louis, the second time he's played that shot this morning with telling effect.
Yeah, probably not the right length from Bangladesh bowlers. That's the second time that they've tried to pitch it short, and it sits up nicely. Easy pickings from Mikael Louis.
Sometimes he can be just a touch short, Taskin. 18 without loss. Pushed it in too much. 22 without loss.
Huge shout, really huge shout. Wicket given. Kumar Dharmasena raises that finger, and the vigil finally ends. There is a discussion though. He reviews it, Craig Brathwaite. And so we'll need to get confirmation. Television umpire asked if Yakub called into action.
We have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Yeah, ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through ultras, please. It's nice and slow. Yes, flat line when ball passing the bat. Roll it up to the pad, please. Yeah, satisfied. No bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready. Original decision out. Pitching outside off. Impact umpire's call. Wicket fitting. Stay with your original decision. Kumar, stand by. You're on screen. Please signal.
Yeah, confirmation. Finally, some success for Taskin and for Bangladesh. The West Indian captain has to go for 4, 25 for 1. Caught, just a prod, a gentle prod from Casey Carty, and a simple catch. So that's 2 in 2 for Taskin. And Carty goes without scoring.
Well, Taskin running in, hitting the good areas, and wouldn't call it a leading edge, but just probably didn't get over it. You can see the anxiety in his face. And an easy catch in the end for Tygel. He's happy, but he's not. Carty goes without scoring. At 25 for 2, Bangladesh a little bit happier now as they've made the breakthrough and they've got 2 wickets for that. Good disciplined fast bowling so far.
Well, this one goes for 4. Full face of the bat, pad next to the ball. Perfect from Louis.
Probably just a little bit too full because you can see what he's trying to do, but you'd rather her on that side being driven than, you know, pulling it down short. But well executed by Louis. A full face with the bat, perfect timing, and away she goes for 4.
Come on, Nickel, and I just put that away. Yeah, but when you speak about the way the Bangladesh bowlers have bowled so far, but every time, I think it's about 3 or 4 times that we've seen the bowlers pitching it short. There's been easy pickings one more time. That's put away from Hodge for a boundary.
Yeah, went short. They've tried this a number of times today, Bangladesh, but Louis has been very good on the pull, 41 for 2. It has been such a challenging spell of bowling from Hassan Mahmood, and you can see the temptation, Mikael Louis, in wanting to play and be aggressive.
I think he was caught in 2 minds, whether to play at it or leave it, because I thought it was a little bit closer. Let's have another look. It's a very good delivery. Looked like he wanted to play it on the onside. It's lucky, very lucky. Leading edge, it flies over those fielders and falls in no man's land.
It's been an eventful opening session, and it will be lunch, a session of 2 halves. First hour, West Indies and the openers were able to mitigate the threat and swing, but good setup by Taskin Ahmed and good support by Shoreful Islam after he changed ends has now brought success for Bangladesh. The game nicely poised at 50 for 2. It's been an eventful opening session. And it will be lunch. A session of 2 halves. First hour, West Indies and the openers were able to mitigate the threat and swing, but good setup by Taskin Ahmed and good support by Shoreful Islam after he changed ends. Has now brought success for Bangladesh. The game nicely poised at 50 for 2.
What happened there? Well, he got the single primarily because of the previous shot where Taskin dropped back at mid-off to a deep mid-off, so the single was there, but Louis tumbled over.
Just chipped. Probably the studs of his boot caught in the surface.
Very good. Very, very good delivery. It was airily, but it will be a second half century in Test match cricket from an impressive and patient Mikhail Louis. He loves spending time at the crease, and in the face of the ball doing enough, he's dug in quite impressively.
Mikhail Louis.
He's played a couple of these pun shots now. This is first time he's gotten reward for it after lunch. Whether that's indicative of him now being well entrenched, only he will know, but this has been solid.
He really loves the cut shot. Kavim Hodge hasn't been given much today, but has grasped his opportunity.
Well, he latched onto this as if he was expecting it, making good contact. Taskin just pulling it down a little bit wide, and Hodge just made him pay. Stripped away. Good run in between the wicket. It could be a close one. I think the keeper is happy. Litton doesn't normally make a mistake, and the way he nodded, I think it's going to be very, very close.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire review for run out at the batting end. Can you show me the side angle, please? It's nice and slow. Yeah, roll forward, roll forward. Roll forward, one more frame, one more. Yeah, I can see the bails are off, the bat is short of the ground. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
Another start for Hodge and another wicket for the West Indies and their top order. From a position of control and authority, the partnership is broken. And Hodge will be disappointed. Being at the crease for 63 deliveries, unable to really go big. Hodge going for 25, 84 for 3.
84 for 3.
Oh, down the wicket he goes. Has he connected well? Yes, he has. It won't go all the way. Didn't come from the middle part of the bat. He's lucky.
Just the one run for that as well. Yeah, that's very good from Athens. Makes the connection that he was after this time and gets the reward.
Yeah, it's all about picking the lengths quickly. And he picked that one beautifully. It's in the zone. Easy, too easy to sweep it away.
Huge out from Taskin. No interest from the umpire. 100 for 3, maiden over.
We'll find out. I wonder if the umpires might want to check it again. It looked like a good stop. Great credit to Mikhail Louis for the way he's dug in here today. 108 for 3.
This was well played by Louis. He just hit through the line. He's there long enough. Judge his own defense, judge his timing, watched it all the way. Excellent cricket shot.
Good stop, good piece of fielding. Safely negotiated. Kumar Dhanasena, World Cup winner in his own right back in 1996. There's time for tea. 66 added in that session for the loss of Kavem Hodge, who was run out. But Mikhail Louis will take the plaudits for an innings of some security. We've seen his stroke play with the drive and the pull as well. So confirming what we saw firstly in four-day cricket last year and then in test match cricket this year, that he enjoys spending time. Still gives him room. And at the third time of trying, he gets it past the infield for 4.
And this will give him a lot of confidence. He gets it to the left of the fielder this time. And wide enough to beat him and to get his first boundary in this session. Sure to boost his confidence.
Gets the room again. Second time in the over, he gets it to the boundary. 1-2-6 for 3. It'd be a good save, you know. Eventually, Mamadul Hassan Joy.
Yeah, he signals for it as well. So he isn't sure. First opportunity and then another. Does it make contact with the cushion? Very close. A bit of errant delivery from Shariful to begin with. Can't really tell much from that particular angle. Did he eventually
Catch it.
And the backward point had gone to his left. And the reverse sweep goes to his right.
Yeah, looks really good when it comes off. Good control from high to low, so hitting down on the ball. And he finds the gap. Splendid shot if you're used to playing it.
And that's the one that Shoriful wants to invite him to play. Something that got him into quite a few issues in Australia earlier this year. A little bit of looseness outside the off stump.
Aggressive stroke, finds the gap.
Reward for what has been such discipline and restraint shown by Mikael Louis. Finally has decided he will take on that delivery and has nailed it.
Brought a big smile to his face as well. Certainly enjoyed that one. Good use of the feet as well. Got to the pitch. Nice, high, hard.
Duty for the West Indies. Louis in the Super 50. Nice timing. Seems to have found a rhythm, and I think it was Shoriful just pulled up there towards the end. Boundary nonetheless.
Classic stroke from Athens. Got to the pitch. It was all timing. Also a teaser. And then he pulled up at the last moment, realized he's beaten, and quite right.
Just helped, and more strength in that leg side for Louis, who's now into the 90s. 175 for 3. This is what Test cricket is about. Third Test 50 for Alec Athanaze. Wasn't the most convincing of starts, but has figured out and found a tempo to build his innings. He looks confident.
Appreciated by his teammates and of course the crowd that's here to witness it.
Put down. It's the captain at first slip. They have worked tirelessly hard to try to create an opportunity against Louis. He's been so compact.
That should have been taken. It was a bit of a loose stroke from Louis. Probably a slight lapse in concentration. And that should have been taken. Good height. Didn't go quickly. And was put down at first slip by the skipper. Mira.
Another sweep. And even with the deep fielder's leg side, he's good enough to pick the gap.
Beautifully played by Athanaze. He does fancy himself with playing the sweep shot. And that was well played. Split the deep mid wicket and deep backward square. They are both only there to retrieve.
That's picked it away. As a loosener down the leg side at this stage of the game, while he's batting on 90, he's not going to miss out. Just going back to the point that we're trying to make. You've seen bowlers trying to change the way they bowled earlier. It was a lovely shot though. He's well set. You know, there's the cross seam that you're talking about. But you still have to get it right. Again, drifting down the leg side. So he, again, allowing the batter to free his arms. It's a good pickup shot.
And again, he gets it behind square on that offside. A little bit more control in that than one or two earlier on.
It's a little bit too wide from Taskin Ahmed. And he played it late, just opening the face of the bat, because there was a fielder who was a little bit square on the offside in that direction. You know, a nice touch to start the over with a boundary.
Goes after it, and he goes for 6. So really looking to press his foot on the accelerator now in this final session of day 1. Alec Afanese.
Yeah, we showed you earlier the intentions to score, and score quickly. That is a beautiful shot. Down on his knees, and he smacks it over right from the sweet part of the bat. Shouts of catch it. Fielder only watching it sail over for the maximum.
Swept the ball with regularity today, misfield. And will get to the boundary, so he continues to enhance his score into the 80s.
Not a good look by the fielder there. Went straight through him. Reverse sweep in the hair a little bit. Should not have fumbled like that. And then to rub salt into the wound, went for 4. Athanaze will be happy, but not Tigel.
Came down the track, trying to get to that 100 mark. He's been in the 90s for a while. Mahedi, who dropped him on 90, has now dismissed him on 97. Crestfallen is Mikael Louis.
Sheer disappointment on his face. He played so well, but you could tell something was going to give. And unfortunately for him, his wicket is what gave in at the end. Trying to reach it in one blow. Mahedi, who put him down, kind of made up for it in a way. Good catch, smart catch, good height. And Louis would be very, very disappointed. Going for 97 is 224 for 4.
The West Indies have lost 4 wickets. Mikael Louis goes for 97, caught off the bowling of Mahedi Hassan.
Good anticipation by Deepu to come around there, standing at slip, anticipating the reverse.
The question is, was that a chance?
Bangladesh have gotten another West Indian batter in the 90s and dismissed. How quickly this game of cricket and test cricket can change. Another 50 for Athanaze and no 100.
And you could call it a soft dismissal when you look back at it. In the 90s, you want to press on and get you 100. Another 100, I think, given away. But credit to Bangladesh for maintaining the pressure, keeping on the pressure. Went for a little fine sweep. Got the top edge. A very easy, simple catch by Litton. He's happy. He's put his name in the books. Had a catch put down earlier. Athanaze will be very disappointed. But he's got to go. He's made 90. It's 228 for 5.
Attacking option, and again, observing opportunities to score with the field up and close. Good from Greaves, 235 for 5. Well, there will be swing. Harder ball also means more opportunity to score. Three scoring shots against this new ball. 10 runs in 3 balls for the Silver.
Wide again, and he just opened the face on it. intention. And with the ball being new, travel very, very quick on the outfield.
Yeah, it seems as though that the umpires have decided that the light isn't good enough for play to continue, and so they've called the day's proceedings. And there's also a little bit of drizzle, as you can see there in the background, and we've had 84 overs on day one of the first test. And West Indies will close on 250 for 5. Welcome back to the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. This is where things stand at the end of day one. West Indies sent in. Well, they got to 250 for 5 on the back of a couple 90s. Michael Louis with 97 and Alec Athenay's 90, 140-run partnership between those two. The bowling for Bangladesh, well, a couple wickets in session, one for Taskin Ahmed, one for Taijul and one for Mehdi. There was also a run out, that's the 5th wicket, but they were quite disciplined generally throughout the day.
Hello, good morning. Welcome back to Sabina Park. It is the home of the second test match, the West Indies taking on Bangladesh here in Kingston, Jamaica. Unfortunately, as we told you earlier, a few wet spots amidst the bright sunshine here has resulted in a delayed start. Andre Kohli taking a walkout in the middle. And that area where he is now is one of the concerns for fourth umpire Zahid Basrat and his umpiring crew. But we do have a bit of good news. In about 20 minutes time we will have an inspection around 11 a.m. local. So yeah, it really is disappointing that the fans who have come in to see Test match cricket return to Jamaica for the first time in 3 years have come in. A few in the Kingston Cricket Club as well, and they'll be hoping that sooner rather than later we'll have a start and we can get that inspection out of the way with, of course, good news for you. So make sure you stay with us as we go throughout the day. We will continue to show the action from that first test. We saw the West Indies ending day one on 250 for 5. Let's go on to a gripping day 2. And Justin Greaves, very early in his test sojourn, also seeing off that new ball and being able to score against Taijul Islam, that one boundary.
As players are all ready to go.
Yeah, may have just brushed the pad on the way through. That's the ball that's given him trouble, the one coming into the silver. Great use of the seam from Hassan Mahmood and skill. He has reviewed it. No bat involved. He's on his toes there, De Silva. He'll be hoping that because it's hit him above the knee roll and it's a harder new ball that is going over the stumps.
Anxious wait for De Silva, West Indies wicket keeper. And that's confirmation. The finger goes up and De Silva has to go. Not the start. He's not a happy man, but once that dreaded finger is raised, you have to go. He's gone for 14, 253 for 6.
Nicely played. And great sound off the bat. And just gets into the boundary.
Going for gold, Mahmood, but drifted into leg stump. And Joseph played it very well. He runs away and trickled into the boundary.
Well taken. Hassan Mahmood again. Bangladesh again. What a start to day 2 this has been.
Good delivery. Pitched on a good length. Bounced a bit. And Alexander Joseph looking at the edge of his bat. Good shape. Trying to play it on the onside. And that was a great catch by Zakir. Jubilation for Mahmood. Despair for Alexander Joseph. He's gone for 4. West Indies 261 for 7.
Just touch. Delicate touch involved. A slowish outfield, but Greaves gets value for that shot.
He is a player in form. just a little punch. All timing.
Well watched by Roach, made an over. 286 for 7 hours play on day 2.
Whatever the team requires him to do with the bat, not to mention ball, is what he tries his best to do. In this case, forming a partnership with Greaves. 291 for 7. This will be his highest test match score so far in his brief career of 3 test matches, including this one. 34 ongoing, the 3rd highest of the innings so far between Roach and Greaves. Two straight and valuable leg byes for the West Indies, which takes them to the cusp of 300. 299 for 7.
Just a little bit in the air, but away from that fielder. But what a good role Kima Roach has played here. Jackarelli retrieving that ball. So full marks to this pair.
Really well placed, and it will be another couple of runs. Greaves has been so busy today, and that intensity has allowed him to get to his maiden test match half-century. 10 years he waited after making his first-class debut to play test cricket. And he's maximized his opportunity so far in his early career.
He's looked very good indeed.
It's been an innings filled with touch play from Kima Roach, soft hands, and very intelligent batting from the West Indies. They lost 2 wickets very early on day 2. 336 for 7 at lunch, the West Indies.
Of the day, 26 overs have been bowled, with 86 runs being scored.
Pull way in front of square, very confident from Justin Greaves. It's a shot that has brought him a lot of runs recently. No one moved.
It seems as if the fielder at the back of square missed it as well. He didn't move at all. Attempted bouncer from Taskin, didn't get high enough. Well controlled by Justin Greaves. You can see him just rolling the wrist, keeping it down. Hit well, perfect timing.
Full face of the bat. Couple runs. 346 for 7 now. Should be at least a couple. Running away from the fielder. And good running from the batters. They get 3.
Oh, Mehedi Hassan, you should not. That single anyway is instructive in that it's brought up a 100-run partnership between Greaves and Kima Roach. Can play shots. We've talked about a few innings that he's played in the test match game. Still won't get his first boundary of this innings. 112 deliveries faced, 370 for 7. Just short, just short. That's sometimes what a silly point can do, make you play back when you should be forward. It's just a good length that bounced and spun.
number of times the ball's come off the outside edge of Kemar Roach and not gone to hand, and that's been because he's played with soft hands pretty much for the majority of this innings today. Now, people will say this is attacking, but it's really smart. Looking at the field, it's a first boundary for Kemar Roach. He has had to work so hard for it.
Yeah, and what's really good about this particular shot is that he was aiming straight. We've seen him previously hoiking across the line of the delivery, going leg side. Keeps his shape and targets the side screen.
Great dexterity on show. It's been a feature of Kemar Roach's knock throughout the day. And second boundary now for him.
Yeah, we saw this from Mahmood in his earlier spell where he drifts down the leg side. Score moves on to 399.
He's knocked him over. A third wicket and a third in the day for Hassan Mahmood. Quite a beautiful delivery to end a forthright and determined knock by Kemar Roach.
Peach of a delivery to break this all-important partnership. He picked up 2 early wickets, but had to wait a long time. And it finally comes in this fashion. That's come back sharply and knocks the bails on top of the stumps. Lovely delivery. But what a knock from Kemar Roach. Gone for 47, 401 for 8.
It is the realization of a childhood dream and a triumphant return to Test match cricket after a 10-month absence for Justin Greaves. His maiden 100 in Test match cricket after 43 domestic first-class matches. This is a sweet moment in the life and career of the 30-year-old. The Empire Cricket Club in Barbados, the home of Sir Frank Worrell, Sir Everton Weekes, Carlisle Best, Seymour Nurse, Herman and Charlie Griffith. They will be celebrating as much as Shamar Joseph, Mikhail Louis, Tevin Imlach, the entire coaching staff and captain and team. Short of slip, just short of slip, but a session of play for the loss of 1 wicket that ends with a nick delivery just short of the slip, but a session that will be remembered for the achievement of his maiden Test match 100 by Justin Greaves, who found the perfect ally in Kemar Roach.
Gentlemen, that is tea at the
And he will get to the dressing room, have a seat in the corner, soak in this moment.
9 overs bowled and 79 runs scored.
And at the age of 30, has done what many have tried, and several in this team, to get to a maiden Test match 100. He has done it in only his 3rd Test match.
This should bring him a boundary. Very well played from Jaden Seals.
The national flag of Antigua and Barbuda flying high. It wasn't that bad a delivery. It wasn't a short.
And it goes for the bluff. Goes full, but Jaden Seals is up to the task. And he hustles back for 3. So again, he retains the strike. Confidence from Seals for 32 for 8. Makes connection. First 6 for Jaden Seals. Wonderful strike. Against the wind or not.
Certainly was a good strike.
In there. Fielder settles, fielder takes the catch. Hassan Mahmood, so looking to repeat a career best score though for Jaden Seals in Test match cricket. Looking to accelerate and to score quickly. This time more height than distance.
He's not a happy man, Jaden Seals. Didn't get the distance this time. Just a few strides back. Took it quite comfortably, even though he fell over in the end. And Mahmood. Jaden Seals is gone. For 18, 438 for 9.
That was hit with some ferocity. He really puts everything into it. Shamar Joseph, powerfully drilled.
No, not much pace in the surface. Advanced down the track.
This should be a boundary. So very good batting from Shamar Joseph.
And that boundary brings up the 450 for the West Indies. And immediately a change in the field. Good use of the feet. Got to the pitch and hit it away.
Well, that's the declaration, it seems. So they got to 450. That was their target. And as soon as they got there, they've been called out. What a remarkable performance, though, from Justin Greaves, being hugged by Shamar Joseph. Yes, you can smile, Justin. This will live in your memory and in the memory of many others for a long, long time. Raise that bat, soak in this moment. It is something to savor. First Test match done in only his third test. And Craig Brathwaite fell early for just 4. Louis fell 3 shy of what would have been his first Test match done. 90 for Alec Arthanes, but Greaves, the standout batter for the West Indies, and Roach falling short of what would have been his first Test match half century. 450 for 9 declared.
Was totally tough going for all the Bangladeshi bowlers. They toiled long and hard. 3 wickets for the impressive Mahmood. 2 each for Taskin and Mehedi. 1 for Taijul. But it was really tough going on this surface for the bowlers.
And we'll take a short break, and on the other side we'll get closer to the Bangladesh reply.
Zakir Hassan, 100 on Test match debut against India back in 2022 in Chattogram. Mamadul Hassan Joy scored a wonderful 100 in the Under-19 World Cup back in 2020, a stop-start sort of scoring in his Test match career. Will it in swing for Kemar Roach? A little bit short And Bangladesh take the single and get their innings on the way.
West Indies won't mind this because this brings that slip cordon into play, but it is a first boundary for Zakir.
Yeah, Bangladesh has had their problems in the past with the top order. It's still a little bit too wide, isn't it? And it was in the air, but in control from Zakir. Really went after it. Up and over for a boundary.
Put down. Mika Louis not often is in the slip cordon. That is the first chance going to begging for the West Indies.
Again, the hint of movement. No, should have been taken. Should have been taken. I thought also Mahmudullah Sanjoy was caught in two minds, whether to play at it or leave it. A little bit too late. The ball had already gone, had the bat and gone to the gully area. There you go. Thought he was trying to leave it.
Wide of Louis at that gully position. Second time Zakir has scored in that area with a similar shot.
Yes, once the width is on offer, that is even betterly played into the ground and goes in the wicket area for another boundary.
Great control in the shot. Another boundary through point against Jaden Seals. Good from Bangladesh.
Yeah, that area has been profitable for him. Intentional, again up and over. Too short, too wide. Gets the treatment.
He's got his man, Seals, after being hit for 3 boundaries. Similar length, but much closer. And more problems and concerns for Bangladesh and their batting lineup.
Undone with some extra bounce also. Much better from Jaden Seals after being hit for a couple of boundaries in this over. He come back strongly. Look at that line. Little bit closer. Yep, it's the bounce inside edge and goes on to hit the stumps. He cannot believe it. He picks up his first wicket. Bangladesh loses their first. Zakir Hassan goes for 15. And it is 20 for 1.
Yeah, disappointment for Zakir Hassan in Bangladesh after the first 10 overs, losing their first wicket. Edge found, catch taken. It's been a brilliant 3-over spell from Joseph. He's rewarded with the wicket of joy.
A couple of deliveries before that, he had gone on to leave it. But this time, it's a little bit fuller and a little bit closer. Lovely, lovely delivery. Finds the edge and an easy catch taken. Another one goes. It's Mahmudullah Sanjoy. Departs for 5. Bangladesh 21 for 2.
Good work by Jaden Seals. Like buys.
Yes. Yes.
Vacant territory, but opportunities being created in the gloom.
Looking to play on the onside. Could have gone anywhere. But fortunately for him, Shahadat went over.
Good stop by Kavem Hodge. 32 for 2.
Four runs from that over, 40 for 2. Well, we've come to the end of the day's play, day 2 in this first test. 3 wickets falling in the third session. 2 from Bangladesh, but it has been a commanding performance from the West Indies. Firstly with the bat, and Justin Greaves in particular. Alzari picked up a wicket, 1 for 2 in his 5 overs, so very economical, good pace and aggression. Yeah, just have a look then at the Bangladesh first innings scorecard. The openers fell cheaply, 5 and 15. Monimal has been there for 23 deliveries, Shahadat for 31 in a partnership of 19. Lots of work to do for these two and the others to come.
And that's the West Indies bowling. Roach 4 for 6, 4 overs and 6 runs. Seals a wicket, 1 for 15, and Joseph, the other wicket taker, 1 for 2 from 5. I thought bowled pretty well today. Jamar Joseph with some pace, no wicket to his name, probably a bit unlucky. And then we had Hodge and Athanaze, 1 overs apiece, because we had also get some spin into play because of the fade in light. At 40 for 2, Bangladesh would have been happier not losing the wicket. West Indies on the other hand probably would have loved to have had at least 1 more wicket.
Yeah, good bowling from the West Indies in that little spell there. The West Indies, though, 450 for 9, only the second time this year that they have gotten to that score. But Justin Greaves, what a performance. Maiden test match century, unbeaten, 115 for him. Louis and Athanaze, 97 and 90. And then with the ball, Alzari Joseph and Seals, a wicket apiece, looking to get further inroads a little bit later on. Hello and welcome back to Sabina Park, where we are still awaiting action on day one in this second test match. The good news is that the sun is out in all its glory, and we are just awaiting that those areas that are of concern to dry sufficiently so that the umpires can deem it suitable for play. And there was an inspection a few minutes ago. The umpires were doing the needful, and again, it's those areas that are just off the pitch that poses the greatest areas of concern. You can still see that it's quite muddy, quite waterlogged. And just having a closer discussion with the ground staff, perhaps trying to figure out what can be done. But for the moment, though, it's just a waiting game. And fourth umpire Zaid Basarat in discussion with the coaches, and just to provide further information for them. Information for you then, the next inspection would be at 1 p.m. local time. And hopefully at that point, we'll be much closer to the start of this all-important test match. Ewan Blake, former Jamaica and Olympic sprinter. Well, we'll be catching up with him not too long from now. You don't want to miss that interaction. But in the meantime, let's head back to that first test match, and we take up the action on day 3 with Bangladesh on 40 for 2.
Welcome to the West Indies. Bangladesh returning here for 6th time in the history of Test cricket. It is day 3 of the first test, and we are live. The home of many legends of Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Bangladesh currently trailing by 410 runs. It was a period of 20 overs yesterday evening where the West Indian seamers sustained pressure, taking the 2 openers. So at the moment, Shahadat Hossain, Mominul Haq. Mominul will be pleased with the way he weathered the storm yesterday. The ball swinging in the evening, and the West Indians bowling high pace. Big day for him, an opportunity with day 3 and what's at stake. And Shahadat Hossain, very young in his test match journey, recalled in this series. Starting proceedings. Day 3, they say, is the moving day in a test series and test match. Here we go. Joseph starting from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. The man himself overseeing from his end. Good day to you. Yeah, missing his line, Shamar Joseph. And again, with the field so attacking, Mominul takes his opportunity and grasps it to score. 55, 51 for 2. Misfield. Give Alzari Joseph a blight. He put in a good effort this morning. Maybe just a small lapse. Bit of a bad bounce as well. 56 for 2.
Deliberate, quite deliberate from Mominul Haq. Guided more than anything else with an offer.
Tried to pull a similar kind of delivery which went back past the bowler. This is a much better option. Yes, there are strong slip scoring, but look how wide that is. Allow the batter to free his arms.
Edged and taken. Make that 51 for Kemar Roach. He's probed, and he finally gets the reward. Breakthrough for the West Indies.
Much fuller delivery. Usually from the bowlers we've seen today, that was more on back of the length. But this time he pushed it further up, and he takes the bait. Have a look at this delivery. Yep, there was a hint of movement also. Lovely, easy, gone. Shahadat Hossain Deepu, he picks up the wicket. Kemar Roach. Gone for 18. Bangladesh 66 for 3.
good from Litton Das. It was there for the taking. And he gets his first boundary. 73 for 3. Early. Shamar Joseph, very, very quick across the ground, retrieves it.
And Litton Das still looking to attack when given the opportunity.
That is a cracking shot, I can tell you that. He waited and waited. Whipped off a lovely square cutter from the bat of classy Litton Kumar Das.
There's clearly been more intent from the Bangladesh batters against Shamar Joseph. Single or two to get to the end of the opening session on day 3 test match. Nicely poised at the moment. A real nail-biting 5 days of cricket. Make sure you stay with us wherever you are around the world. It's going to be a grind. Oh.
Very well played. In the gap, bisects the two fielders. In control from high to low. Gets the boundary, 117 for 3. Again, it will challenge the boundary. Does he do well enough? He doesn't seem to think so. Actually, he's signaling 4. Just fallen over at the final hurdle, so to speak. A little bit of width on offer for Alzari. Back of a length, so not short and easily dealt with. Let's look at the way he opens the face of the bat to get the gap. Looking at the ball all the way. Now he knew, Jaden Seals knew that it made contact with the cushion. A third half century for Mominal against the West Indies. An innings epitomized by patience and responsibility. And still a long way to go though. 128 for 3. Huge shot, some swing and a catch as well. Finger goes up. Not altogether sure if it's LBW or caught, but either way, the finger went up and the review taken.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is out. I have checked the field. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through ultra edge, please. Yes. Let's keep rolling, keep rolling, keep rolling. Yeah, roll further. Take it back 1 or 2 frames, please. Now roll further. Yeah, there is, yeah. Flat line when ball passing the bat. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Original decision out. Pitching in line, impact in line, wicket sitting. Stay with your original decision. Stand by. You're on screen. Please signal. You're on screen.
The change of bowling brings immediate rewards for the West Indies. Jaden Seals gets the big fish. Mominal just registered his half century. Goes immediately after. 128 now for 4.
in the air, and it will elude the keeper. They're going hard at him with that short ball early. 1-3-5 for 4. Ouch.
He certainly is not comfortable. Took his eyes off that delivery. And look at that. That is a poor way to play short pitch deliveries.
Beautiful. Great setup and sequencing of deliveries. The West Indies have toiled hard for this wicket. They've got Liton Das.
And smiles for Shamar. Good sustained pressure from the West Indies. High quality bowling from Joseph. Good pace. And a shot that he has played well so far in the innings up until that point brings about his demise. Liton Das goes for a well-played 40, but 145 and half the side down now.
Just over point. Mehidy gets a chance to extend the arms and picks up his second boundary.
Well, if you speak about Bangladesh batting woes, he's the one who's been in very good touch. Mehdi Hasan Miraj. Again, enough on the bat and up and over on square of the wicket on the offside for a boundary.
Stroked that away very, very well. Scoring has been few and far between for Mehidy, and that was as good so far in his innings.
You know, full and wide. He latches onto it. Struck it nicely.
In the air and taken. That's the plan, and the plan comes to fruition. We've been calling for something like that all day, and finally it's brought reward. Brilliant bowling from Alzari Joseph. The skipper has to go.
Classical fast ball dismissal. As I mentioned a few moments ago, he pops them up just on the offside. This time popped it up, and a very, very simple catch to make Louis a short leg. Good fast delivery at the body. Had no idea how to play it. And success at last. Mehidy Hasan is going for 23. 166 for 6.
Yeah, took him on. Gets it fine. Gets the boundary. Jakar Ali.
Just a little bit misdirected that time. So once the batter got bat on it, always going to be safe.
Ramped just out of the reach of Joshua Da Silva. Not convincing, but it gets him a boundary.
I like this, Larry, I like this. Somebody explain to me.
Just eluded Joshua Da Silva, the wicket keeper. That was a poor shot, really. That was a getting out shot.
Has there been a nick on that? Has there been a nick on it? Sounds like it. Directly between that third slip with the helmet on and Kevin Sinclair at a gully position.
Probably didn't carry, but definitely went uppish to start with and just slide through the gap. New ball travels a little bit quicker. 4 runs.
Dropped it, sharp chance, and that's why Greaves was standing that close, and no ball was almost beneficial to the West Indies and Roach. 203 for 6, 200 up. Perhaps wouldn't have carried had he been standing back in what you'd call an orthodox position, and that's why he's come closer to try to create an opportunity. Nice shot, confident shot from Taijul Islam.
Can't afford to give him any width. He's not going to be afraid of going after it. And he hit that well. A little bit of width from Seals, and Taijul was onto it. See, he's going for some swing. That one didn't come back in. And he acknowledged that that wasn't where you wanted to be. Taijul took full advantage.
He's played that shot a couple of times today with some effect.
Once you give him width, he's going to have a go. A little bit of width.
That's a lovely shot. He's picked that very quickly. Good piece of fielding in the deep also. Has it gone? Yeah. It was an attempt. I just felt that he might have pulled it off, but it's a lovely pickup shot from Jaccarelli.
He's shown great character against Alzari Joseph, who went with the short ball play a bit earlier, understanding that with the harder new ball coming onto the bat, there's good opportunities to score. He's capitalized. Straight through. Very good from Alzari Joseph. They've finally broken through the defenses of the resilient Taijul. West Indies have their 7th.
This over was interesting because he found an outside edge but fell short in the slips cordon. Just kept it shade low and a big gap between the bat and the pad. The ball does the rest. But there's nothing away from Taijul Islam. He played a valiant role, really good role with the bat. 25 and 63 deliveries. He has to go. It's 234 for 7.
Takes on Joseph again. It's been a day of character for Jaccarelli as he gets to his 2nd Test 50. Really been resilient showing from him, and a very promising start to his Test career, and that says it all.
Fielder out there, but I don't think he'll get anywhere near it, will he? Yes, he does. Good ground covering from Jaden Seals. I wonder if with the wind pushing it back as well, just held it up. That is a terrific catch. He is stunned, Jackarali.
Look at the celebration. He wasn't on the boundary to start with. Jaden Seals, he had to run back. But I suspect, Bish, that he was held up in the strong breeze. That's why he got to it in the end. It was a brilliant catch. That was good. And look at him like he's saying, now that's a piece of cake.
Jackarali felt he hit it better, but that wind is gusting there. A well played 53, 2, 4, 6 for 8. Welcome boundary again for Bangladesh and Taskin Ahmed.
Full and wide, and was easily dispatched by Taskin Ahmed.
Has it carried? I think it has. That is brilliant again. Speaking of the man himself, Justin Greaves, perhaps with his second wicket. The umpires are going to discuss about it carrying. I'm sure it will go to the television umpire.
TV umpire to director, we have an umpire review for fair catch. I have checked the feed, it's a fair delivery. Show me the angle for the catch, please. Okay, no problem. Yeah, still waiting for the angle. Do you have anything else to show? Yes, keep rolling, keep rolling. Okay, waiting for another angle from the front or from the side. Yeah, roll it frame by frame. Do you have a zoomer on this one? Okay, waiting for the zoomer now. Yes, nice and slow, frame by frame. Yeah, roll it back one more time. Roll it back one more time, please. Yeah, roll it back, roll it back. Now roll forward, frame by frame. What? Yeah, frame by frame, please. Yeah, appears to be that the ball is going straight into the hand. Do you have anything else to show? Okay, so now roll it one more time. Yeah, now frame by frame. Yeah, please roll it. Yeah, one more frame, one more. Yeah, I can see the ball is going straight into the hand. Fingers are under the ball. I'm ready to make my decision. My decision for the big screen.
Should be given is given, and this is currently the best bowling figures for Justin Greaves in the limited number of test matches that he's played.
He's having a wonderful game, Justin Greaves. Mahmood is gone for 8. Bangladesh, 257 for 9.
That'll slide away for 4.
In there, almost just out of the reach of Alzari Joseph, out of his grasp. Justin Greaves with a career best so far, looking to add to that.
Looking to target the stumps. Thought Alzari got there. In the end, it wasn't to be.
Edged and over his head. So it's been quite frenetic the last couple overs or so. A fortuitous boundary for Taskin.
Well, the crowd has been enjoying it. Taskin is enjoying himself. With that 4, the lead comes down to 182 for the West Indies, and there's coach Phil Simmons looking very somber. Captain Mehedi as well, and Taskin just having a go. Thick outside edge, 4 runs.
Yeah, the feeding light again at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. And this is the way the sessions went. 1 wicket followed by 2, and then the most productive for the West Indies, 4 of them. 104 runs they conceded though, but all in all, a very commendable effort from the West Indian bowlers on what has been quite placid and trying conditions.
Bangladesh have moved to 269 for 9, having started the day on 40 for 2. They had batsmen getting a number of starts, a couple of half centuries. Mominul getting to 50, then getting out. Jaka Ali with 53, he got out. 25 to Taijul, 40 to Liton Das. No one kicking on any further or allowed to. 98 overs work in the heat so far in the innings for the West Indies, with Alzari Joseph leading the pack in terms of wicket taking. 3 for 69, 2 wickets for Seals, and a couple for Justin Greaves, who continues to impress. West Indies got to 450 for 9 on the back of Greaves' maiden test 100, and Bangladesh still trailing by 181. here at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. The weather continues to be good, bright sunshine. Unfortunately, because of the inclement weather we've had in recent weeks, there are one or two very damp spots on the outfield, so the start of play in this second test has been delayed. We have official word that there'll be an inspection, another inspection at 1 p.m. local time. We had one at 11 p.m. and they pushed it back for another one at 1 p.m. just about an hour from now. So I am sitting here at below the Kingston Cricket Club, one of the, if not the oldest in the Caribbean. 1863 is when this club was formed. And so we have a very, very special guest with us here today. It's a great pleasure for me and for all of us to talk to a man who knows about speed and pace, loves his cricket. Johan Blake, of course, is here with us, gold medalist in the 4x1 relay in London and Rio. Johan, so many accolades, silver medal in the 100 meters in London behind, of course, the great man, and the World Championships medals, youngest and fastest medalist and all of that in the 100. So thank you very much for being with us. What brings you back home? Because I know you spend a lot of time in the US.
Thank you so much, Sir Bishop. It's been great, of course, talking to you. I listen to you every day, of course, on my TV, and I'm here today. You know, when cricket is in Jamaica, definitely I have to be here, and my love for this is even more than athletics. This is my first love.
All right, let's talk a little bit of athletics first of all. There was a rumor that you were considering sort of hanging up your boots after the last Olympics. What's the situation with your active career?
Well, definitely, I wanted it to be after the Olympics that just passed. I got injured. I didn't get to do what I wanted to do. I've been training well. I've been feeling great in training. I know what my body can do, and I know I can contest with what the time is going on because I felt it in training. So now I'm back in training, getting ready for the World Championship in Japan.
Oh, that's great to hear, and I'm sure your fans globally will be very, very pleased that we continue to get to see your excellence. You've started your own private enterprise as well across in Miami. You're very active on social media. Tell us about your business venture.
Well, I have two local businesses. I have my rehab, YB Rehab and Wellness Center here in Jamaica. I launched my water business, the Riviera Water, last year. And then I just launched the Butcher's Barrel, my restaurant, fine dining and everything. So as you can see, my pathway of track and field, you know, is just setting up my business apart from that.
All right, that's great. I hope that it goes well and it lasts for as long as you want it to run. But you're a great lover of the game of cricket. We've known your interaction. We've had you in the commentary box at times during CPL and during international cricket. Where did this love and this passion emanate?
Well, definitely it starts from Test cricket. My father is a wonderful lover of Test cricket. He used to use card and time in front of the TV to watch cricket because he wanted me to be a cricketer. And that my love for Test has grown so much over the years, you know, because I travel with 7 computers, because anywhere cricket is going on around the world, I have to tune in because someday I know I'll be on the mic as well.
And you dabble a little bit in the playing side of it. How is that going? And tell me that you've wanted to be a fast bowler ever since.
I definitely always wanted to be a fast bowler, and I still played. Last 3 weeks I was in Miami playing the little league there. You know, they couldn't manage my pace, so I take a lot of wickets, make some runs, and of course I have to start back training. But this is something I'm going to look to play some of the major leagues, you know, because I have enough pace to play, and the wicket is not that fast enough to hurt me, so it's fine.
Interaction with international cricketers, you've had so many coming out of Jamaica in recent years. Who are the guys, the players that you formed a friendship with?
Definitely, you can say all of them: Ravman Powell, Chris Gale, Andre Russell, and you name the film, Marlon Samuels, all of them, Nikita Miller. We have all of them, even in the Caribbean and also overseas as well, Australia. A lot of times, Steve Smith, you know, he looked for me for motivation at times, you know, and also Hardik Pandya for some sprinting as well in India. So I'm all over, you know, I'm really love for cricket.
We were chatting off here a little while ago, and I've often espoused live on the air that certain players within the cricketing sphere in the Caribbean would benefit, as you touched on just now, from some mentoring, some coaching in the art of sprinting. How many of the guys have you interacted with, and how has it served them in your view?
Definitely work with O'Shane Thomas and Jeremy in Blackwood, you know, because he's been in and out of the test team, wanted to get fit, get his runs up, and so we've been working with him a lot, and he's going to bring Odin Simit as well to come and do some work as well. So we're planning all that, Brendan King, you know, to come and do some of that. So we're looking to take over, to give the cricketers a lot of fitness, so they can spend a lot of time at the wicket and even run much more in between the wicket.
Is that something that, and it broke up a little bit just now, so you may have answered this, is that something that you would like to see continue into the future, that sort of consultancy, that crediting and helping cricketers going forward?
Yeah, definitely, because if you look at the current state of the West Indies, if you look at the different test match that is going on right now, I'm going to stray a little. Australia and India, New Zealand and South Africa, they're scoring runs quickly, not just off the bat only, but in between the wicket. By lunchtime, they are 220, while West Indies would be probably at 82 for 3, not running so much in between the wicket. I'm saying this to say that if Kohli, Darren Sammy can say, look, okay, let's take what you want to say. Let's have these guys batting when they're tired. Let's see what we can get from them and replicate that in the match. It will be a lot different.
Well, that has gone out publicly, and I know that you've echoed those sentiments before. From an athletic perspective, life beyond your personal businesses, is there a coaching aspect in your future as well? Is that something you gravitate towards?
Funny enough, not in track and field, but yes, definitely in cricket. And also I want to do a little bit of commentary, because I love the game so much, you know, and dealing with all those referrals and the TV, is it out or it's not out, and those excitement, you know, I love it.
Okay, now commentator here, Johan Blake, the cricket commentator. But from an athletic point of view, do you push with the coaching side, the training side of that? Do you think, is that something you would also enjoy?
It's stressful. To coach an athlete is stressful, because I know what a stress I give the coach, because the program is tough. But my love is cricket, and I would love to use my expertise of strength training and also endurance training as well to help to build the guys' fitness, not just from the older level, but from the junior up.
Let's reflect then on your career in the sport. If you were to pick certain moments that you think stay with you more than others, what would they be?
There's so much moments. I would say the 1-2-3 in London, the 1926, the 9.69. I would say those moments stay with me every day. But every day, what people have been telling me is the 4x1 relay that we broke that record, you know. So that was an incredible moment.
Second fastest man in 100 and 200 meters. Your career sort of a part of the peak of it with the great Usain Bolt. What was that like, the two of you and Asafa Powell and all of those guys, that legacy and those interactions? Give our cricketing public some insight into greatness rubbing against greatness and how you fed off each other.
Training with Usain Bolt for the last 10 years has been crazy. We vomit every day. We push ourselves to vomiting. Running 10-300, he's not giving up. I am not giving up, because we know not just we're rival. If we're friends, but we're rival. We push ourselves in training. You know, when he don't come to the track, I will sit and wait until he pulled up, because I have to be the best. And to be the best, you have to train with the best. When he come on to race time, doesn't really talk to me. I doesn't really talk to him. But at the sense, but in that moment, I feed off his energy. The chemistry was there with me, and him. I could feed off his energy. So if he run first, I will run second. If I run first, he runs second. The moment that I beat him, it was And in that time, it was scary, Bish. It was really scary running with Asafa Powell, Justin Gatlin, Tyson Gay, 5 of the fastest men on the planet. There's no room for error, no room for mistake.
Is that sort of a dream come true? Did you envision yourself, because we often talk, for example, Justin Greaves achieved a childhood dream the other day, getting his Test 100 in that first Test match. He talked about dreaming about those days and that moment. For you, when did these dreams start?
These dreams start pretty late, when I was 16, because I started out playing cricket, and of course credit to Justin Greaves. He has been making a lot of runs in first class as well and carried over to the Test. And also, yeah, so those dreams start pretty late when I was 16, because I started track pretty late, because my father wanted me to be a cricketer, so I started pretty late. So during 16, coming up, getting to know Hussein and Asafa and those other guys, those when the dreams started to be to come in.
I love your father. I wish you sort of kept on the cricketing path there. We would have had another really good fast bowler, just 34 years of age. There's a great history, Johan, and legacy of athletics here in Jamaica. We saw Julian Alfred do so well at the Olympics a few months ago. What is that legacy with so many Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price, etc., here? How have you viewed that?
It's crazy here. Everybody wants to do track and field. Everybody wants to be like Shelley-Ann. And to see Alfred did what she did the other day, it also not just sparked Jamaica, but the Caribbean to show that, say, listen, if we apply ourselves as Caribbean countries, this is what we can achieve. Look at Alfred, just that one out of St. Kitts. Oh, sorry, St. Lucia.
Yeah.
And she spent a lot of time here during the Boys and Girls Champs. So a lot of people now want to come to the Boys and Girls Champs now and to go back to their country and to kind of represent their country, because we have a great platform here. Because me, Usain Bolt, Asafa, all started at the Boys and Girls Champs.
Can you put your finger on it? We have these discussions about cricket and comparing it to athletics and why the program here is so strong and has been so successful. Are you able to put your finger on what gives it that longevity in principle that we could maybe apply to the game of cricket?
But to be honest, Bish, cricket was a longevity thing here during cricket was long here. Because everybody wanted to be a cricketer. Right. Everybody wanted to be a Brian Lara. Everybody wanted to be a Garfield Sober, Sir George Edley. Everybody wanted to be that. Then track and field come and take over. We start to create dominance. And to be honest, we don't even get support here. If we have to be supporting ourselves. It's not like say the country really pushes. We push it for the country to look good. And also, well, with the cricket as well, it's dying. You know, no summer camp, no Scotiabank kiddie cricket, and all those stuff.
Right, so cricket has advantages, you're saying, that maybe one or two other sports perhaps don't have as much. Is that the point you're making? So there are pluses?
Definitely. I think they lean towards soccer more, football, as we call it in the Caribbean. Yes, because there's one time when I come to Sabina Park and sit, you have the kiddies cricket going on, and I think there's a lot of talent here that are wasted. If you see the kids in the stands, because they don't have the support, the parents can't afford it, and what they can do, go and turn criminal.
Johan, as we wind up, if you could speak to the cricketers around the region, if you could speak to young and up-and-coming cricketers about being the gold standard in their field, the best in the world, because I know you tweeted it last week about the start of the Australia-India series, and you love Test cricket. You love all forms, but you love Test cricket. What would be the most important thing you'd say to them to try to get them to attain those levels that you've reached?
What I would say to them, LeBron James spent $1 million on himself to be the person that he is. Yes, it is a team sport, but build yourself. Spend some time, get a coach, hire someone, spend some time, work on what is lacking. If you go there and you see that you're not batting long enough, spend some time with a coach and do that. Every individual, I believe the West Indies are talented just like India. India can put 5 or 10 different test teams and tour. We can do that in the Caribbean, and we can do that because a lot of people want to play cricket. Yes, the money is driving them away from the test cricket, but it's the ultimate form of cricket. You start there and build up yourself, get someone, work with them one-on-one, and build your own self. Then when you get to the team, the chemistry that is there, with everybody doing that, and everybody playing their own game, it will be magical.
Invest in yourself, says Johan Blake. That is really, really good advice. Johan, thank you very much for your time. We are looking forward to you coming up and joining us in the commentary box and doing some broadcasting. And all the best in your business ventures. Long may they continue, and in this last year of your active participation.
Thank you so much.
A big thank you there to Johan Blake. And just a reminder that we had no play before lunch because of the inclement weather, which has impacted the field. We have an inspection coming up at 1 p.m. local time. So we'll keep an eye on that. The sun is beating down here at Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. So fingers crossed. We'll take a short break. And when we come back, don't go anywhere. We will have the highlights of day 4 of the first test match that took place in Antigua a few days ago.
The Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua is our base for the next 2 days as we get to the end of what has been a gripping test match. First test of the West Indies and Bangladesh facing each other for the 6th time in the Caribbean. And breaking news for you that Bangladesh have declared their innings on 269 for 9. Remember, you have 2 days left in this test match. It means then that the West Indies lead by 181 runs Let's get initial reaction from a man who knows this squad well, Atta Ali Khan. What do you make of the declaration?
Well, certainly a big surprise for me not to see them bat.
Craig Brathwaite, who made just 4 in the first innings, but has an excellent record at this venue. His partner, Mikael Louis, was outstanding in that first inning, getting to 97, his second. Bangladesh on the offense, on the attack. It sets up what we think will be a really exciting day 4. Look forward to having your company throughout the day. Here we go, day 4. That's the line that caused Brathwaite trouble just outside that off stump, with the ball nipping away. First boundary for the West Indies.
Well, he took the slips out, an extra fielder towards the legs slip. That slip fielder would have stopped that because it fell short. Yes, it found the outside edge. It just keeps a little bit low also. So important for the bowlers to attack the stumps.
Put down. That is a massive chance dropped by Shahadat Hossain at first slip.
Regulation catch. Pretty straight and simple. Produces a genuine edge. Flies straight to Shahadat Hossain. And he grasses it. Look at that. Pretty simple chance there. Lovely delivery. He reaches for it.
Outfield has been on the slow side for the duration of the test match. Jakir Ali may have done well enough. Saved 2 runs.
The intentions are clear. If it's there, then playing some shots here. This would be tight. This will be very, very tight. I reckon he might have to signal a boundary here. We'll have another look. A touch wide. It's a good effort. Had to dive in because it was going away from Jakir Ali.
First innings, Liton Das went off the field and it was Ali that took the gloves. Looks to be 4 because of that right hand making contact with the cushion. Confirmation. Brilliant from Taskin. He has been so skillful with the ball in this test match. And Mikael Louis having a word with Craig Brathwaite, trying to decide if he should review. Don't think he's sure whether he hit it or not. Yeah, he's asked for a check.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for caught behind. The on-field decision is out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through ultra edge, please. Yes, keep rolling, keep rolling. Roll it back one more time, please. Now roll forward. Yeah, there is a spike one ball next to the bat. Kumar, stay with your original decision. Stand by. You're on screen, please signal.
Big deviation, big spike. West Indies lose their first. Taskin has his first of the innings. Going for 8, 25 for 1.
Nice shot. Is the outfield sped up enough? Not sure it'll get to the boundary. .33 for 1. Got him. That's the shot. That's the flash. And that's excellent from Taskin. It's a shot that gets Casey Carty in trouble as much as sometimes he gets success.
He's into a wonderful spell, Taskin Ahmed. He's probing away on that off-stump line on a good length. A bit of extra bounce as well. Easy catch by Joy at second slip. Jubilation for Taskin Ahmed. Look at the celebration. Casey Carty is going for 3. 35 for 2.
Almost the very same thing. Almost a carbon copy, this time from Kavem Hodge.
Very, very lucky. Good piece of bowling once again from Taskin Ahmed. The fielder was a little bit late. That one flew off the edge. It was a valiant effort, but all was in vain.
That is carried as well. That is a brilliant catch. Mamadul Hassan Joy with brilliant hands. West Indies tottering and in trouble.
Just as I mentioned, there's still a bit of sea movement occasionally. The delivery before came back into Craig Brathwaite.
Can we have an angle for the catch, please? Simon. Okay. Yeah, I can see the ball is straight into the hands. I'm satisfied. I'm ready to make my decision.
Clean catch confirmed. No problems there at all. And Shariful Islam, who was underutilized in the first innings, strikes early on day 4. Brathwaite goes for 23, 39 for 3.
What a shot. Classy from Anthony's. High elbows, full face of the bat. And the first boundary for him.
That was a top class shot. He just waited and hit the full face of the bat. Straight drive, straight back past the bowler, who got his feet out the way. Some of the bowlers would have tried to stop it because it's your bowling, but he just let it went through. No fielder down there.
First real release of pressure in a commanding way from Kavem Hodge.
It's a shot that he's instinctive with. Not a man of tall stature, so he sees this back of a length.
Nice control all the way to the boundary as well.
It's a nice safe shot because of the just short of a good length, I would assume. No big flourish really of the bat, just a punch, very precise in the placement.
Another chance created by Mahedi against Alec Athanaze, who continues to be aggressive.
Mominul Haq knows that he's in that short cover position and it won't always come easily if it comes at all. So he'll regret the inability to hold on to this sharp chance.
Hodge keeps him out. West Indies will be pleased. From 39 for 3, they've recovered, but the real winner of the session will be Bangladesh after they declared before the start of play very late. Partnership of 82 deliveries between two Dominican best friends. We'll be hoping to flourish post-lunch.
Control and really well played from Kavem Hodge. Outside the line of off stump, he doesn't have too much protection there. And a boundary to start.
Certainly was a good shot.
Inside edge. Fortuitous boundary for Athens.
He was very fortunate that time, looking to play it square of the wicket on the offside. Got an on the edge.
This will challenge the boundary. Should get there. Dribbles away now. Another boundary for Athens. This one more deliberate.
He's very strong through the offside, Alec Athens, and deliveries like those, easy pickings for him. Played it well. Timing was good. It was a teaser for the fielder.
Yeah, he's so good square of the wicket, Alec Athens. Short again from Mahedi and punished.
Easy pickings for Alec Athens. He hardly ever misses out on deliveries like those. A little bit short and wide, of course. And even though the outfield isn't the quickest, had enough on it to get to the boundary ropes. Once again, second.
Down the ground, takes on the fielder deep, wide of him, and consecutive boundaries for Athens, perhaps an indication of acceleration.
Good use of the feet, inside out. And that was a lovely shot.
Edged and taken. That's what you get for being persistent and for being patient. Taskin Ahmed on fire. Absolutely brilliant stuff from him.
Previous delivery went past the edge, but this time, no mistake. Kavem Hodge hanging his butt out. Easy catch for Litton. That's the wicket keeper. Jubilation for Taskin Ahmed. Look at the celebration. He's enjoyed that. Look at his teammates. Well deserving. He has bowled brilliantly all day. Kavem has gone for 15. West Indies 89 for 4.
Athens continues, even after losing, Kavem Hodge continues to be attacking. Hello, Courtney Walsh.
Afternoon, everyone. Nicole. As you see, Athens is still on the attack. 274 runs ahead, so you can't really fault him for that. But some fantastic fast bowling by Taskin Ahmed.
It's part first, says Nitin Menon. Bangladesh are on the charge. Athens has attacked him all day, all innings. Did he get bat on it? That will be the question. And when did the bat make contact? Athenaeus has conceded. He's hit pad first. He tells Greaves, trouble.
Another one goes. Athenaeus looked as if it kept a little bit low. Pad first. He did not go for DRS. You can watch it slowly to see for those watching at home. Pad first, big time, and that's the reason why he did not go upstairs. He had to go. Into the pad first, bat still up. He goes for 42, brings in the silver. It's 93 for 5.
My word, Taskin Ahmed. He's changing the game for Bangladesh. The Centurion can't find the same fortune 1 innings later. Taskin has 4.
That was a beauty. And that's the consistency, line and length he has been bowling during this test match. Top of off. And that's what the coaches will tell you. Keep aiming for top of off. If the batsman miss, you hit. And that was excellently executed by Taskin Ahmed. He celebrates. He's happy. He's got another wicket to his name. Justin Greaves has to go for 2. It's 95 for 6.
(1-0) to Alzari Joseph.
Well, he's not going to stick around. He's going to play shots. As you say, they had exchanged words. And Taskin smiling. But I'm sure you'll remember what happened yesterday. Touch too full, and Joseph is not going to miss out on that.
There's the channel again, just a hint outside off. Will get a boundary.
Not what fast bowlers like to see. Your good deliveries going for 4. But this is the nature of this game as well.
Nicely played again. De Silva's had difficulties with the ball coming into him, but a couple of deliveries he's played and managed well. Into the wind. And they've put down a few catches in this test match. Mominal hack it was on that deep mid-wicket boundary, but that is why they've got the ring of 3 deep fielders leg side.
Went high, the wind took control, and Minimal couldn't. You expect those to be taken at this level? Don't think the fielding coach would be very pleased, but he kept his eyes on it all the way, kept running in, then he got to it, where he did all the hard work and then didn't complete the catch. He will be disappointed and gutted, and so too will Mehedi.
Back into the attack. It's got awareness from De Silva, both mid-on and mid-off up. Bit of aggression from him. Don't always see that to bring up the 300 lead.
Well, he has welcomed Ty Jillison to the 4. Good use of the feet. Well struck. Straight for 6. All the way.
Excellent from Bangladesh, who have another wicket. West Indies looking to take on the game and build the lead, but it's brought this Tigers side into the game with wickets.
disappointed the Silva. You can tell. Short came back, uppish, and a good smart catch. Waited and watched it all the way in. Very disappointed Da Silva. He goes for 22. And it's 124 for 7.
On a surface which might do a little bit more. 4.
Yeah, that's the type of approach we've seen from Alzarri Joseph, looking to take on the bowlers. That one angling down the leg side. And a healthy swing off the bat from him in a portion. Had enough on it to go all the way for 4. Yeah, that's botched. That's gone. And this is what Alzarri is trying to do, but it's Kema Roach who shows him the way with a 6.
You've seen Tajul Islam picking up a wicket in this spell. That's a terrific hit. Not afraid to play some big shots, no, but to time it, it does go all the way.
But that's the one, flighted, fielder settles under it. Good catch. Jacarali, the man with the take in the end, and that is what he was setting it up to. Flat, 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 and tossed up, and Joseph falls for the trap.
You called it earlier. Something had to give in this over. 4 deliveries, 3 out of them, 3 were played defensively, 1 was missed. This was Jacarali finally forcing Alzarri Joseph to try to play the big shot. Madison Miraj has the last laugh. He goes for 17. 144 for 8.
What a shot of authority from Shamar Joseph. He likes to play his shots, gets off the mark with a boundary.
Brilliant. What a lovely shot this is. Short, and it pulls it beautifully. What a boundary. Picked up the length very quickly.
A first 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket for Taskin Ahmed. The 29-year-old has bowled in a heroic manner here in the Caribbean. What a performance that has just shifted the impetus here on this 4th day, and he doesn't deserve it any less than anyone else.
Went for the Yorker, a full pitch delivery, came off the bat, but he won't mind that. He'll be very, very happy. You could see from his jubilation here, the way he went about it, he went and kissed the turf as well, because this meant quite a lot to him. Here he goes now, telling thanks for the surface. As hard as he worked, he well deserved it. No one is happier than he is. Shamar Joseph had to go for 4. It's 151 for 9.
Brilliant catch, absolutely outstanding. That is terrific to close out the innings. Wonderful change of pace, it looks like. We've seen the full set of skills from Taskin and Mehedi Hassan Miraj snatching it. 6-wicket haul for Taskin Ahmed. The match ball is his.
And there he goes showing it. He did take some pace off. You'll want to look back at it again, but deserving that match ball. A fantastic catch by Mehedi. He shows the match ball to his teammates and everyone around the ground, few that are in. But it's Taskin Day. This has been the Taskin Ahmed show. He bowled extremely well, very consistent, hitting good areas. And I think quite fitting to get the last 2 wickets to have fallen today. Kimar Roach made 12, but West Indies being bowled out, and there is Bangladesh now having a little discussion in the huddle. But this is the last delivery, slow delivery, taking pace off. Kimar Roach getting caught with that, going through the line, and look at that catch. A fantastic catch by Mehedi, the captain. You can see better this way, just roll the finger down, taking the pace off, and he'll be very happy with that. Fantastic catch by Mehedi. Flatten out. West Indies being bowled out for 152. Taskin with fantastic figures of 6-4. There he goes with the ball, celebrating, giving it to Casey. He has already kissed the turf. Phil Simmons, the coach, acknowledges that. And that is his figures. 14.1, 1 maiden, 6 for 64. Look at that smile. You can see it from here to Dhaka. You'll be a happy man. Time for pictures to be taken. That smile is not going to leave for the next 2 weeks. I can guarantee you that. I know the kid well. He's over the moon. Here he goes again. Another kiss for the ball. Very well bowled, Taskin Hamid. Much deserved.
It means that the West Indies bowled out for 152. They had a lead in the first innings, and so Bangladesh need 334 to try to win the test match.
The opening batters for Bangladesh will have to negotiate the new ball. 334 is what's needed for them to win this game.
First wicket for Roach, another against Bangladesh, and the first for the West Indies. The struggles continue for their opening partnership, the Tigers.
That is the start they were looking for. They had to take wickets with a new ball, and Kimar Roach responding in a good way. Inside edge onto the stumps, and look at the celebration. Aren't they happy? What a start for Kimar Roach and the West Indies. Just making sure that didn't overstep the mark, Kimar Roach. Zakir Hassan has gone without troubling the scorers. Bangladesh 1 for 1.
Nice push. And we'll get to the boundary. So first boundary for Bangladesh in this chase.
Very good seam presentation from Jaden Seals, but just over pitching a little bit, and was driven down the boundary line for 4.
Seals has joy. It's been brilliant from the West Indies pacers in this opening 4 overs, and Bangladesh in trouble.
Beautiful delivery from Jaden Seals. He's been probing. Look at the seam. Perfectly positioned. And an easy catch. Justin Greaves made no mistake. Jubilation for young Jaden Seals. Hassan Joy's gone for 6. Bangladesh in some trouble. 7 for 2.
Another delivery that goes across Mominal. This time he's able to make contact and get a boundary.
Jaden Seals wouldn't mind that. He found the edge of the bat, but it flew through the slip cordon.
There's a noise, there's a noise. It hits something. Shahadat is indicating, I think, arm or something of that nature.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for caught behind. Downfield decision is not out. I have checked the feed, it's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through all tries, please. Take it back one more time. Yeah, now roll forward. Yeah, freeze it here. There is a spike on ball next to the gloves, and there is no gap between ball and gloves. Kumar, you need to change your decision. Stand by. You're on screen. Please signal.
Yes, decision overturned. I think that Shahadat felt it went on to the elbow, but it brushed the glove. He's gone for 4, 20 for 3. That hit something as well. Was it glove? Joshua Da Silva got a good piece of it. They seem to think it's glove again. Oh no, oh no. 2 and 2, 2 and 2. You feel for Shamar Joseph. You really do.
Trying to play each and every delivery. That was a straightforward chance. A sitter.
Isaac and Ed, magnificent from Kemar Roach. Third time lucky or unlucky for Muminul Haq. 2 chances in the last over, not so much this time. The old boy has turned back the hands of time.
Great reflexes, never easy for a bowler to take a catch of his own bowling. Magnificent. On his follow through with the left hand stretching out and inches off the ground. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Mominul Haq goes for 11. Bangladesh are all sorts of trouble at 23 for 4.
That's quite good from Mehdi Hassan.
Unconvincing, but will go to the boundary, taking on the short delivery, Mehdi. Good afternoon, Cuddy.
Good afternoon, Samuel. Well, this morning we saw the Tasket Hamid show. This afternoon is the Kemar Road show. That one just helped along to the boundary. Oh, that was close again. Might go all the way for 4, but you can see he's just hitting good areas consistently. Swinging it both ways. Batsman has to play. And on that occasion again, unfortunate for it not to carry the hand, but you could see the intent. Just look at where it has pitched, Samuel, and then just at late movements, he has to play. and who almost. Good effort.
Yeah, that would have been a brilliant take. We've seen a few good catches so far in this test match. Edged again. Shamar Joseph again. He must be feeling that today isn't his day.
Wow, this is the third one that has went down. He had 2 in 1 over, and now this one travels at a good height, and you expect those to be taken at this level. You got to catch those.
Again, hand it, just parried away. And you can see Shamar Joseph, he's almost crestfallen. His other fast bowler, Jaden Seals, cannot hold on. Timed almost to perfection, but too close to Seals. A valiant effort, but again, that goes down as a chance. 4 of them now.
He must be asking himself, what can I do to put my name in the wicket column?
And that should be 4. A little bit too straight. It started and went further down.
Yes, and with the pace of Alzari, rushed over the rope. Just came inside and played it very fine.
Takes him on, fielder there, finds the fielder. Alzari Joseph with the catch, and finally a wicket for Shamar Joseph on the 5th opportunity. And he can be all smiles now. Litton Das again with that pull shot falling.
Well, as I said, he had the fielder there, he had support, he went for it. And this time Alzari hold on to the catch. And once again, the pull shot is his downfall. Nice and easy, good height. Alzari wasn't going to put that one down. Very happy. Quite right, too. Finally, his name is in the wicket column. Litton Das has to depart. He's made 22. It's 59 for 5.
Pull in front of square, and that should go to the boundary. Confident way to get off the mark for Jacarali.
Didn't have enough height on it, so he was able to roll it down, his hands over it, keep it down, hit it in front of square, and made good contact as well.
Uncontrolled, and for a while Craig Brathwaite was down there at short fine leg or deepish fly slip. Fine leg, 83 for 5.
Another one that's marginally out of reach. They thought they had him after a while, Mahedi, but he continues. Another short ball that Mahedi's taken on. He really has taken that one on. It's gone all the way for 6. 98 for 5.
Yeah, it also tells you what you're talking about. Once the shine of the ball goes off, then it's easier for batters. This time it's connected well and it's gone the distance from the bat of Mehdi Hassan Miraj to pick up his first 6.
No mid-on in place with the West Indies on the attack. So 8 runs in 2 balls for Bangladesh as the 100 comes up. He holds on this time. That is a stunner from Joshua De Silva. And finally, the West Indies have got Mahedi.
Stunning. Absolutely a stunning catch. Forces Mehdi Hassan Miraj to play on the up. He just could not believe his eye, turning around and seeing that catch been taken right in front of the first slip. Wow, what a catch. Was taken a blinder. Jaden Shields have taken another wicket. Madison Mirage gone for 45. More trouble for Bangladesh. 1 or 2 for 6. Knocks him over. Full and straight. He picks up his third.
It's been a capitulation from Bangladesh, but a celebration for the West Indies. Natural for Seals to get that in swing to the left-hander. Perfect seam position again. He's got 3. And the West Indies seamers on top. They're 3 wickets away from winning the first test. Taijul Islam gone for 4. 108 for 7. $109 for 7. This is Test match cricket at its finest. Some quality fast bowling leading to 17 wickets. The most ever taken in Antigua on a day of Test match cricket. And first of all, Taskin Ahmed in that second session, and then this West Indian 5-prong pace attack, you could call them, will be overjoyed that they've taken 7 wickets and are 3 away from winning the first test. And the chances created by Shamar Joseph, who removed Liton Das critically for 22. Mahedi was good again. He's been the savior in this batting lineup. But 6, 0, 11 and 4 in that top 4, that will be the big concern.
Yeah, it was right from the word go. Kemar Roach making them struggle, denting the hopes of Bangladesh, but picking up not just 1 or 2, but he ended up picking up 3 for 20 in 8 overs. Jaden Shields also backing him up by picking up 3 for 31. Shamar Joseph, unlucky not to pick up more wickets. Quite a few catches being dropped off his bowling. 1 for 22.
$109 for 7 is where we stand. Bangladesh need an unlikely 225 runs to win the test match, but only have 3 wickets in hand. The West Indies will be hoping they can wrap things up quickly and get their bowlers off their feet, because the Jamaica test match, the second test, is right around the corner.
has been an exciting year of cricket for the West Indies, and it continues with We Home for Christmas. West Indies versus Bangladesh. Desh here in Kingston, Jamaica, live from Sabina Park. Sun is out in its full glory, but unfortunately those wet areas still a concern. We do have an inspection in 10 minutes. A few of the players have also arrived. Joshua Da Silva on the right of screen, vice captain of this test squad, having a chat with Andre Kohli, and there's Captain Craig Brathwaite alongside assistant coach Jamal Smith. And players, crowd, as the Bangladesh team players have also arrived, and they'll be hungry to get out there and bounce back. But everyone around the ground, and actually the support has been quite impressive given that we've had no cricket. The stands, people are here at the Kingston Cricket Club. They're here in the cricket cave, upper deck, and they're enjoying some music as of now because we have no play here in Jamaica, but we do have an inspection coming your way shortly in 9 minutes time. Reminder, yeah, and those are the wet areas next to the surface, a few on the deep cover boundary as well. But great to see people coming back to Jamaica. First time in 3 years that Test cricket returns here, and I really do hope that we have some action for them to enjoy. And speaking of enjoy, it's been an enjoyable series and season for the West Indies. When we look at this Bangladesh schedule, obviously we had the first test, which was emphatically won by 201 runs over in Antigua. Today marks the start of the second test in Jamaica, and then we'll see the return of the likes of Shea Hope and Nicholas Pooran, many others, Robman Powell, when the White Ball CG United ODI and T20I series rolls around. Begins December 8th, finishes right in time for Christmas, December 19th. Right, and as you enjoy your Saturday and wait on the action, I hope you've enjoyed the highlights of that first test match. It all ended on day 5. Let's reflect on what was an emphatic win for the West Indies. Hello and good morning. Welcome to day 5, first test match, West Indies versus Bangladesh. It has been one of attrition throughout the 5 days, with the game coming to a crescendo. West Indies needing 3 wickets to win the first test, Bangladesh needing 225 runs to win, which is unlikely after losing the wicket of Mahedi yesterday afternoon, but they will still believe that they can frustrate the West Indies by occupying the crease. Hassan Mahmood to support Shakir Ali. Still a lot to play for these two coming to the middle. A couple of 50s for Shakir Ali in a couple of test matches. Average is healthy, above 40 at the moment. Good opportunity for him to spend some time in the middle and acclimatize, as he's done well so far in West Indian conditions. Hassan Mahmood, fast bowlers need a raise. Seals to begin proceedings. Again, nice control. First boundary of the morning.
A little bit ill-directed that time from Jaden Seals. And a nice tickle down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
The edge is found, and the West Indies have their first of day 5, and Joseph has his first of the innings.
Good delivery. Mahmood had to play. Good seam presentation. Just touch the edge, an easy low catch to Joshua Da Silva, the wicket keeper. Early success for the West Indies. Mahmood is gone, didn't trouble the scorers. 113 for 8.
Now they take the single. Oh no, they don't, because they get a boundary. Joseph just wants the ball at Taskin. Good batting though from Shakir Ali.
just opened the face of the bat and guided it down to, he's not a muse, Alzarri Joseph.
Brilliantly played. Came across his stumps, Jackie Ali, and a bit of his white ball game coming out now in this test match.
We've seen that before, where he goes so far outside off stump. He tends to move a little bit early as well.
Did come across, he came across to his detriment. Jackie Ali will review it, but we think that is adjacent. Good from the West Indies.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Appears to be no bat involved. Can I confirm with Ultrach, please? Let's keep rolling. There's a gap between bat and ball. Satisfied. No bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready. Original decision out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wicket sitting. Stay with your original decision, Kumar. Stand by. You're on screen. Please signal.
The fight is over for Jackie Ali, but a lot to be pleased about in this test match. Going for 31, 129 for 9.
Would have been gone had it hit.
That is a joke.
Taskin retains the strike. 1-3-2 for 9. Bangladesh declared at 9 down in their first innings. And they're shaking hands, so it looks as though they've declared again. The hostility of Alzarri Joseph, I think it won't be said, but I think he's had an impact on both declarations. Can't prove it, but it is an 8th win for the West Indies against Bangladesh in the Caribbean. A win by 201 runs here for Craig Brathwaite's men. Against Bangladesh at North Sound, Antigua continues to be a good hunting ground for the West Indies against Bangladesh.
It has been a serious issue, a major concern. Phil Simmons and company will need to address that as quickly as possible. This is what they did in the second innings. Look at that top 4, nothing. There's a bit of resistance from Medius and Mirage, the skipper. 22 from Leighton. Jackie Ali looked the most impressive in both the innings, but nothing much from the rest.
Three wickets to Kemar Roach. He was phenomenal again on day 4. It was Alzarri Joseph who made the real cut and thrust here on day 5. Shamar Joseph with a wicket of Liton Das yesterday, and Jaden Seals continues his impressive run in Test match cricket. And that West Indies batting through that first day, when I think the pitch was perhaps at its spiciest, was very decisive in the outcome of the match. For them to push on to get 450 courtesy Justin Greaves, 100 was instrumental. Bangladesh then declaring on 269, surprising us. Start of the day's play. And the West Indies 1-5-2 all out courtesy Taskin. Excellence. Bangladesh declaring on 132 for 9 courtesy the injury to Shoriful, and winning by 201 runs to lead the 2 Test match series by 1-0.
And welcome back to Sabina Park, Jamaica. It is where we will have this sojourn of the next 5 days in this second test match. West Indies looking to repeat history. They won 2-0 against Bangladesh last couple of times they visited the Caribbean. And if you're now joining us for the first time, we were scheduled to start at 10 a.m. But of course, we are 3 hours late with wet conditions. A few minutes ago, we had umpires Nitin Menon, Kumar Dharmasena out in the middle. Asif Yaqub, correction, out in the middle. Nitin Menon on third umpire duties. Zahid Basrat, the fourth umpire. And there's still areas of concern next to the square. And that's what they were looking at. The teams have arrived at the ground, so they're eagerly waiting as well. Let's get a closer look, though, and try to understand what conditions are truly like with Samuel Badri.
Right, I'm down at ground zero. The umpires, as Nikhil just mentioned, they had their 1 p.m. inspection, and it's the same area of concern, 2 areas adjacent to the pitch on either side. During the last few hours or so, the ground staff, they've been continuing to work diligently. They've put a lot of sand on the wet areas, and the hope is that this sand will absorb the moisture. So it's acting sort of like a drying agent. And in addition to that, they were rolling the surface for quite a lot of time just for it to form a crust. I can tell you what though, it's extremely hot out here in the middle. The weather has been kind, it has been cooperating, but those rainfall overnight and yesterday is what has caused these areas of concern. The breaking news then, the umpires have decided that there will be another inspection at 2 p.m. We are getting closer, I think, for the start of play in this test match. The players are here. They'll be going through their paces quite shortly, but we'll have to wait for at least another hour when the umpires return to make another inspection, and hopefully at that stage we'll get a lot closer to the start of this second test. So that's it from down here, Nikhil. As I get further information, I'll be passing it on to you guys.
Thank you very much, Sam, and great to see wind coming across the ground from the east as well, which will assist in that drying process. Everyone is trying. It's an all hands on deck effort. The ground staff have worked tirelessly from the beginning of the morning, but as for now, nothing to report until 2 o'clock when we have that inspection. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll switch to some one-day international action. You'll enjoy highlights of that first ODI between the West Indies and England. Opportunity for Rifa and Brathwaite to learn amongst the elite umpires. First runs for England in the series, and fittingly it comes in the form of a boundary for Phil Salt.
Yeah, again, looking for that lavish inward movement to the right-hander. Just 3 deliveries in. It doesn't go quite as sharply as the first one. And Salt, who's going through the offside, has come on leaps and bounds since his debut.
Yeah, this time too full. And the minute he misses his length, Will Jacks pounces.
Yeah, and that is the issue. When you're not blessed with express pace, your line and length has to be immaculate. Not so on this occasion.
Top class shot of the day so far. Yeah, it's a shot that has dismissed him in the past, Phil Salt, but gets a boundary.
It's a position that's really gone out of fashion in modern ODIs. Just a regulation sort of backward point position that John T. Rhodes and co made famous back in the day. Saw England and Australia go without a fielder in that region at all during the recent series back in England. Shot. Fabulous. Plenty of fielders in that region, but none could get in the way of that from Phil Salt. It's a really sweet boundary to finish off the 7th over. 30 without loss.
Yeah, and a second boundary in the over in the offside, where Ford does not have any boundary fielders. So he'll be disappointed with his line. And they've done well to put him under pressure and score against him. 23 runs from his 4.
Nice hard length. Oh no. It's a valiant effort, but 4 overthrows. Hello, Carlos.
Afternoon, Bish. Not upset with Evan Lewis one bit here. It's proactive, it's good intent, and there needs to be someone backing up the 3 fielders in that region. Hetmeyer, the deepest of them all.
Oh, that's a terrific catch. That is athleticism supreme from Alzari Joseph, helping out his fast bowling colleague. But that's the length. Hit them off that length or try.
Sensational catch from Alzari Joseph. Once again, as you mentioned, Bish, good length. Hitting closest to the sticker. And Alzari Joseph pedaling back, eyes on it. Outstretched arms. Composure from Alzari, elation from Jaden Seals. Disappointment for Phil Salt. He's gone for 18. England 39 for 1.
There's a little bit of swing on it. 2 fielders. It's finally held by Gudakesh Moti. He had Alzari in his peripheral vision. I just got the feeling that held its line as it arrived at the bat. 2nd wicket for Seal.
And that's that more tacking length that we're talking about. You only get away with that length when you've built pressure. And he's forcing it. Will Jacks. And it's a very good catch by Gudakesh Moti because of what happened. You'll see Alzari Joseph shot right there. But I think that's testament to the local man's knowledge that the wind will be blowing from mid-off where he stood to mid-on where Moti was. Jacks loses wicket for 19. England 46 for 2.
Oh no, Alzari will be livid because he helped out Jaden Seals with that outstanding run-in catch, and now his colleague hasn't repaid him.
I think that is the source of Alzari's frustration more often than not. It's a bit wide if you're being critical. Controlled by Jordan Cox, but should be 1. And a spill on the boundary by Jaden Seals means it's 4.
Nice sweep from Cox. So many teams in the world employ orthodox and reverse sweeps now.
Jordan Cox very proficient in this stroke. The sweep, you will see the reverse sweep as well. Very technically sound. Just one man to beat in front of square.
That's nice from Jacob Bethel, and it will feel very good. Free his arms. A boundary on the onside for the young Englishman.
Yeah, that's the first successful cross-batted stroke we've seen. These have generally been on the fuller side of a good length. Bethel is very, very quick onto that, pulls it way in front of square.
Wow, fantastic. 4 more. This time over square.
Now Zari Joseph is ticking here. He's had misfields, overthrows off his bowling. Just went a little shorter. I don't think the first ball was meant to have been a bang-in delivery. But
Well, there's 4 more. Prolific. Young Bethel. This one down behind third.
yeah, quite deliberate. Lovely little glide. It might just have gone a little bit finer than he would have anticipated, but certainly was aiming in that direction. Joseph, who's tried to adjust that length, gets a little bit wide. Bethel is off to a flyer now.
Oh, this one is up in the air. Will it be another? Yeah, dismissal in a similar fashion. All 3 have gone similarly. This one now to Matthew Ford.
Well, well, well. Jordan Cox attempted to pick that ball up over deep mid-wicket, banking on the fact that it was going to come back into him from that pushed-in angle from Ford. Again, the ball just stands up on the seam a little. Ends up top-edging it down to third man. It's an excellent catch. West Indies break through once again. And that burgeoning partnership has been extinguished. Jordan Cox on debut with 17 from 31. England 86 for 3.
Oh dear, this will be soft as. He'll be disappointed with that, Jacob Bethel, but more celebration for the men in maroon. Matthew Ford with his 2nd.
Well, again, Bethel has played 2 beautiful pull shots off the extra pace of Zari Joseph. This time he simply gets through it too early, hits the Q end of the bat and goes straight up in the air. Simplest of catches to Brandon King, and another England wicket falls, another one caught in and around the ring. And Bethel's promising knock comes to an end for 27. England now in some bother, 93 for 4.
All about the timing from Sam Curran. Big opportunity in this series for him. First boundary in 55 deliveries, 104 for 4.
Half pie, half rice. Neither off the back foot or the front foot, but beautifully timed.
Oh, that's beautiful. Confident, belligerent, straight down the ground, and a welcomed 4.
The key with this is not to look to hit it down the on side of the pitch, because there's a long on in place down the right side of your screen.
Well, he's gone down the ground and really unleashed Liam Livingstone. First 6 of this encounter and of the CG United ODI series off the bat of the captain, and it also brings up the 50 partnership between these 2.
It is why England need their captain for this series to bat deep into the innings, not just putter along.
Well, another one. He's enjoying it, chipping down the wicket. And that's lost. Another ball, please. 6 more from the captain.
Liam Livingston flexing. And again, he's decided to come. He wasn't quite there to the pitch, and because it was shorter than the one he hit in the previous over, he had to drag it into the wind at mid-wicket.
And that's going to be 4. 10 off the last 2. We're sensing a little change of momentum here. Press gas, says the captain.
It's been a good year with the bat for Liam Livingston.
Oh! It's put down. Unusual from Shimron Hetmeyer. He's such a nifty fielder. Roston Chase is mortified. Could have got that elusive wicket on the last ball of his spell. Have a look at this.
Yeah, he got low enough. And I think it might just have hit just above the palm of the hands, near what we call the heel.
Oh! Well, what a heartbreaking dismissal for the England captain. 2 off the milestone of a half-century, a soft chip back to Gudakesh Moti, who picks up his first.
Did it straighten? Did it hold off the pitch? We've often talked about left arm spin to guys like Livingston. It took a while for Moti to get his first, but he's finally gotten it. An important one. Livingston goes for 48, 165 for 5.
He's gone after him right away. No sighters for Sam Curran. Oh! Well, he was following it all the way. He was underneath it, Kesey Carty. Didn't manage to hold on, got a hand to it. He's got a life.
It was a challenging opportunity. It's not straightforward. Matthew Ford was coming from Kesey Carty's right. It's the type of catch that Alzari Joseph took this morning.
Mosley goes over the leg side into the wind, and he's picked out the fielder. It's Evan Lewis at deep mid-wicket. Moti has always had that little bit of extra cover, not in terms of fielders outside the circle, but in terms of that easterly breeze. Mosley went for it and has perished.
Smart bowling from Gudakesh Moti. 89 Ks the ball before, 84 this delivery. Just a subtle drop of pace. And not enough pace needed to cut through the wind. Dan Mosley goes for 8. England 179 for 6.
They weren't thinking about him sweeping, I don't think. Very, very strong down the ground is Jamie Overton, and we're going to go upstairs.
Original decision is not out. Pitching in line, impact in line, and wickets hitting. Rod, I'm going to ask you to overturn your decision of not out to out. You're on screen, signal now.
Well, Rod Tucker has to change his mind. Alahuddin Palaka, third umpire, has given Jamie Overton out. He's absolutely stone dead once it missed the glove. And his stay was short and not sweet at all. First ball for naught on debut. England 179 for 7. Down the ground. No, he's picked him out. Hetmeyer doesn't make a mistake this time. Curran had decided that he was going to go even with 10 overs left and Rashid at the other end. Moti was his matchup, but Moti has knocked over both the left-handers and picked up Liam Livingston. It's been an excellent spell in the dying overs from the left-arm spinner. And there goes Curran, and perhaps there goes England's chances of a defendable total. He goes for 37. England in big trouble, 187 for 8.
It's really good placement from Adil Rashid, and will get into the boundary. Much needed. 45 deliveries it's taken to find the boundary.
Enough opportunity in first-class cricket over many years to stamp the approval of his capability with the bat for Rashid. Hold your length.
This could be another boundary, will be another boundary. England get 9 to bring up 200 for 8.
Two nice shots from Adil Rashid, just hitting with the angle.
Straight up. And Shea Hope makes no mistake. Finally, the West Indies have gotten the 9th wicket, and Joseph has his first.
Good gumption and character shown by Joseph. Remember, the previous delivery was pulled away for 4. This one may be slightly shorter, not a genuine short delivery. But again, Archer looking to fetch it and play the horizontal bat shot, and found the pace, the line too hard to handle. He goes for 7, 204 for 9.
Joseph has another. And finally, the West Indies are able to dismiss Rashid and dismiss England for 209 in this first one-day international. It's been resilient from Rashid, but Joseph has his man in the final half.
It's good reward for Alzarri Joseph. Sure, he's been gotten away for a few more runs than he would like, but I thought his bowling, certainly in his initial spell, was better than his figures reflected. And when you put in the investment, sometimes you get the reward a little bit later. But a good compliment to the work of Ford, of Seals, and of Gudakesh Moti. And a little bit of help from Ruston Chase's economy. He stuck to length bowling, which has worked at the back end for him, Alzarri Joseph. Now it's about the work with the bat coming up for the West Indies. Good stuff though from Moti, excellent, brilliant.
Livingston top scoring, the captain, with 48 in good time as well, 49 deliveries. Decent partnership with Sam Curran, but Moti removed both of them. 209 is all they muster.
.39 for the opening salvo, 40 between Cox and Jacob Bettel, 72 between Livingston and Curran, and they would have wanted, both of them actually, to take it a lot deeper into the innings. West Indies did not allow it, and that's a credit to them. Mosley 14 between himself and Curran, and yeah, I thought actually Seals was very good. That second spell where he took 2 wickets, including a wicket maiden, was instructive. Ford also followed that up with his own 2 wickets, and then Moti outstanding with Joseph coming in the back end and picking up his 2 wickets.
Outside edge, Brandon King, he loves driving through the offside, so that will excite England with a slip in place.
Yeah, England had 2 slips for the left-handed Lewis. Because England are trying to get the ball to go back in towards the off stump of Brandon King, they went with just the 1.
He has connected with that one. And great awareness of the field as well. 8 from Turner's second over, 17 for none.
Yeah, got away with the first one. Miscued it up and over mid-wicket, but this was right in Evan Lewis's wheelhouse. On the hip, swivels on it. No intention of doing anything other than hitting it over the boundary for 6.
Yeah, that fine leg fielder was quite wide. Just working it off his hip, Brandon King. Second boundary for him.
Yep, just as he was starting to fret a little, he got a freebie from Jofra Archer. Just got the line a little too straight.
So strong square of the wicket. That will release the pressure.
Got to be so pinpoint with your length at Evan Lewis, particularly for a chest-on bowler like Turner. And more often than not, is going to pitch the ball outside that left-hander's leg stump.
Oh, smashed. So elegant. Evan Lewis announcing his return for a six. Third six in this innings for him.
Elegant is a good word, Alex. And with all the swing that was on show, he's been in a real proactive mood.
What a beautiful shot. Outstanding, Brandon King getting involved. Full face of the bat. 4 more for the West Indies. 13 off the over, 9 gone. West Indies 46 without loss.
Great shot from Brandon King, a trademark cover drive, as elegant as ever, all along the ground. And I think we've seen the ball stop swinging, so it's not been that prodigious swing back into Brandon King to cramp him.
Oh, did you hear the sound of that? Cracked away into the onside, another 6. Evan Lewis marauding in North Sound.
Power from Evan Lewis in front of square, even over mid-wicket. Goes to show how well he's seeing it. A delightful crack.
Oh, this one is in the air. There's a fielder running towards it. Is there enough? 6 again. It's raining 6s in Antigua.
Adil Rashid would not be unhappy with that. That's into the wind, not controlled. 6 nonetheless. A little bit of a shimmy down, hand off the bat, not quite there. Will Jacks always felt as though he was in the game. Ultimately, he wasn't.
Just working it now. Tickled away for 4. Behind square, another 4. First 4 of Evan Lewis's innings. And these folks are loving it.
Yeah, delicate. Just to mix with the power. And if you told Evan Lewis he hit his first 4 to get to 49, he'd tell you never.
That's his 50. An entertaining and well-deserved half century for Evan Lewis, appreciated by his team. 14 gone, West Indies 77 without loss. His 11th half century, Evan Lewis, and it was really stylish.
You do need 20 overs to make a game, so no team can get points and use it up for Lewis. Without 20 overs, yeah, this is bad. I'm not happy about this. Covers are coming on. We need to build indoor stadiums.
The revised playing conditions are these. We've lost 15 overs of the match, so Duckworth, Lewis, Stern have done their bit, or its bit, and the West Indies need 76 more runs in 20 overs, 120 balls. Oh, that's got to be out, surely, yes. The only question perhaps was whether it pitched outside the line of leg stump.
Waiting for ball tracking. Original decision is out. Pitching outside leg. Leslie, I'm going to ask you to overturn the decision of out to not out. You're on screen. Signal now.
Off spin from Livingston, the England captain, to the left-hander, and it is dispatched. That has been hit with ferocious power and a bit of quality to finish the 16th over from Evan Lewis. 87 without loss.
Just like he's been batting in the nets in the rain break. Lovely over cover. Nice mix of power and class.
Boundary again. All else have struggled to find the middle of the bat on this surface this afternoon and this evening. Not Evan Lewis.
Yeah, there's been no hangover from the rain break for Evan Lewis.
4 more. Nobody behind square on the boundary on the leg side. Lewis finds the gap once again. Celebrations are... I'm not sure they've stopped celebrating, really. Independence Day tomorrow here in Antigua. 3 years of it. On these islands, Antigua and Barbuda. Filthy delivery, dispatched as you would expect by Evan Lewis. The 100 comes up for the West Indies, and they are galloping towards this target now.
Served up and dispatched into the wind, no less.
Gets it this time. Oh, he's nailed it. Absolutely nailed it over long off. The rehearsal didn't go quite so well. Second time it disappeared.
A little bit of width, full of a length, mid-off is in. That could only spell one thing when Evan Lewis is in this mood.
Brandon King finds the middle of the bat, but finds the fielder. Wouldn't you believe it? Barely timed a thing for his entire stay of 55 deliveries, and the one time he connects out of the middle, he hits it straight down the throat of Will Jacks.
Off the bat, you're thinking shot. And then you would have seen the fielder head in the air. That's the end of a painstaking knock. However important it may be. 30 for Brandon King, 118 for 1, West Indies.
There is an answer to that strike rate question. Carlos. Carty is in no mood to hang around.
Love this.
And he's so right about batting being a pleasure, often called a batsman's game for that reason. Tickled away for 4 more. Well, he doesn't need many more, and there are 6 of them.
And that's what he tried to do. He needs another 6 with 13 runs required. The pride of the West Indies at the moment with 100 in the last game in Sri Lanka, and he tried perhaps to get it with another 6 to back up that 100.
He's thrashed it, there's a man there, and he's taken Evan Lewis a bit of a smile, but I know he'll feel that. Pocketed by Jacob Bethel, and unable to reach his triple figures. What a wonderful innings comes to an end.
Looked to have come off low on the outer half of the bat, very low on the bat, so therefore there wasn't the distance and the power generated in initial 6s. But it's been a very good knock and a continuation of good form by Evan Lewis. He goes for 94, 144 for 2.
Well, you'd think, looking at that, as the West Indies canter to victory here in the opening match of this 3-game ODI contest. It's an old rivalry, one that often brings out the best of the West Indies, no matter where they are in terms of the world rankings. And that they have totally outplayed England here in this first match of 3. Handshakes all round. England will know there's an enormous amount of improvement to be made and required. And the West Indies and their skipper, Shai Hope, who has become used to turning over England in recent times in ODI cricket, can celebrate an excellently orchestrated win here at North Sound. And West Indies squeezed England until they popped, and they were dismissed for 209. In reply, well, it was all about Evan Lewis. He was quite magnificent. They weathered a really difficult time of it in the power play. John Turner on debut and Jofra Archer finding some movement and bowling with good heat, but both he and Brandon King got through that. 118-run partnership set things up. There was a rain delay that brought the target down to 157, and West Indies got there at a canter. Lewis, the only downside for the West Indies was that he didn't make his 3 figures, falling at 6 runs short. 1 wicket for Adil Rashid, 1 wicket for Livingston, the 2 leg spinners. But in truth, England were way short of the standard that they will be aspiring to, and the West Indies have dispatched them in no uncertain terms by 8 wickets.
sun-drenched Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. We have had no play yet on the opening day of this second test between West Indies and Bangladesh. We are told that the next inspection, though, will be in about 15 minutes' time at 2 p.m. local time. So the problematic areas have been getting a lot better over the hours of sunshine that we've had. So that is very, very promising for play starting later today. In the meantime, we will enjoy some of the highlights of the second one-day international played earlier this month between the West Indies and England.
Through the offside. That is signature Brandon King.
Yeah, absolutely right. And England denied him that stroke for the entirety of his 56-ball stay on Thursday. This is the very first time he's been able to peel it off, and it is a beauty. Ball does nip back from John Turner, but just a little bit too wide to start with, and he gleefully pounced on that.
They've got him driving again, England. And look at the jubilation for John Turner, his first international wicket. It's a big one.
Yeah, huge moment. Really big moment in the career of John Turner. He's had to wait a long, long time. First of all, to put on the shirt. And now he has picked up the wicket of King, just driving away from his body. It wasn't a half volley, it was slightly on the up, and that is a magnificent catch from a terrific athlete in Jordan Cox. Disappointment for King, absolute elation for Turner. King goes for 7, 7 for 1.
He's touched it. There's the short ball, which has worked so well for Evan Lewis, this time to his detriment.
Well, this is superb. Spoke on Thursday evening about John Turner to the left-hander and the difficulty for him finding a good enough line to the left-hander with his chest on action. Immediately he goes around the wicket to Evan Lewis. Perhaps there's a touch of fortune in that, but the ball not coming off at the sort of pace that Lewis was expecting. Little glove through to Phil Salt, and that is a huge, huge breakthrough for England. The destroyer from Thursday night has been knocked over for 4, 12 for 2.
Hits it to ground that time, so an over of incident, one missed opportunity, one boundary, 29 for 2.
And you love to see batters taking the challenge head on. What was nice about that is that he learned from earlier in the over. Instead of going aerial, made a real effort to get over the bounce of it.
It's a top shot, hit with the wind. And the first 6 of this contest.
So much to love. The shot from Shea Hope, the disdain, the bordering on arrogance, the look away. He knows this ground so well. He knows he's hitting with the wind.
It's a top shot. Control of it. Is that a sign that the pitch may be starting to ease, or just a class of hope?
Aesthetically pleasing from Shea. You always know the form of a batter with the execution of an on drive. Sublime.
Nice. Second 6 of the innings, both to Shea Hope. And maybe Adil Rashid will have to bowl a little bit straighter.
Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. There's so much technically sound about this shot. Give himself a little bit of room.
Missed his length again for the first time in a couple of overs. And that's as pleasant a drive as they would have seen from Shea Hope again.
Once again, the on drive. Slightly full, presenting the full face to the bat.
Oh, nice. Split the fielders. Carty cut behind square for 4. First boundary in 42 ball.
Yeah, excellent timing. Livingston just got a little short, a little wide.
Well, intent shown from Shea Hope with the wind, and that's his 50. Unbelievable stuff. His first 50 in 9 ODIs, his 26th ODI half-century for the West Indies.
Yeah, he's a class act. 3 sixes in the innings thus far. Just so quick onto this. Bethel drags it down. It's a poor ball. And as Alex Jordan rightly said, downwind. No thought other than for the maximum.
Similar area to the first delivery of the over. This time, though, he does find the boundary, Shea Hope. .114 for 2.
100 partnership up for these two.
There may have been a nick there, folks. Big moment in this match. We'll have a look when we come back. 117 for 2. It's a chance, Carlos, he would expect to take.
Yeah, well, both from Jacob Bethel as well. This ultra edge confirms there was a nick.
That is great awareness of the field. Mid-off comes up. Shea Hope says, thank you very much.
Sublime again. Jumping onto the back foot, transferring his weight, giving himself just a little bit more time.
Great authority in that stroke to get to 50. A 5th one-day international half-century for Casey Carty, who continues to develop confidence at the highest level.
Batsmanship of the highest order in partnership with Captain Shea Hope. And playing the sweep, rolling the wrist on it. Immense control and well played, sir.
Great dexterity and intelligence. A very confident knock this from Casey Carty. 139 for 2.
You felt as though he looked at that one before that he let pass and thought he could get something on it. Some will say an edge.
Yeah, short delivery. The field was set for it, but he just has enough. John Turner took the catch, but in the end couldn't get it back into play. First 6 for Casey Carty.
This is a win for Geoffrey Archer and Liam Livingston. Square leg came in. Short ball was employed. John Turner, valiant effort.
Bowled him! Finally, the breakthrough comes from England, and unsurprisingly, the man is Adil Rashid. Casey Carty, a good innings, comes to an end.
Googly, and there was a little feather on it, so he just might have picked it, but not enough to negate the turn. Adil Rashid is bowled a lot straighter from this end. Carty goes for 71, 155 for 3.
Well, it's not really needed too many to get in there. Shafane Rutherford, second ball. And a boundary.
And that's what I mean when they're trying to, the partnership has set the foundation for Rutherford to try to express himself. Smart shot because there's a long on and Adil wanted him to hit it down the right side of that shot, that picture there, that screenshot.
So big swing, it's in the air and it's against the wind, but there's enough on it. Dropped in the crowd, first maximum for Shafane Rutherford.
He's got such fast hands and such power. He can hit the ball offside and onside with great energy.
Well, he rehearsed it the ball before. Shafane Rutherford, second six. This one behind square.
That's what I mean. It dictates the length of the bowler, whereas where they go hard into the pitch because they don't have any protection straight down the ground.
Class again from Hope. He just, the beautiful way that he positions his body, then opens the blade to make sure that he finds the gap. It's absolutely stunning batting. 90 from 106 for him, 215 for 3.
So much to love, using the pace for the length from Mosley. Probably trying to execute the York and just missing. And Shea managing to carve it between the mid-off, was in the circle.
Oh, that's beautiful. Such a good shot, such a good shot from Rutherford. Simplicity in itself, but highly skillful.
Composure. He's going aerial. He's opening the face slightly to get it away from the sweep on the boundary, but it's also composed.
Bang. This man is so dangerous, so good against spin. And that is a 35-ball half-century for Shafane Rutherford. And he has done it with great style and with great ease.
Once again, over cover. A little bit of room, had the length, and expertly dispatched.
Is it going to go all the way out? There it does. Well, England needed that. It looked like Dan Mosley out there running around on the sweep on the offside. Livingston can breathe a sigh of relief. It was a trademark effort from Rutherford. He plays this extraordinary shot off the back foot where he hits it with a straight bat over extra cover or over mid-off, but on the first occasion really since he came out, didn't find the timing, had a bit of a heave at it, and that's excellent from Mosley.
Rutherford, 36 ball, 54. West Indies lose another wicket, 2-3-4 for 4.
He won't be catching that one. That one is gone. This is the danger that Hetmeyer presents against spin at the death. Long way up the bank, all the way for 6.
Cracking song off your bat, a little shimmy down, and bang. Hetmeyer would have felt he probably didn't put everything in the ball before. So we had quite a lash at that one.
He's got that one too. Doesn't have to come out of the middle. So strong, so committed. And the West Indies are on the charge here.
Ridiculous hitting from Shimron Hetmeyer. Again, a shimmy down. It's outside the eye line, wide of off stump.
Down the track. That is so good from Shimron Hetmeyer, who's brought real aggression to the crease.
Just like Rutherford before him. The innings is set up for this type of play. He'll be hoping Hetmeyer that he can go towards the end of the innings.
This time has to depart. Good comeback from Adi Rashid, who has Hetmeyer again.
Didn't get to it on that occasion. We'll find out whether it was the googly. The ball going away from Shimon Hetmeyer has proven to be an Achilles heel. Quick fire 24. He wanted to be there for longer. 265 for 5.
Shea Hope on 99. Will get to ODI 100 number 17. He has been a source of joy for thousands of West Indians around the region and an example to follow for thousands of young batters around the world. Salute to the skipper. Has got it wide of long on. This is the other aspect of his game he's added now, Shea Hope, the acceleration part.
Might be cramping up just a little bit when he got to the 100. He limped a little bit, and he's limping after this stroke as well. Well, you hope in the worst case scenario it's just cramp.
Similar area, this time better connection. Yeah, he's struggling with that injury, so maybe now 6 hitting is the priority.
He'll pick his area as well, as he has done twice in this over. Hitting with a slight wind is more than a slight wind if he needs it.
Looked to be a slight cutter, but another boundary for Shea Hope.
Our ball tracking has suggested 8 times that they've taken pace off the ball, the seamers, and that was one of them.
There is pace off again. The entire over has been, and it sets up wicket for England, and the big wicket of captain Shea Hope.
And that's an indication of what we're talking about. He should have gone a lot more pace off a lot earlier in the middle overs at least. The skill is there, asking him to fetch it from wide of off stump, incapacitated as Shea Hope is with the leg. The pace off has worked. It's a top class knock from Shea Hope. That cannot be understated. 297 for 6.
There's pace off. Again, wide this time though, so Chase is adept enough to get it past the one fielder in the offside.
It's such a good shot because with pace off the ball, you expect it to go in front of square. But Chase is skillful enough to first of all get it to the right of short point, but still hit it to the left of the sweeper.
Has he finally middled one, Matthew Ford? Yes, he has. This is the all-round prowess he brings to an 11.
A work in progress. Generally about his game, but yes, you're right. He does have, as we've seen once or twice before, ability with the bat.
That is into the wind, but massive, very valuable runs for the West Indies, and they know it.
Yeah, part of what Saqib Mahmood would have wanted would be for him to hit the ball that side, maybe a little bit of pace off.
This is such good ball striking from Matthew Ford. 3 sixes. Listen to the crowd.
After being struck with the ball into the pitch, he decided to try to go Yorker. Missed his length. And Ford backed up his power hitting of the previous two deliveries to the delight of Shofane Rutherford.
Goes wide Yorker, successful. So anticlimactic end, but it is 19 from the 50th over to push the West Indies to 3-2-8 for 6. Good batting conditions, but that is a big score for an inexperienced batting lineup to try and chase. But innings highlighted by the brilliance of Captain Shea Hope. 117, 17th ODI 100. Rutherford was very good, 4th consecutive 50 in ODI cricket. And then a blitz from Hepmeyer, Chase and Ford to end the innings. Well, 9 bowling options for England. Pacers were a tad expensive other than Archer, who picked up his first wicket of the series. Rashid went at 6 at all, but that's almost a rarity, but picked up 2, and Livingston 1 wicket. So England will have their job cut out for them. A couple of those names will have to bat. Livingston, Bethel, Jacks.
Creamed. Can't afford to give Phil Salt any width these days. First boundary of the innings.
It's a small margin. We'll get to it in the next over, but small margin when you're bowling that outside off plan. Ford probably expected to come back in a bit more. Just held its line after pitching. That is too straight. Doesn't bring those slips into play. Instead, allows Salt to get a second boundary.
Well, one of the things that the West Indies had in their favour bowling first on Thursday was the fact that there was that bit of swing, quite a lavish swing, when the ball was brand new, but also when the ball hit the surface, it just held and made stroke play quite difficult.
That has been smacked. A lot more of his runs this year have come in the offside. Enhancement of his game, Phil Salt.
Yeah, top of the bounce this morning was perilous. Brandon King trying to drive on the up before the pitch had dried out a bit. Not a bit of it anymore. And that's top of the stumps, and he just stands up and crunches it through extra cover.
Wide this time from Ford, and England have really been on it to start today.
Yeah, it's not going to be as straightforward for West Indies seamers today. Surface has dried out nicely.
That is not the line to bowl with this field. Runs are flowing in abundance.
Well, no skipping across the crease this time for Will Jacks. And there's the consequence. Foot and a half outside off stump. Again, rather like Phil Salt in the previous over. He just stands up on top of the bounce. Hands go through.
There is a fielder there, this time to the plan. Matthew Ford with the last laugh. And you can see he's livid with himself. Much closer to the plan, and it works for the West Indies.
Perhaps playing a bit of cards, a bit of poker with Ford, thinking, well, he's not going to bowl me another delivery wide of off stump. So he does jump across this time and tries to smear it into the leg side and picks out the fielder on the fence on the leg side. So Jacks is livid with himself. Ford is a little bit happier with himself. Everybody seems to be cross. But England are 37 for 1.
That's a beautiful shot. Full face of the bat. Down the ground for 4. That's the 50 up for England.
Authoritative from Phil Salt. Stand and deliver all along the ground. Top of the bounce, full of length.
This time up and over Jayton's head. A bit of a chase, but the ball will win. 4 runs down the ground, and England continue.
Good from Phil Salt. This time hitting it a little bit earlier, more length to hit through. Wanted to go aerial, and it was a nice controlled aerial stroke.
Well, that's high and easily taken by the captain. Breakthrough, Shamar Joseph with his first one-day international wicket. Jordan Cox had been struggling, so he sent him home.
What a moment for this young man. He's been on a good length and then bang, fire in Babylon. And a blow to the helmet off the edge. Pouched by the skipper Shea Hope. Made an ODI wicket. And the Shamar Joseph success story continues. England lose the second wicket, 63 for 2.
Whipped into the leg side and away for 4. That's the 50 up for Phil Salt of 42 balls. He was a big star for England last time they came December 2023.
Did that come off the bat? Had, so will be 4 runs nonetheless. England going along nicely in this partnership, 94 for 2. Use of the feet. Very smart, very effective.
I was reminded this morning of a piece of literature, a study of the game that talked about Asian players and how they play spin. They either try to get right forward and get very close to the pitch of the ball within a couple of feet, or right back.
Well positioned, just had to beat Hetmeyer in the circle. Bethel now pressing on the accelerator.
And look at this shot closely. Look at him come down inside the line, meaning more towards leg stump, and open the face of the bat in an almost obtuse manner to get it to the right of short cover.
And immediately Salt has gone after him. Moti, whose catching has improved drastically over the years. Matthew Ford back into the attack and into the wickets.
Important wicket. It went very, very high. Moti had a lot of time to try to settle, consider the wind coming across him, which could have pushed the ball back over his head. So that meant it wasn't a straightforward chance. But chance grasped nevertheless to the delight of the bowler. Salt went for 59, 107 to 3.
Oh, Lord have mercy, that's gone a long way. Liam Livingstone, a man who was renowned perhaps more for the odd big shot than the odd big innings. England need the latter from him today, but that was a trademark. Big one from the England skipper.
Definite sign of intent against Ford. Salt lost his wicket, and Livingstone has lost the ball. Same intent, different ends of the scale. But this brings Matthew Ford into the game.
Oh, he was quick onto that. That is a magnificent strike. Absolutely superb from the young bear. That is the end of the 24th. 138 for 3.
Climbed into this short delivery. Given the room outside the off stump, spanked it through mid-wicket. Almost long on.
Oh, shot. wasn't that short or wide from Chase, but Bethel's footwork made it.
Yeah, real good transfer of weight from Bethel. Made it seem a little bit shorter than it was. Can he be a bit full of Chase? I think yes.
Oh, he dragged that one down. There was a gasp as soon as Roston Chase let that one go. He knew it was a bad one. It's been put away. Back-to-back boundaries. 10 from the over. Chase under pressure.
And that's what good shots do. Overcompensation.
Dragged down again, and that is 6. That'll be 50, a maiden 50 for Jacob Bethel. He has played with great calm, great assurance, no slogging. And that is a moment he will remember for a long time. Job not done, but that'll make him feel very good indeed.
Uses his feet again. Down the ground, but it's caught. He goes this time, much to the delight of this crowd here. Jaden Seals with the safe hands, and it is Roston Chase with the breakthrough here for the Windies.
So much in this dismissal. We mentioned wickets could change the balance of power given the position of England prior to this delivery. And the matchup of Roston Chase, sometimes the matchups, you make them work in your favor. Right-handed off spinner to left-handed batter. And like Saul, Bethel, who had entrenched himself and gotten to 50, now departs for 55. 160 for 4.
Launched into the wind, ain't no bother. 6 from Curran. And some happy English supporters.
It's a rare long hop from Gudakesh Moti.
Well, he's found a boundary. 34 balls since the last one. Freed the shackles a little bit, Curran.
And you saw the change of grip as Jaden Seals got into his gather there. If you looked closely, you could see the fingers coming off it and pace off into the pitch, but well spotted by Curran himself.
What a lovely sound off the bat. And it will be back-to-back boundaries for the Englishman.
So 2 boundaries, back-to-back boundaries, and that helps the rate required come down before this over started, which was about 8.5, 8.6 required, now down to 8.28 required. As long as a batting unit, you don't allow dot balls now to accumulate again.
He's got enough and got it straight enough as well. A 54 captain, Liam Livingston, who's managed and balanced attack and responsibility in this second one-day international, trying to guide his team to even the series.
Nice use of the feet again.
He has sized that up. That is mammoth. Almost taken as well. Two, 4, 3 for 4.
What a shot. Off the stumps, full delivery and length. Absolutely smashed.
Leg side again, attacked. Liam Livingston has gone up a gear.
Just sliding across the off stump in the stand. You can see there, set himself beautifully. Split step and bang.
Does go again and gets 6 more. They're feeling the wrath of Livingston.
Come on, Neville.
What a way to bring up the 100 partnership. Liam Livingston goes big again. Covering off stump this time. Back in his ball striking ability.
It's a well-paced half-century, a second half-century in ODIs for Sam Curran. He's played well, he's balanced this partnership with Liam Livingston, and he'll be hoping that he can finish the job. Well compiled.
Yeah, well played.
For that very reason, because he anticipates that with the field, the line is going to be out there. So he's standing on off stump and then makes an additional shuffle.
Oh boy.
Yeah, perfectly described.
All the way for 6. The 8th 6 of the innings into the wind. And this has been a masterclass so far from Liam Livingston in terms of pacing and stroke play.
Yeah, we know he can play the big shot. We know that he has the power. Having that temperament to go up and down the gears.
Another one. This is glorious from Liam Livingston. He likes it. Number of people feel he's not a strong offside. Well, you wouldn't say that today.
It's absolutely smash fit. Over the wicket, round the wicket, makes no difference. Misses the mark again. He's trying to get it underneath Liam Livingston.
He's gone too close to him. As a delivery, I mean, because it's gone away from Moti. The biggest over in the game continues to grow, and there's another delivery to come. Given the task of leadership for this tour, Liam Livingston has played with great responsibility and skill to bring up his first one-day international 100. He's always had the talent. This innings has helped it to be realized. Got him. That wide line into the wind proved successful for Matthew Ford. He has a 3rd wicket.
Well, is it too little too late, or will there be a twist here at North Sound? Just didn't quite get the connection. Slightly slower, Matthew Ford. Therefore didn't have the pace to smash it up and over that man into the wind. It's an excellent innings from Sam Curran. He'll be disappointed not to be there at the end, but he's got England mighty close. 300 for 5.
He tried to go for the stumps, and that's the risk. That is massive from Liam Livingston. Instead of going wide, he got close to his target and disappeared.
Just missed it, didn't he? Just missed the Yorker by a matter of a foot. And this is brilliant from Livingston. He has to dip, has to get down low to make sure he can get the middle of the bat on it. And how?
Oh, he goes over stumps again and he disappears. That's the challenge of bowling straight and the wind coming across the ground.
Yeah, 25 overs, 26 overs in. I think I was on commentary with Carlos Brathwaite, and he said if England just hang on in there, there is such a lack of experience in terms of death bowling in this West Indies lineup.
Enough on it, just enough on it. It is a 6-hitting fest for Liam Livingston of late in this innings.
Oh, hands on head for Shamar Joseph. He thought he had his man, but it's just brute strength this from Liam Livingston. Nowhere near the middle of the bat. He's so strong and swings so hard.
Whoa! It is rare that you see a bowler take evasive action. Shamar Joseph had to do that there. 24 of that over. 3-2-7 for 5. 2 needed. They will rise to salute Liam Livingstone. It has truly been a captain's innings of great responsibility that allows England to square this series at 1 apiece. It's the second highest successful run chase in ODIs in the Caribbean. And their predecessors were the highest successful run chasers a few years ago as well. But what an innings from this man, the captain. And defending totals here at Sir Vivian Richards continues to prove impossible.
England got off to a decent start. Phil Salt was 59 from 59. Cox unable to get going. Shamar Joseph saw him off. Jacob Bethel made a maiden 50 in one-day international cricket at number 4 and looked every inch to the manor born before he donated his wicket a little bit off the bowling of Chase. And then it was Livingstone and Curran with that excellent partnership that got England on the cusp of being able to deliver the coup de grace at the end, and Livingstone did that, and no mistake, finishing 124 not out.
A West Indian bowling unit minus Alzari Joseph, but that is nothing to be sniggered at from England's point of view. You play against what is put in front of you. Ford with 3 wickets. I thought he came back well after an indifferent first spell to pick up wickets. But Seals, profligate. Shamar Joseph had a good first spell, but travelled at the back end, and so too Moti. No wickets for Moti. That was key. None for him in the middle overs. And the Chase 1 for 53. So chasing here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, proving successful for the 7th consecutive time after the West Indies compiled 328 for 6 on the back of Shea Hope's 17th one-day international 100, Carty with 71, and then England through Livingstone, Salt, Bethel, and Curran. That's an interesting quartet there in terms of names. Lasting their way home and winning by 5 wickets to square this 3-match series with 1 game to play.
I'm excited. Here we go.
Clean them up. What a welcome. That was disdainful.
That man keeper was.
That is pure brute force.
And he's got another.
How's that been taken? That is unbelievable.
Dominance continues in the Caribbean. West Indies drew first blood against Bangladesh earlier this week in Antigua with a slick victory in the opening test. Success was built on the back of Justin Greaves' maiden test century. It is the realization of a childhood dream, his maiden 100. And the Windies fast bowlers proved too much for the Tigers' bats in both innings to secure a convincing win early on day 5. Welcome to everyone to Sabina Park here in Kingston, Jamaica, as we get ready for the start on the opening day of this second test between the West Indies and Bangladesh. West Indies one up in this two-match test series, and finally, after a delayed start here on day one because of inclement weather, because of trouble spots, because of the water in the outfield, the umpires have deemed that we are ready to begin. Play will start at 3 p.m. local time, but for now, we will go straight out to the middle and join Samuel Battery with the captains.
Yeah, such a pleasure to be out in the middle here at Sabina Park for the all-important coin toss. I'm surrounded by captains. Craig Brathwaite, the captain of the West Indies, Mehdi Hassan Miraz, captain of Bangladesh, and former New Zealand captain and a man who scored a century here in 1985, Jeff Crow, the match referee who would oversee the toss. Craig, why don't you give it a flick?
Head.
Heads is the call.
Heads it is, Bangladesh.
And heads it is, if you can just come here. Mehdi, first of all, toss decision, what are you going to do first and why?
Yes, I'm going to bat first. The wicket seems to look to good wicket, and I think the wickets looks good in this. I'm just going for the bat.
Any changes to your playing 11 from that last game?
Yeah, we got two changes. Sadman is playing, replaced his Zakir Hassan, and Naidran is playing, replaced by Shariful. Yeah.
Yeah, when you look at this test match, Mehdi, it's the 5th test match in succession that you guys lost that last one. What would be the areas of focus for you, and what as captain are you looking forward to your players?
Yeah, definitely. It's been tough, the last match. I think the boys very excited. We have to get a score in here, especially the batsman, the top order. So we're looking for the scores. So I think if we get a score in here, definitely would be good for our teams.
Given what we saw in that first test, no doubt it will be another trial by pace here. How do you see your batting group adapting and coping to what's in store for you?
I think it's been challenging everyone. I think is this condition we have to learn quickly. You know, the boys very excited, and we just practicing last 3 or 4 days, and this is the new condition as well. You know, so we just try to like bat longer, and we have to keep partnership all the times. I think the boys very excited. We learn from quickly in the previous match.
Thank you very much. All the very best, Craig. If I can have a quick chat with you. Firstly, Craig, a very special day for you today. 86 consecutive test matches for the West Indies, eclipsing a record held by your countryman, the legendary Sir Garfield Sobers. What does that representation and longevity mean to you?
You know, for me, I want to be an example, you know, for guys to follow. Obviously, in a world where there's T10 and T20, which is lovely, and obviously the balance is amazing, but, you know, I still believe Test cricket is, you know, alive. And, you know, I hope I can inspire, you know, many more West Indians to want to play Test and obviously balancing with T20.
Sabina Park, historically, Craig, has produced some thrillers. You were here in 2021, that 1-wicket win against Pakistan. When you look at the conditions here, do you see a similar sort of assistance for your fast bowling battery?
Yeah, I think it's kind of similar, albeit cricket obviously is starting a bit later, so a lot of the moisture is out of it. But I still think with the grass on the pitch, you know, I think the new ball is quite crucial. So we got to utilize that today for the 45 overs. And even if we don't get wickets, we got to be tight. But, you know, yeah, I think it would offer a bit, you know, especially with the new ball.
The last time you played against Bangladesh here in Sabina, you scored a century. I'm sure that's a memory at the top of your mind. Does that help in any way as you head into this game?
Yeah, for sure. I think you always, you know, you got to draw from, you know, scores when you did well. Especially, you know, when times are tough. And, you know, just to think back and in terms of the thoughts you would have been going through different processes and to believe in yourself, I think that was the main thing.
Any changes to your playing 11?
No, same 11.
Thank you very much. All the best, and I hope that you play quite a few more test matches, Craig.
Thanks a lot.
Well, there you have it, folks. The news from out in the middle. Bangladesh, they've won the toss, and they've decided to bat first.
Thank you very much to Samuel Battery, and of course, a record for most consecutive matches for the West Indies. Craig Brathwaite has overtaken the great Sir Garfield Sobers. Desmond Haynes also had 72 prior to that record. And of course, the exciting fast bowling prospect, 22-year-old Nahid Rana, into his 6th test match. And the numbers don't quite emphasize what a talent he could potentially turn out to be. He's quick, he's rapid. Hopefully they see the best of him here. Yeah, really, really pleased again that we have the privilege of your time for this, I suppose, shortened period of play with Atar Ali Khan joining me here. Toss won and choosing to bat first. What do you make of Mehedi's decision?
I'm surprised, to be very honest, because if you look at the weather conditions, if you see the amount of rain for the last week or so, even before that, one would have imagined that perhaps winning toss and bowling first, because there will be quite a lot of moisture here. That's the reason why it's a delayed start also. And I also believe that there's a little bit more grass left if you compare this pitch to the one at Antigua. So yes, definitely a surprise for me for Madison Mirage to win toss and deciding to bat first.
All right, let's find out now what we can make of these teams with a couple of changes for Bangladesh.
Yeah, expected. There was Nahid Rana was on the card, so exciting prospect, and he comes in right at the bottom, replacing Shoriful Islam. But at the top of the order, because they've been struggling with the opening pair, they've brought in Shadman Islam, who's played 19 Test matches. This is going to be his 20th Test match. He is a sort of a grinder. He likes to stay in the wicket, left-hander again, but otherwise, same combination apart from those two changes.
West Indies themselves have remained unchanged for this Test match. Kind of expected, really, with Seals, Shamar Joseph, Kemar Roach, and Alzari Joseph, along with Justin Greaves, the seamers for the West Indies. If they need part-time, then they will go perhaps to Alec Afanes and Kavem Hodge. These sorts of I suppose, occurrences with such a late start to the game, how do the teams handle that? How do they stay in tune?
It's not easy because they don't really know when it's going to start, but you need to be mentally prepared. You're professionals. The inclement weather can set you back and make you stay in the dressing room, but I think the discussions in the dressing room before coming in onto the ground would be okay. We have to wait, but once we do get an opportunity to get on the field, you've got to get yourself switched on. I think that is the key, to be able to get switched on. There you go, Nahid Rana. I'm really looking forward for him. We will have to wait because Bangladesh have decided to bat first, but when you decide to bat first, important is put runs on the board.
Yes, and both teams would have had their practice sessions impacted by the inclement weather at various times leading up to this Test match. How it's impacted the surface out there, let's ask Samuel Badri, who's hard at work once again looking at the surface.
The umpires have had a few inspections already, and this time that they've deemed the conditions have improved significantly enough for a 3 p.m. start. So the areas of concern, good to go. What about the surface then? Let's have a closer look. There is a nice even covering of grass on this side. On the other side, there is more patchiness, so you can expect some variable bounce there. This venue, though, historically, it has favored the fast bowlers. There are some cracks beneath that covering. No doubt they would increase in size as we go through this Test match. In the last 10 Test matches, there was only one draw here at Sabina Park, so a win or a loss is quite likely. Fast bowlers, dominant. It will be a challenge. Both teams have quality fast bowlers in their ranks. The batters, well, it will be a test for them. Good Test match awaits us.
Thanks there to Samuel Badri. You understand that this session could consist of 45 overs, 3 hours, weather and light permitting. So, Atar Ali Khan, these guys, the two Josephs, Kemar Roach, Jaden Seals, what we saw from them in Antigua, how psyched up and how energetic should they be?
Oh, they'll be right on the top of their mark, but what they would need to see is a little bit of assistance in the catching department. Remember, they did not get that support from the field when they created chances, but Kemar Roach was outstanding. Alzari Joseph, excellent. Jaden Seals among the wickets. And what about Justin Greaves as a bowler? Because in these conditions, the seamer will ask questions. If they maintain the line and length they maintained in that first Test match, Bangladesh, watch out, because they need to be really good, not in terms of being how to play defensively, but more importantly, when and which ones to let it go to the keeper.
Have you had any interaction with the guys in terms of how they might have gone into what little practice sessions they might have had in the preceding days?
Well, I did come across, because we're staying in the same hotel, so we did come across few players and a bit of a chat. But once again, unfortunately, inclement weather did not permit them to go and practice the way they would have practiced.
Yeah, that's most unfortunate there for both teams, really. And conditions here, this crowd has turned up. They've been here from morning, hoping that play would have started a little bit earlier. So it's great to be back here at Sabina Park. After so much history, we're talking about Test cricket since 1930. They saw that world record at the time, which stood for so long from Sir Garfield Sobers, that 365, the Kingston Cricket Club there, one of the oldest, if not the oldest, in the Caribbean. So the anticipation, and you would have watched cricket here on television, of Sabina Park.
I mean, it's a historic ground, and when you mention players like Sir Garfield Sobers, you just look back and reflect in awe that what did we see, what did we witness when he scored those runs at this ground. That should inspire the Bangladesh team to be able to be a part of a group of people who have done well in the past and who can also do well in this test match if they go on. Because what I'd like to see from Bangladesh team, batting first, is someone from the top order needs to get a big 100 to make an impression. Otherwise, it's going to be the same old story over and over again.
Thank you very much, Atta. Well, this certainly is one of my favorite grounds anywhere in the Caribbean and the world during my playing days. To be here, and Craig Brathwaite, I'm certain, has enjoyed being here at different times. 86 consecutive test matches for him going past Sir Garfield Sobers. Let's hear now from the current West Indies captain on that record.
Happy for your face.
But to play 85 test matches in a row, you know, it means a lot. I have to be extremely thankful to be able to be fit. Obviously, God bless me, you know, for no injuries in that period. But to play 85 games in a row is hard work. You know, you got to be mentally tough. It's nowhere where you got to improve because oppositions always come, you know, at different ways throughout your career. And it's just knowing what to do, how to improve as a player, you know, through. I mean, up to this day is the same thing. But hard work for sure and dedication and discipline is very, very important. And obviously to pass Sir Garfield Sobers, you know, that's almost unimaginable, to be honest. You know, it's a sense of honor. You know, I mean, Sir Garfield Sobers is a legend of the game. He always gives, you know, his advice, you know, whenever we see him. And, you know, obviously you could see why he was great, you know, from obviously the way he moves and the way he talks, how confidently he says about, you know, certain situations of the game and certain shots that, you know, he would have played. Obviously, injury could happen at any point for any player, albeit batting is a lot easier on the body compared to fast bowlers. You know, so to be on the park for all 85, I got to be thankful, you know, for being blessed with, you know, the strength to be fit for every game. That's one, and then obviously performance, you know, comes into play.
A wind that has come swiftly and appropriately off the bat of the West Indies captain and leader. And he has given them a series victory.
Would have loved to be playing, you know, T20s and stuff around the world, but, you know, that's not how it worked out for me. And everyone has a different way of going for their career. But for me, it's been easy, you know, just, you know, doing to be a successful test cricketer. And, you know, and the ups and downs. I think that's one of the biggest challenges. And I will always tell any younger guy, any guy aspiring to play as a batsman, yeah, it's good to come in and get a debut 100 and a maiden 100. That's lovely and your average looks nice. But it's when the failures come in, You know, it's how you deal with it, and I think that's what makes you a test cricketer. If you can deal with those pressures around, and that's my advice for everyone. You know, everyone aspiring to play is obviously the greatest format. You know, it's where legends are born, and I would say I'm extremely thankful to have been playing for this period.
A landmark of the highest order for Craig Brathwaite. Test century number 9, he becomes the 18th West Indies Test captain to score one.
I remember the 100 I made against South Africa when they were number 1. You know, at that age as well for me, you know, being 24, 25, I mean, for me that was amazing. The 100 in Australia, you know, a couple of years ago, that was, I mean, they were number 1, and for me that was amazing. But for me to say, you know, the Henley 100, unfortunately, I didn't get the double 100 off, you know, out for 95, foolishly, but that happens. You know, we won the test match, and you know, they won like South Africa and stuff, but that game was drawn through to bad weather. But we lost the game in Australia. So for me, like, I feel better with the 100 that we won the game. And you know, for me, the Henley match meant a lot for us. You know, coming off from a massive defeat in the first pink ball test, so to come at Henley and to be able to contribute to the team, you know, getting 100 there in that game, that one meant a lot. Majority of my 100s I really loved, really enjoyed. But beating England that day, I think that was very special for us as a West Indian group. And for now, I would say that's number 1, but it's very tough to choose one. It's 12 now, hopefully it'll be 12 more, you know, in my career. But I tell you, every one of those 12 has been special to me. But the one in Sharjah, that was nice as well. I remember, you know, for the spinners, I used my feet a lot. One of the most times I used my feet in a test match. I'll never forget that. And you know, that was a great feeling, man. We were down 2-0 that series, and obviously winning the last game, you know, was obviously a nice feeling. You know, after obviously Pakistan had us 2-0. And being knocked out in both of those innings was special as well. So, I mean, to be honest, all 12, I could say all 12 are special, because the feeling hadn't changed. So, you know, obviously you ask a question, I am trying to answer it, you know, by choosing one, but really, I don't really think I could choose one. Like, I have a friend back home, he has his idea, which is my best, but then I don't agree with him. So both of them were special. I must say all 12 have been very, very special to me, because it takes a lot of hard work to score a test 100. Unfortunately, you can't make it in 30 and 40 balls to make it easier. You know, you got to grind for a couple of hours to get 100.
Now this will do very nicely indeed. Very deftly, very sweetly, tucked away behind square on the offside. And this is the reward for monumental effort and concentration, and a lot of skill as well. This is what's known as leading from the front.
I mean, as any batsman will say, but obviously for me in my journey, if you come on tour and you're now looking to play work, like we said a week before and stuff, it's too late. So I'll say one thing I've learned is, you know, you go through a series whether you do well or not, and you got to understand what you got to work on, because guys are going to keep coming with something different always. And the key is to do it in your off season. Make sure you put in that work, you know, before you get to the next tour. Don't wait till the next tour then to start, you know. And that's one thing I've learned, and obviously continue learning, because as I say, every series, every game is always different. One thing I'll say is putting in that hard work, you know, off season before a series starts, putting you in a better position, you know, to be able to score runs.
How you doing? You good? Nothing beats hard work, and what is important is doing the hard work always, and not just when coaches are there. I think that's what will make you go to the next level. Well done, well done.
Test cricket is the ultimate test. You will be a legend from Test cricket. That's one thing I know. You know, if you look at all the legends in world cricket, Test cricket is what they come from. And you know, playing a simple defense is what the basic stuff. And once you can do that, then you can play any cricket in the world, T20, T10, T5, whichever you want to play. So once you have that foundation from playing Test cricket, you know, it will set you up to play every cricket in the world. Alzari Joseph is one for me. He loves Test cricket. He loves Test cricket, and obviously he's being IPL and everything, CPL, everything, and he's still here. And that's one example that I could give the guys to follow. You know, he does it, and obviously I hope he plays a lot more Test matches as well with a lot of success. But that's a great example that you balance both. You can do it. To play 100 tests was my dream. And one thing I'll say, I could never be in this position without God. I must say, you know, putting God first has helped me throughout my career from primary school, never forget. And obviously, my two grandparents who, you know, are not with me now, but you know, they've done a lot for me, you know, through their prayers and stuff. I would never be in this position without them. And also, obviously, my father, you know, who has been there, you know, for me for cricket from a young boy. So, and my goal, and I'll never forget, my coach, Mr. Ashley, at the time, and he never forgets that my goal was to play 100 Test matches, not to play for West Indies. You know, I didn't just want to play and, you know, or score 100 and stuff, and then it done there. No, I don't want to finish there, I want to play 100. So, you know, to play 100, yeah, that would be everything. That's what my life has been, playing Test cricket. And yeah, it's very thankful to be in this position right now, to be captain and played 95 games, obviously closer, you know, to that turret. So I can't really express how I will feel on that day, God willing. But it's everything. Test cricket is everything to me. I can't express the feelings that I will feel towards, you know, that special day, to be honest.
It really has been an admirable journey for West Indies captain as he continues to lead the team and continues to lead Test cricket in the region as captain, and he will be hoping to lead the next generation. Great to see the younger children here at the ground. They've been patiently waiting for their moment to escort the players out to the middle. And yeah, smiles on the faces because we do have Test cricket here at Sabina Park. Bangladesh have won the toss. They're batting first. And let's throw down and join the teams for the anthems. West Indian flag in the distance. It is the start of the second test match in the West Indies versus Bangladesh series, live from Sabina Park, Kingston, Jamaica. It is a day to celebrate for Jamaicans who see a return of the format for the first time in 3 years. And it's such a privilege to have action to report to you about. West Indies making no changes to their 11 that won the first test in Antigua. Bangladesh, however, have made 2 changes. The exciting 22-year-old Nahid Rana is in, as well as opener Shadman Islam, a like-for-like swap with Zakir Hassan. This is what the two teams, of course, are playing for. The West Indies losing the toss after Bangladesh winning it and opting to bat first. Remember, we did lose the majority of this day one because of wet conditions. And a man who's equally as happy as me to see cricket on the field, Attar Ali Khan. Hello to you, Attar.
Nikhil, hello everyone. Yeah, finally, play about to begin. Bangladesh changing the opening pair. In comes Shadman Islam, left-hander, replacing the left-hander Zakir Hassan. Mahmood Hassan Joy retains his place, his left and right hand combination one more time. Certainly a bit of a surprise for me, Nikhil, to hear from Madison Mirage at toss when he won it, that he decided to bat first on this surface. Took a bit of a time to make sure that everything is in order. And because of the so much rain in the past week or so, even before that, one would have expected that perhaps winning toss and probably the right way to go about it would have gone to bowl first. Not the case. Someone say it's a brave decision, but we'll have to wait and see.
Mahmood Hassan Joy still searching for his first half century in Test match cricket in the Caribbean, that is. in his 5th test match now. He'll be hoping for better returns after the first test. And his opening partner, who's had a decent year, Shadman Islam, came good for Bangladesh in the Pakistan series, which they won. Got 93 then, also picked up a half century against India. And 2 of his 450s in Test cricket have come against the West Indies. That series in Bangladesh, of course, from Dhaka. And Kemar Roach, who has a phenomenal record against the West Indies and will be against the Bangladesh, correction, and will be looking to add to that. He also has 21 wickets at this ground, Sabina Park, in 6 tests. And grass on the surface, which is a joy for West Indian fans and for this 5-prong pace bowling attack. How will Bangladesh handle the new ball up front? Big question. So the crowd have sat patiently throughout day 1. Some were here from as early as 9 a.m. and they have eagerly anticipated the return of the format in Jamaica.
Yeah, just a hint of slight movement away from the right-hander. The carry a bit low to the keeper. Yeah, you used that correct word, patient. Fans coming in and being patient. And it's this pair who needs to be patient also to ensure they give Bangladesh a good start.
Asif Yaqub was the 3rd umpire in the first test, now standing in his first test match. Congratulations to him. And his partner, much more experience, 87 test matches now for Kumar Dharmasena. Nitin Menon is the 3rd umpire. Right now for the left-handed Shadman Islam, Roach around the wicket. Will angle it in and try to take it away from him, bringing slips into play.
Yeah, before this 19 test matches for Shadman Islam. He's got a test match 100. Hasn't been able to show that kind of a consistency that Bangladesh required, especially from the top of the order. He gets another opportunity.
And another reason why it was a brave decision, in addition to this surface, which is filled with green grass, almost has become a rarity in the Caribbean. So excellent sign to see this live green grass and an even covering. But we also think about the outfield, which has had a week of consistent rain, and potentially that playing a part in Bangladesh having to work a bit harder for their runs.
Yeah, if you look at the green tinge on top of that surface, at times the skipper would probably decide in favor of bowling first on this kind of a surface, especially on day 1. Yes, it has been a late start, 3 o'clock start. 45 overs to be bowled, weather permitting, and light.
Remember, he was dismissed twice, Hassan Joy, in that first test, caught in the slip cordon, but navigated well that first over, 4 for none.
mind of the 2 changes Bangladesh have made. Jayden Seales, who's having an excellent year in Test match cricket. 30 wickets in 6 tests. We'll be hoping to continue that excellence here in Jamaica. Short leg is in. And Casey Carty looks closer than he was in that first test as well, with the 3 slips and a gully. That last test loss marked 5 in a row for Bangladesh after they won a couple of games in Pakistan, created history earlier this year. It also marked a 2nd test win for the West Indies, following up on Brisbane at the beginning of 2024.
He started in a good fashion in that first test match. In the first inning, he went on to score 93. Shadman Islam batted for a long time. That's exactly what his side will be hoping, that he can do the same here again. What a lovely delivery to start with. Jayden Seales, back of the length, bit of a movement, and good carry to the keeper. Squared him up.
To give us some insight into Shadman Islam, I remember seeing him in the 2014 Under-19 World Cup when he scored the most runs in that edition. His dad always said his dad, Shahidul Islam, who was an age group scout for the BCB, Bangladesh Cricket Board, was a big motivation to him. How will he and his skill set differ to what we saw from Zakir Hassan?
He's a more of a grinder. He's a sort of a batter who wants to spend time in the middle. And if he does manage to get set, then he's eyeing to just bat time. First class record is closing in on 6,000 runs, an average of 44, 13 first class hundreds. And he's sort of a player as an opener, an ideal opener, especially in the longest format of the game, if he gets going. I spoke about his 93 against Pakistan. He got a 50 in that 2nd innings against India at Kanpur also. But he missed out in the next 2 test matches against South Africa. Most of them come with a number of runs scoring in domestic competition. But they find it hard for some reason to convert those starts to a big one. That has been a challenge for a long time, and once again, it's a big challenge for not only for Shadman Islam, but also for someone like Mahmudul Hassan Joy.
Brilliant today. Great for viewing. Nice positive start from the 2 openers. 5 for none.
One of the most enjoyable things about today, even though we haven't had much cricket, has been the amount of youth at the ground. We saw these children walk out the players. Some of them escort the players to the middle. A few are here in the George Headley stand as well, in their yellow. Also like the initiative here at Sabina Park. If you're in Jamaica and in Kingston and capable of coming to the cricket cave will be active for all 5 days of the test match. It's a new innovative way to watch the game. Under 13 Jamaica boys there, and yeah, there it is above the north stand. With food and drink specials on, live music.
Nicely played off the back foot. Yeah, when I mentioned that he likes to bat a long period of time in that innings of 93 against Pakistan, Shadman Islam, the first inning of that first test match, he batted for more than 5 hours. And that's exactly what Bangladesh would be hoping for. Lovely crowd here. They've come in numbers and they've been very patient indeed.
And I suppose one of the considerations at a for Shadman Islam coming in would be his ability to leave the ball. Bangladesh, a number of their dismissals were guys fending outside off stump. And it's actually been one of the traits of his game so far in Test cricket. Ball tracking tells us he leaves 26% of his balls. But that's in the first 30 balls he faces in an inning. So has a good awareness of where his off stump is, and potentially could be the option in that Bangladesh top order to provide some resistance to the new ball, because we've seen the West Indies do damage in both innings in Antigua.
Yeah, it's a specialist position, the opening pair. They got good experience in domestic competition back home, closing in on 6,000 runs. Still a big challenger for this pair to survive the early overs. 45 minutes, an hour, crucial.
Teased him with a fuller one. Kima Roach, 7 for none. We do have play if you're now joining us. 3 overs into the day, day 1. And first time Test cricket is returning to Jamaica since 2021. Jaden Seals himself will have great memories of that Test match and Test series. And in coming into this one, I was trying to grasp a better understanding of how the surface would play. And when the West Indies took on Pakistan in 21, 3 years ago, 66 of 70 wickets were taken by the pace. Shaheen Shah Afridi got 18 wickets in the series, and Seals himself, it was his second Test series, burst onto the scene with 11. So And even watching some of the highlights, there wasn't as much grass as there is now on the surface. So if that's anything to go by, we're in for exciting day of action, or days.
Yeah, that's why it's crucial when I say that try to see the new ball off. Doesn't really have to play each and every delivery. The last one that he faced, he let it go to the keeper. At times, especially in that last test match, we saw the batters hanging their bat out where they should have rather left it alone to the keeper. Sudden rush of blood. It's the mindset. You really don't want to be too defensive, but you've got to be spot on in terms of shot selection, because there will be opportunities. There you go again. Nothing wrong doing that at all. And yesterday I had a bit of a chat with Phil Simmons at the lobby, and we were exactly discussing this. How do you make the top order understand that it's okay to leave the ball to the keeper? You don't really have to play each and every delivery. And he's been working very hard to get that message across.
And I suppose there's so much to be inspired of or from when it comes to this Bangladesh team and the way that their fast bowlers have gone about this year. Taskin Ahmed, middle of screen, Nahid Rana next to him on his left. If they can just give their bowlers something to work with, something competitive, like they did actually with the 269 in Antigua, would just boost the confidence of this overall team so much more, like they similarly did in Pakistan. Batters did their thing and the fast bowling did the rest.
Lovely delivery. And that has been the discussion, I'm sure, in the team meetings among themselves. And this is just a hint of movement. He gets stuck on his crease, neither back or forward. Dangerous ploy. Again, the ball not really carrying on to the keeper, dying in front of him. So two different sort of bounces from each end.
Good disciplined start by the two West Indian openers and Bangladesh as well. 7 for none.
Hey, Sabina, that's you on the screen. Huh? That's you on the screen. So what's in this zone? That's definitely you. That's my straight in the video.
Maroch continues. Opportunity to wish the island of Barbados after a happy 58th independence. Kemar Roach, of course, from Barbados. Justin Greaves, latest member of a 93-person club of Test cricketers from the island. Of course, to play Test cricket for the West Indies, that is. Craig Brathwaite, captain as well, another Barbadian.
A very happy 50th. 58. Correction. 93 you mentioned. 93 players going on to represent West Indies.
That, of course, the most of any Caribbean nation. Next best after Barbados is Jamaica, 76. Many produced right here at the Kingston Cricket Club. George Headley,
from Jamaica, of course, but you think about from that club, Jeffrey Dujon and Brendan Nash, Ricardo Powell, Courtney Walsh, legend of Jamaica. From the Melbourne Cricket Club, we'll hear from the great man soon. But Roach operating from the Courtney Walsh end, and Seals operating from the Michael Holding end.
Great names there. Whispering Death, Michael Holding. Right. As an opener, you would want to just keep it plain and simple. Play to the merit of the delivery and just hang on. Again, keeping a shade low.
One thing I learned today, Atta, Kingston Cricket Club, where we are, oldest cricket club in the Caribbean, in history. Established 1863. Second oldest is the Wonders Cricket Club in Barbados, where Craig Brathwaite is from. Georgetown Cricket Club in Guyana, third. Edge found, they find it again. Roach gains a lot of joy. The West Indies have their first.
It's a really good plan from Kemar Roach. We saw a couple of deliveries coming back into the right-hander. Even the previous one was of an inside edge. Probably he was anticipating another delivery which would come back in. No, sir. It is going to go away. Look at that seam presentation. And a nick and a good catch behind the stumps by the keeper. So early success. And again, it's Kemar Roach who picks up the first wicket. Mahmudul Hassan Joy disappoints one more time. Gone for 3. Bangladesh 8 for 1.
Nominal Hack did pick up a 50 in the first test. Is having an improving year away from home, which has been his biggest challenge in his career. Will not be easy to start on this surface.
Yeah, one of the senior campaigners, Mominul Haq. He is here because of this. Beautiful delivery. Just on a good length. And look at that hint of movement off the surface. Again, caught in the crease. And hangs his bat. Finds an outside edge and a very good catch. Look at them go. They love it.
The fourth time that Kemar Roach has nicked off Mahmudul Hassan Joy. 3 times in 2022. And now the first time in 2024, and it's almost identical to the way he was dismissed in the first test. Setback for the Tigers.
Something that would have caught the eye of the West Indian bowlers, looking at the batters to chase wide deliveries, hanging their bat out. They know that if they keep maintaining that line and length, they will find an edge. And he does, Kemar Roach. Nicely played. just took his time, leans forward, and just a defensive push, but straight back past the bowler. Picks up a single and gets a Mominul Haq on strike. Burden of responsibility on his shoulder, getting heavier. He and the rest needs to find a method to score runs. Remember, Madison Mirage decided to bat first after winning the toss. Yeah, if you look at Mahmudul Hasan Joy again, fishing outside the off stump. This was in the first test match. Got in the slips. Again, second innings in the slips. This one would have gone into slips, but the Silva diving to his right takes a very good catch. It's a similar dismissal.
Interesting, and it again fascinates me in terms of how teams use previous data and previous experiences. Casey Carty is standing at an almost catching point position. He was at short leg for Shadman, but now after he throws the ball, we'll go back to a catching position in addition to the slip cordon, and it's because Mominul's 4 boundaries in the first test came with width on offer. Very good behind square offside. So Carty's there right of screen. They also have the deep third wide and then the 3 slips and the gully. But you will remember after that, Seals dismissed Mominul with the ball coming back into him. So that fielder creates the illusion with the angle of the ball going across, but also potentially sets up the one that comes back in with him maybe expecting width.
Yeah, that square of the wicket on the offside is a profitable area for Mominul Haq. He scores the bulk of runs in that area. And if you somehow block it off, then they'll try to do something different. Certainly will put Mominul Haq in a spot of bother if that area is blocked off, if he doesn't find the gap. Nine for 1.
At the end of 5, the end of 6, Bangladesh and ball.
Sabina Park will be our home for the next 5 days, this one included. Really is a picturesque venue, picturesque place to visit as well. Courtney Walsh, who we'll hear from next, knows all about this ground and prolific wicket taking.
Yeah, not only cricketers, some big names home to legend Bob Marley. The fastest man on the planet, Usain Bolt. Yeah, we heard from Johan Blake, gold medalist in that 4x100 relay. And some great music.
And a few of the younger folk here at the ground after would add Vibes Cartel to that list. Or Mavado, some of the new dancehall stars who have changed the way music is consumed around the region. DJ Ecstatic taking us through the day.
Giving me a shirt.
Not sure about the choice of shirt.
That's mine. That's my tea. That's my tea. You know. I should have one.
Yeah, times you'll bowl a little bit fuller and just a touch wider to see whether the batter will take the bait. He's left it alone. It's nicely played, knowing that they will try different things to force you to play a false shot. We've already seen a false shot earlier on from Mahmudullah Sanjoy.
An exhibition of pace bowling from the West Indies and from Kemar Roach. He is addicted to taking wickets against this team.
Just a touch closer. The previous delivery was a little bit wider. He let it go to the keeper. This was perhaps a little bit fuller also. What a lovely delivery. Yes, this is fuller, but there is hint of movement again. Just going away from the left-hander again. An excellent catch. He's on the roll. Joshua Da Silva. Excellent work behind the stumps. What about Kemar Roach? On the money, right from the word go. He gets his second wicket. Mominal goes for naught. Bangladesh 10 for 2.
Exceptional start by the West Indies. A couple early wickets again for Bangladesh. It has been the story of the year so far for them. Batting has misfired. And here again, upon winning the toss and deciding to bat first as well. But Kemar Roach, what a bowler he has been for the West Indies. His ability to go round the wicket and bowl to the left-handers, and that ball angling in, and then at the very last moment leaving the batter. Not much he can do with that one. Another good catch for Joshua Da Silva. So it's the Roach and Da Silva show at the moment. Searching, probing. Well watched though. 10 for 2. .50 test matches, or wickets rather, for Kemar Roach against Bangladesh. A couple wickets there to Kemar Roach. This has been some top stuff. The second team that he's gotten 50 wickets against. Shamar Joseph, a change in bowling from the Michael Holding end. Yeah, we've seen this happen a few times already, quite frustratingly, that side screen. All set to go. First time this test match, Shamar Joseph. just 3 bowlers in the history of West Indies cricket have taken 250 or more international wickets here in the West Indies. And that's across all formats, ODIs, T20s in the case of Kemar Roach, and Test match cricket. The other 2, Secretly Ambrose being one. And I'm quite fortunate to have the other alongside me in the come box. That should be a couple very slow outfield, as you would imagine, because of the rainfall. Over 250 wickets here in the West Indies, international wickets. Courtney Walsh is the 3rd. Hello and good afternoon, Courtney. How are you?
Good afternoon, Samuel. I'm very good, thank you. And the sun is out in all its glory, so it's good to have cricket back here at Sabina Park. And as you say, it's a Kemar Roach show at the moment, himself and Joshua De Silva. Some brilliant bowling catches as well, catches with matches. So very good start by the West Indies.
It has been something that has plagued Bangladesh, I mentioned a little bit earlier, all year long, and stretching back for some time as well. Their batting department, in the last 5 test matches, they've lost all in succession, and only once has the opening pair batted more than 10 overs to give them any sort of platform. So that's something that they'll certainly want to address. If you want to win test match cricket, your opening batters have a significant role to perform. And then when you have your senior batter, your most experienced batter in the team, in Mominal, not firing 2, continues to have a torrid time here in the West Indies. His overall average against the West Indies is 27, but in the West Indies, it's 15, so he struggles quite a lot in these parts. It's been quite a struggle for all of them, really, so far in the series. And it's going to be unrelenting pace and pressure from this West Indian fast bowling battery that's fired up. He just wants him to go a little bit wider because he's wrong the wicket. He's still a little bit too close in that peripheral vision of the batter. He's fine now. Got an impressive start from the West Indies.
Very impressive start. Hitting good areas, ball doing just a little bit. I must admit I was a little bit surprised when Bangladesh won the toss and decided to bat. I know the wicket was not under cover, but with the amount of rain that has been around, you expect a little bit of moisture to be in the wicket. It's not pacey, so to say, but it's still in a little bit, and that's what you want. Get a couple of early wickets, and you feel like you can take control of the match. But they have to bat first, and as you see, with their main batter struggling, it's a West Indies show at the moment.
Single to retain the strike, 13 for 2. And nice to see the fans in, West Indian fans as well, waving the flag. Cricket, Test match cricket returns to Sabina Park for almost 3.5 years, the first time in almost 3.5 years. Test match cricket back in Sabina. Remember that 2-match series against Pakistan in 2021? What a series that was. That was disdainful, really. It will dribble close to the boundary, doesn't get there because it's quite slow and waterlogged. But it was a shot of confidence.
Probably the first shot of aggression that we have seen like that. Roach, as he normally do, goes around the wicket to the left-hander. that ball coming in. And it picked up nicely, but probably because of the slowness of the outfield, didn't go all the way to the boundary, but good intent shown. He has a chance now to bowl to the right-hander, Kimar Roach.
Just over. So risky, but he survives. An auspicious way to get off the mark, but he's off the mark, Shahadat.
You could say a loose-looking shot to start with. It has brought him 4 runs. A bit wide did he have to play. The good thing is that he went at it with hard hands, so it was able to get over the slip head. Roach, in anticipation, was hoping for the hedge, but it carried too high. A boundary for Sri Lanka. And that, Samuel, is 13 matches, 50 wickets. What a lovely average to have with the best.
Inside edge. There is some movement for Kimar Roach, certainly. His length is exceptional. And his overall skill. He knows precisely what he's doing. All of that experience that he has garnered over the years. Sometimes you, as a young fast bowler, you can come to a venue and see conditions such as these. Yes, the first bowler from the West Indies to achieve 50 wickets against Bangladesh. And it's the second team, incidentally, that he has 50 wickets against. England being the other, Kimar Roach. 61 wickets against England. And these are his 2 wickets today, Cuddy.
Yes, I had a good chat with him yesterday. He's full of confidence. His first wicket, beautifully bowled, and a fantastic catch as well. And that similar. 2 wonderful catches, 2 top-class delivery. Kimar Roach with all his experience. And it's good to see the Silva going for those catches with confidence as well.
Searching for that swing, looking to bowl full. It's something that I just want to touch on in the next over, Cuddy, with you, with all of your experience. Sometimes as a young fast bowler, you come to a venue, you see significant grass, something that you don't usually see here in the region. And you might just get a little bit carried away. And your length isn't ideal. Kimar Roach, though, he has, I suppose, assess the conditions quickly, and he's targeting challenging areas. There again, testing the technique. 22 for 2. Really nice to see. Really nice to see the fans coming out. There's been a lot of talk in the region about cricket in Jamaica, the most populous of the Caribbean islands, Caribbean nations. Just perhaps a little bit of extra bounce catching the batter by surprise. Just 1 over for Shamar Joseph from the Michael Holding end. He's replaced by the other Joseph Alzari. Maybe looking to switch around in the next over. We'll wait and see. But Alzari. Yeah, some swing straight away. This is top stuff from the West Indies. It's been a barrage of high-quality bowling.
I like this move for more reasons than one. With Alzarri heights and the extra pace that he gets. If he can hit the right area, he's going to be asking some good questions. Shamar is more of a skidder, and the wicket just seems to be holding up just a little bit. It would be good to see the exploitation from Alzarri Joseph.
It'll just take Alzarri a couple deliveries to figure out what is the ideal length. I mentioned that series against Pakistan in 2021. That series is quite memorable for Jayden Seales. That's the series when he became the youngest West Indian to grab a 5-wicket haul. 19 years and some days. Taking a 71-year-old record. Really good areas, testing both edges, inside and outside.
It just seems to be stopping a little, and there's a bit of movements as well. Can the bad pad come in back into play? I would have liked to have seen that, because good questions are being asked, and this is the time you want to try to get that little inside nick onto the pad. Well, I guess with the invariable bounce, they probably want to more focus on just hitting those good areas. But for me, I'd like to see a little bit of pressure on the batsman there. 22 for 2, have a forward short leg in. So he can be anticipating there might be a short delivery. To date, the West Indians have not sort of bowled that short on this wicket because they've assessed that it's not that pacey, but you still want to have that batsman guessing.
Now, you mentioned a little bit of surprise with that toss decision, Bangladesh winning and opting to bat. I just wonder if the toss was taken at the scheduled time at 9:30 a.m. this morning, if it would have been the same decision. It was a 2:30 p.m. toss, lots of sunlight baking the surface, removing any sort of preparatory moisture. So that might have enabled that decision to bat first, but still they found themselves in a tough position. Shadman looks strong, square off the wicket, offside, gets himself another couple, and it's 24 for 2. Just checking that front foot. We have confirmation coming through that it is in fact a no ball, auto no ball in effect. So it's not the end of the over. And that's a massive no ball from Alzarri. Have another opportunity then to Shadman. Edged, grasped it, Alec Athenes. That would have been a spectacular catch. That no ball almost working in the favor of Alzarri. We've seen a few drop catches already in this series. Add another one, 25 for 2. Alec Athenes diving away to his right, just in front of Kavem Hodge. 13 drop catches in the first test, I'm told. That's a combination from both teams, and one already in this one. Yeah, smile, a wry smile from Alzarri Joseph. I suppose he'll get some bit of solace from the other Joseph, Shamar Joseph, who had that experience in the first test.
And as you mentioned, Shamar is on from this end, so we've got both Joseph. And this would have been a fantastic catch. And at that height, though, from a bowling perspective, you expect it to be taken. Yes, he went in front of first slip, but you're still expecting to hold on to that. So he'll be very disappointed. That's a good height, and I'm also sure that the fielding coach will be thinking that, yes, he should have taken that. We saw two good ones taken by the silver. That should have been the third.
Round the wicket, Shamar Joseph. On the ground, pulled straight back past the bowler. An unusual looking shot. Gets him a couple just before the start of play, Cuddy. That's something that the fielders usually do. They get in line with the stumps in an area where the slip fielders are usually positioned, and they do quite a bit of slip catching. The anthem buddies, these young men, young boys and young girls would remember this moment, this experience for a long time. Just be careful when you're sitting back, young man. Getting an opportunity to walk out on the field of play with the international players from both the teams. It's an education in itself, and certainly inspirational.
Something they will remember and cherish for quite some time. But also it might get a few of them interested in the game. So I like the idea. I like to see them coming out.
And another group of youngsters who are in Sabina Park today. These guys, the Jamaica under-13 national team. This too would be such a motivation for them to see Alzari in action, to see Shamar in action, and later on to see the batters. So these are opportunities that must never be taken for granted. What a delivery. That's a peach.
Lovely delivery from Shamar Joseph. Had some pace on it, hit the right areas. Could have found the edge, played on a miss. You could see the scene just wobbling a little bit going down to the wicketkeeper. He was open. Not this time. But quite agree with you with those youngsters coming in for this experience.
$29 for 2. Yeah, there's such a underlying theme from many cricketers. They remember the first opportunity that they had to look at international cricket in their respective home venues and the sort of impact that had in their lives, seeing their idols in front of them live. Indelibly etched. Joy fell cheaply again. Mominal struggle again here in the West Indies. Looking for that swing. Could you just go back to that, I suppose, query I was making a little bit earlier about making the assessment early as a bowler. A young bowler coming to a venue, you see a lot of grass, something that you don't usually see. Sometimes you're challenged to restrict yourself from going too short, aren't you?
Yeah, sometimes you see the grass and you get carried away and think that, well, it's going to be good pace, good carry, good bounce, and you want to sort of bowl a lot more into the grass and bowl that back up at the length to keep the batsman happy. But I think they have assessed that this is not a pacey pitch, and so far they have hit very good areas. But the temptation can be there. Could be a single down the ground. once you see a bit of grass sometime as a youngster, your eyes sort of lit up. And I've seen in the past where West Indian bowlers, we have arrived in New Zealand and it looks green, and we just bowl too short because it's not that type of wicket. It's compact to last long. On this track, there's a bit of grass cover, but you can tell because of the moisture in it as well. It's not as firm for that regular Sabina Park pace and bounce that is going to hit the deck and take off. So it will probably get quicker as the game goes on. And you have to make that adjustment as the game goes on as well.
One of the most overused words in cricket, assessment. Making that assessment quite early and then adapting to the conditions in front of you. They're smiling now, the home fans. Looking forward to some more smiles. Can Alzari provide something? Will we see a stern fight back from Bangladesh, something that we haven't seen from them often enough in the series? This is such a storied venue, Sabina Park. And today we add to that history with Craig Brathwaite surpassing the legendary Sir Garfield Sobers for the most consecutive matches played for the West Indies. Usually quite taciturn is Craig, doesn't offer too much in terms of expression, but you saw the smile on his face. The Kingston Cricket Club, as Nikhil mentioned, with all of its history. Deliberate, up and over, and will go for 4. And so some width on offer, his eyes lit up, and he capitalized, Shadman.
Yes, just a little bit of width that was needed. And the good and positive side of that is that he wasn't afraid of going for it. He went after it, knew exactly what he was doing, made enough contact with the bat, and away she goes. Even on a very slow field, that traveled pretty quickly. That man just standing and delivering.
Dot to end the over. Bangladesh 35 for 2. And it's an opportunity for everyone to have a little drinks break. It's the Blue Waters drinks break.
Finally, we have play on the opening day of this second test. Bangladesh won the toss, elected to bat first. They are 35 for 2. They've lost Mominol, the experienced campaigner for North, preceding him. Only sadness for joy so far in this tour. Couple of really good catches from Joshua Da Silva off the elder statesman, getting each way movement. Kima Roach. Similar combination of the outside edge of Mominol. Pronounced seam. Could have been worse because Alec Afanese put one down and Shatman was on 15. It's an area the West Indies continue to work hard at, as I say hello to Mally Richards. Thank you very much, Mally, for your company, your thoughts on this bowling so far.
Well, it's been a pretty good all-round bowling performance from the West Indies so far, led by Kamara Roach. We've seen all his experience, all his skill on show.
It's a much better area from Shamar Joseph. When we talk, Mally, about top of off, 4th stump on that occasion, 5th stump, that's ideal.
That's perfect. Just hoping for an edge there on that one. Shamar Joseph struggled a bit from the other end. He was switched over. And since then, he's just honed in on his areas and that length. Because Bangladesh have found scoring a little easier when the ball has been a bit shorter.
Really good consistent lines. It's one of the things that was so impressive about the West Indian quartet plus Justin Greaves in the first test.
Yeah! Yes, yes! Yeah, very, very impressive. We see the pace there of Shamar Joseph. Consistently above 140s here in quite humid conditions here at Sabina Park. A bit of seam movement on offer for the West Indies bowlers here. And the length is absolutely spot on from Joseph. In that 6 to 8 meter area, threatening that outside edge constantly. Been here all day. It's been a long day here at Sabina. Good to get some play on though. Good crowd in.
Talk about that sideways movement. I'd still like to have seen a short leg from this man, Craig Brathwaite, given that it is a shorter session in terms of not being a full day's play. It is 3-hour session, light permitting. But just with that lateral movement, a short leg wouldn't go astray against a man who struggled in the first test.
That one just seaming in sharply there from Shamar Joseph, and we've seen a few just get a bit big on these Bangladeshi batters. Struggled to negotiate. A bit fuller there. But we've seen a few just get a bit big. End of the over, 35 for 2.
challenges I found bowling at this ground was getting the right end. Alzari coming slightly up the slope from the George Headley stand end. It was an end that my rhythm had to be spot on and perfect to climb the slope. I always prefer the Blue Mountains end because it was going down the slope, and I found it easier to charge in from that respect. The only thing against it was that the wind was coming against my outswinger, so that's a challenge for Craig Brathwaite and his bowlers to know who feels better with their skill set from which end.
We saw Shamar Joseph actually employed first from that end in which Alzari Joseph is bowling from now. Seemed to be just fighting it a little bit. Struggling to get to the crease, as you said, Bish, slightly uphill. But since he's been switched over, he's just relaxed. Alzari Joseph probably more smooth in his run-up. Just glide up this hill.
Shadman hoping to make a good fist of his first test in this series. We already heard from Nikhil that his father was involved in scouting back at home. He started with a half-century, 76 against the West Indies on test match debut, 115 against Zimbabwe in 2021, and then averaged about 8 in his next 5 test matches over a couple of years. Was left out and came back in that test match against Pakistan in Rawalpindi. And he wasn't supposed to be in the 11. It was an injury on the morning to Mamadul Hassan Joy that allowed him to slide into 11, and he got 93. Still probably averaging in the 20s since he's come back. So he's one of those guys that needs to carry out Atar Ali Khan's demands that one of them get 100. $36 for 2.
Center, please.
Shamar Joseph round the wicket to Shadman. Should be a couple of runs. Mali Richards alongside me, a fellow southpaw himself. One of the things that I've found impressive about Kemar Roach is his record since coming back into the West Indies team in 2017 on that tour to England. Prior to 2017, 26 wickets against left-handers from over the wicket at 37. When he went round the wicket, 13 at 40. But since 2017, when he came back, only 5 of them from over the wicket at 35. But look at round the wicket. 63 of them at 23, 91% of deliveries from around the wicket. And that's before this test match. And Mali, I'm not saying everyone has to do it, but Kemar Roach has found something with his unique wrist position at the point of the delivery when it leaves the right-handers. Doubly effective, and then Mominul Haq those 2 wickets today. What's the challenge? You played against him certainly once in your career. What's the challenge that you found facing him?
Well, in that first act of his career, he was probably more of a tear-away quick. You know, you think back to those spells against Ricky Ponting, really roughing up the Australian captain. But since then, he's really worked on his skills. He's probably cut down on pace quite a bit. Well, as you said, going around the wicket to lefties is absolutely lethal. I played against him one time. I was pretty lucky not to be dismissed by him. But around the wicket, you think back to that Mominul dismissal. That went away almost like a quick off-spinner, angled in. Good seam position, took the outside edge. Fantastic bowling from the young man.
Extra run. Yeah, he'll be happy to hear you call him young. Age 35.
He's young to me, Bish.
He's half my age. Great credit to him that he's found after those injuries, and he had the injuries leading up to, what, 2015-16, probably left out of the team, came back in 2017. He's just found ways to become, as you said, from a tear-away fast bowler who terrorized some of the best with his pace to someone who has become an excellent line bowler. And I'm happy that he's getting closer to 300 test match wickets. That's where I thought he would go once he started his career and you saw what he had. And I hope he knows so much about bowling when you talk to him that he's utilized post-career. $40 for 2. Lights on here at Sabina Park. I'm so happy to be back here. There's so many great memories, Mali, not least playing with your father, Sir Vivian, him leading us, Courtney Walsh, Kirtley Ambrose. By the way, the left arm stat and round the wicket was for Sir Kirtley, who was wondering in the last test match why guys start round the wicket. I'm only teasing. Shahadat has been nicked off twice in the first test match and caught behind the wicket. Still like the short leg. Pleasant shot.
I really like the short leg too, as we said earlier. The ball's just bouncing a little bit at times, especially Alzari Joseph, taller bowler, comes from quite high. Bangladesh batter's not the biggest in stature, quite diminutive. You think if that ball could just bounce in awkward positions, that man at short leg would be in business. We see Casey Carty there just hanging around in that square leg position. Want to see him with a helmet on, get in. At times, it just seems a little tennis ball-y to bounce out here, doesn't it, Bish? Just going through a little slowly after impact to wicketkeeper De Silva.
As Courtney Walt rightly said, with the amount of rainfall that we've had here in recent weeks, it'll harden up, hopefully, if the sun continues beating down on it, and perhaps get quicker. And that's what used to happen back in the day when certainly I started. Courtney was a predecessor. The pitch had no grass on it whatsoever, and it would be shiny. You'd see a reflection in it when you turn up on the first morning. And the George Headley stand or the now Michael Holding end would be packed with spectators, and you'd see the fans going because it was really hot under there with no real access for the wind. Square on the offside would be a double tiered stand with legs hanging off the top, and people chanting and cheering and encouraging the fast bowlers to come in. Deep square leg in position now for that pull or hook shot.
It would be a cacophony of noise here, a really intimidating atmosphere for the opposing team. The one thing that, again there from Alzari was just a little short, allowing the Bangladesh batters just readjust. It's where they've been most comfortable here today, when that ball is just a little shorter.
I saw Justin Greaves loosening up before the start of the last over. I don't know if he comes in to the attack soon or not. Maybe he was trying to send Craig a message. .44 for 2. A little bit of swing there, actually. That's why Shahadat got turned around and looked a little off balance in playing that shot.
You were right, Bish. Justin Greaves into the attack. And as you were saying that, I was just thinking, with his style of bowling as well and the conditions here, he's more of a kiss the deck type. We've seen a few when hammered in, ball just tends to stop a bit. But with his style of bowling, medium quick, the ability to seam and swing the ball, could be favorable conditions here for him.
Every time he came on in Antigua, he got the ball to do something every spell, to swing or seam. So there's a deep backward point in addition to a fine leg. And there is that movement, there is that in swing immediately for Greaves.
And that's why I was a little disappointed, not disappointed, but surprised actually, when Bangladesh won the toss and decided to have a bat here in these conditions. We saw Taskin Ahmed, his performance in not overly helpful fast bowling conditions in the West in Antigua. But here with a Hassan Mahmood in the attack, what we would have seen from him in that first innings especially, I think they've missed a trick.
Gift accepted from Shadman.
Just a few times we've seen this from Justin Greaves. Long full toss, driven down the ground. And one thing that's been good to see from Shadman in this innings, he's looked to score when the ball has been in his area. Kevin Sinclair on the field for Alzari Joseph. Really exuberant type character. Gonna make his presence felt. What I've noticed in this series so far, that the camera absolutely loves Kevin Sinclair. Every time he's on the field, he's at the center of the action, trying to make an impact, even though he's not in the 11. Looks like a fantastic team man.
Nice again from Shadman. He's moved competently through his innings. Very calm and very solid. He was put down once, but he won't begrudge that. 50 up, 50 for 2. Sanjoy went for 3, Muminul went without scoring. Wonderful bright day when we've been here for about 3 or 4 days. I never thought I'd see the sunshine as bright as it did today. Overcast and rainy for every day. Seals is back. West Indies had a session yesterday. The fast bowlers didn't do much. Their previous session the day before was rained out. So the bowlers were given a break. Have a net session yesterday by Jimmy Adams, right of screen, local man. Jamel Warrican, left arm spinner, not called upon in the series. Mikhail Louis instituted that short cover. I like that. I don't mind that at all.
Especially with the ball just stopping at times. Good position that. You want to see that short leg implemented as well, especially in a shortened session, or shortened period of play here today. West Indies could be on the attack a little more.
Casey Carty there at a short point as well for that uppish push. And what having a fielder in your eye line can do, as Mikhail Louis is, and I would even advocate, and I've done it before, having him closer with the helmet on, is that yes, you can take the uppish push, but it also is a visual impediment, so to speak, where a batter sees it there, and instead of propping forward as he's in his comfort zone to do, he plays back when he should have been forward, and it causes a slight error. So all of those little psychological moves are critical.
Something we saw a lot of in that first test. Bangladesh batters just playing quite meekly, tamely outside that off stump. Obviously, they would have been quite intimidated by the pace and the hostility of the West Indian bowlers. As you say, Bish, just in the eye line of Shadat here. And at times it causes batsmen to do strange things. He's moved out from that position, short cover. He's gone into a fourth slip. Casey Carty replaces him at that short extra cover.
Straight to him.
Probably the sweetest bit of timing we've seen today. That one's full from Seals. Not the biggest stride from Shadat there, but timed sweetly.
Wondering how many short balls they've bowled to him. I don't want to speak out of turn. I can't remember too many to him, and he likes to prop forward. Roaches move a lot wider at long leg. Short ball comes, 50 for 2.
This is closer to the umps or mid-wicket, mid-wicket?
Roach, the man here with his 2 wickets, 2 for 16. Bangladesh 50 for 2. We've had 18 overs of play in this shortened day's play. It's going to be Greaves to continue.
They need more. They need someone like Shadman who's gotten in. I don't know whether he can do it, but they need someone like him when you get a start to go to 100. In the same way we've chatted about Mikhail Louis and Alec Afani's converting, they need Lytton Das to be at his best. Number 5 shouldn't be a problem for Lytton. He's opened the batting in white ball cricket. He's opened in first class cricket. Left of screen there. So they need him to show his talent, show his stickability, and show his range when he gets in. As that has dropped. Brathwaite in there short. We talked about a short cover. It's the second time Shadman's been let off.
Yeah, 2 chances to Shadman here today. 1 in the slip this time. Craig Brathwaite in that extra cover position. Driven, didn't get on top of it. Didn't even hit hands, almost hit him on the wrist. Quite close in there, was hit with a fair amount of power. But at this level, those have to be taken. Yeah, got to him quickly.
A little bit of swing, and he's tucked that away as a bonus for a couple.
Just a bit of in-swing there from Justin Greaves to the left-hander from over the wicket. This time played quite nicely from Shadman. But in the previous Greaves over, the final delivery of the previous Greaves over, another in-swinger to the left-hander. Slightly fell over a bit to me, just from my vantage point, that head just leaning over to the offside. That's an area there. If Justin Greaves can get it right from this angle, that one just held its line outside the off stump. So the areas here absolutely key for Justin Greaves. 133 Ks on that one.
Yeah, into the lights or into the sun. And as the sun goes down on that western side, the shadows will start encroaching onto the pitch. And Malia, we always discussed if we had a shortened session such as this, what was our absolute reward for the session? West Indies will want another wicket to ensure that they totally make it their session, and don't know how much more play we'll have as the sun goes down to the west there and the shadows start encroaching onto the surface. $52 for 2.
Good period of resolve from the Bangladesh batters. Shadman Islam coming back into the team will be very pleased with the fight that he's shown. See us continuing. And supporting him, Shahadat Hossain, who we saw get a nervy 23 in the first innings in Antigua, but consumed a lot of deliveries and absorbed pressure with Mominal at the other end. His job, actually both batters' task, will be just to get through to the end. Scoring less important. After that courageous decision to bat first. I wonder if one Courtney Walsh, leading wicket taker at this venue, Sabina Park, was in the bowling attack, if the decision would have been the same. Hello to you, legend.
Hello, Nikhil. Not sure what would have happened, but it's good to see he's still getting a bit of shape. Probably can afford to bowl a touch fuller to try to get him driving on this sort of surface. Would be my sort of advice to him. When you get in that movement, you don't want him to believe in so many deliveries. You don't mind the hard drive down the ground. But as you said, Shadman has played well, ably supported by Shadat. We haven't seen Kimar Roach back into the attack as yet, the only wicket taker for the day.
A third drop catch for the West Indies. Almost had it on the second attempt. Really has been a horrific test match for both teams, and test series rather, when it comes to catching. Another chance.
And that's the length I was talking about. Let him come for the drive. And you can see on this delivery, a lot fuller. He had us to go for the drive. He could have left it a little bit wide, but that catch had to be taken. 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 attempts. Here we go. 1, 2, 3.5. Oh. Frustration was shown on the face of Jaden Seals. Look at the reaction of this one. In the right areas. Up she goes and down she goes. There we go again. And look at third step and then look at that reaction. He can't believe it. He did well to control his composure. Neither could he believe it as well. That's Kavi Maj.
That has been a build-up of pressure on Shahadat, which is why Seals will be disappointed. He's been quite disciplined and happy to leave the ball. Both batters actually have left the ball outside off stump. But just a build-up of pressure from both ends. Greaves in that holding role, and now Seals forced the fall shot out of him. And the catching, saw it in Bangladesh's first test when they put down Alec Athenes a couple of times. It really could be the difference maker. I've seen that option a lot short to Shahadat. May want to be a bit straight to Seals.
That might just be a frustration delivery, but it's not a bad one to have. As you say, straight to hit him, force him to play. Wouldn't be a bad ploy as well, but I just like the fact that he pitched up a little bit further, and unfortunately didn't have the reward to show for it. So far, I think 3 catches have gone down for the day. Seals one of the unlucky bowlers. Alzari Joseph.
Nice rhythm from Seals. Maiden, 52 for 2. Has been an entertaining opening session of this test match. The 3 drop chances for the West Indies.
That one, that's good height. Might have been a bit close, but you expect that to be taken, and then this one, surely. Could not be 3 times unlucky for the West Indies, but yes, it was. Also showing frustration as well.
People have asked me, Courtney, several times between the 2 test matches, are the West Indies practicing slip catching? I saw it for myself yesterday, an extensive session where they are practicing as a slip cordon, De Silva, Athenes, Hodge, Justin Greaves, sometimes in that fly slip. So they're working at it. It's not like they're ignoring it, just haven't got the ball to stick. And even Mikael Louis, who's new to that gully position, saw him yesterday after practice and after that initial session working with Jamal Smith, who's the interim fielding coach in the series, specifically working on his gully catching. So process that. Potentially have to be patient, but they need to take the catches. No secret about that.
Yeah, they have been doing some good work in practice in terms of topping up and all that. But it's no point if it's not happening. Just now I think Jimmy was saying he doesn't want to watch anymore because he knows the work that they've been putting in. But you want to take them at this level now. You don't want to put down 3 catches. The other one here and there, but when 3 in such a short session, not a good sign.
Bit of away movement there and full. Speak to that actually, Courtney, because remember we did a feature recently on Jimmy Adams, and one of the games he had at Sabina Park, he took 6 catches, and you mentioned in the first test he was always one of the better short leg or back pad fielders, but how good was he as a catcher, and what sort of example will he likely set for these guys?
He was a very good catcher. You would feel he was wicket keeper as one as well, but he would feel in the slip, in the outfield, and then he home in on bat pad. Bat pad was like his specialty. He replaced Gus Logan there, who was another fantastic catcher, Roger Harper. But Jimmy was a very, very good catcher. His anticipation, his positioning and stuff, he was always adverse in doing that, and he would always ask questions or make the adjustments. The Shadman had 3 drop catches. Greaves, Joseph, and Seals. Not the happy bowlers. I don't think the fielders are happy either.
7 catches they put down in the first test, that cordon between the keeper and to gully, and now 2 in this game. The credit to Shadman, because you would know, Courtney, the norm for Bangladesh batters has been, especially when they come to the Caribbean, has been to be nicked off and bring those fielders into play. Shadman, yes, he's been dropped, but for the most part has left the ball quite well today and has been able to sustain that early burst from Alzari Joseph and has gotten a start. Good again, 54 for 2. For 2 after Bangladesh won the toss, batted first. When you bowled here, Courtney, we mentioned that it's a ground where you were obviously leading wicket taker, a phenomenal record. I think it's 48 wickets. Yeah, 48 wickets in 11 test matches for you. When obviously you went past Kapil Dev here, the record and so much of your great accomplishments have come in Jamaica. What was your plan bowling on this surface, especially on days where they would have that tinge of green grass and be assistive to you?
That's a beauty. I think deliveries like those is what I would want to be bowling on this track. That's a beauty. Oh. Position right, seam position right, head down the wicket, and you can see the seam shaping out to slip, it in the deck, and oh, wow, that's a beauty. And if you bowl those deliveries more often than not, you will get wickets. But just to answer your question, I just used to try to focus and assess that wicket as early as possible and know the conditions a little better than probably most. And it's all about making that adjustment. So if the wicket is not as quick and conducive for pace, you have to try to hit the right areas. When it was glossy, you could see your face in it, and you know that you bend your back, the length you look to bowl, knowing then you're going to bowl your bouncer and be committed about it. When they start leaving a little bit more grass, you know you expect a bit more sideways movements, so you make that adjustment as well. So it's all about just anticipation as to what's going on, and then you have to work out your oppositions that you're bowling against. Seals, the adjustment he has made with this line has just been immaculate. His control is very good. And, you know, you can look at what he's trying to get done. What I like about Seals is consistency. As you can see to the right-handers today, his grouping is very, very good. He had only probably 2 short deliveries, but he's hitting the right areas. Maybe can come a little bit closer to force him to play a little bit more. But the length he's bowling is good. The line has been pretty decent, but probably just a little closer to the stumps to force him to play a little bit more. But it's been good grouping.
There's the straighter one. I was going to ask you about that, actually. I remember in the first test, the evening session when Seals bowled his first spell, not a single ball hit the stumps. And as a West Indian group today, there have been limited deliveries hitting the stumps. As of 20 overs, only 12% of balls actually going on to target the stump. So I think that's why I asked you about your plans here at Sabina Park and whether the West Indies can potentially, going into the end of today and maybe tomorrow morning, either start a bit straighter or target the stumps a bit more going fuller.
My advice would be to target the stumps a little bit more. A touch fuller, get them to play.
Consecutive maidens for Jaden Seals, 54 for 2. It's been a real steely innings from Shadman Islam. Required some bravery, the decision to bat first. So far, so good. They have to be optimistic. This Bangladesh team, they've already shown moments and glimpses of brilliance this year. They'll think back to one of their only 2 test wins in the Caribbean, 2009. They won both matches in that series. The first one in St. Vincent, they won the toss and batted first. Tammy Iqbal got 100 in that test match, and it was really an Herculean effort to win that game. But the one thing Tamim did well was be brave against the pace of Tino Best and Kemar Roach. Different conditions then, not as much grass on the surface, but it's been done before.
Also think that one of the theory probably behind them batting first is that if the wicket is going to take any spin as the game goes on, it would suit them with them playing 2 frontline spinners. So I think they're probably giving themselves the best options. Seems to be a field change from Craig Brathwaite. Not sure who he's signaling to, or he's probably trying to alert someone to get ready. Not sure, but fantastic career for him in terms of he's past the great man Sir Garfield Sobers' inconsistency at Test, and you could see that he's very happy about that. On another proud cricketer on our screen in Justin Gray.
Wonder if he was maybe signaling to Kemar Roach. Another burst from Roach can't be far away. Bowled a 5-over spell up front, got a couple of wickets, especially when we think back to the first test where Roach dismissed Shahadat twice in the 2 innings. So they've done well to control him in terms of that scoring rate. 9 off 40 for Shahadat, but can they just force him to play a bit more like Seals did when they created the chance? And Roach has been great at that with his angle.
Yes, I would be very surprised if he doesn't get another crack. He only bowled 5 overs, 2 for 16, and there's not a lot of plays that's going to be left. So he has got to come back into the attack at some point in time soon, I would hope, as the sun is going down. Not sure if we're going to get in all the allotted overs because the lights are on, the shadows are getting longer, and the history of Sabina Park here is that once the sun dips a touch more, then it will be very pretty dark out there. And I'm sure the umpires would probably want to test the light meters. So Craig Brathwaite, if he's thinking the ball in Kemar Roach, to try to do so pretty soon.
One person who did cause Shadman some difficulty was Alzari Joseph. Bit of extra pace, got the ball to obviously angle into him and force him to play on top of off. He's back on the field now. He could potentially be another option. .55 for 2. Hopefully more of that, more sun for the next 5 days. A reminder, because of the time lost today, we will be starting a bit earlier tomorrow, so make sure you join us from 9:45. We'll be on air at 9:30 to set the day up for you. 98 overs per day for the next 4 because of the time lost. Seals.
Just need to try to get that angle and the length set up for the left-hander. He's getting a bit of shape. Those are the bowlers used for today. Seals in the 6th. And look at that. 4 maidens, 2 runs. Kimar Roach, the wicket taker, 5-1, 16-2. Joseph has bowled a couple. Both Josephs, also Greaves. So all seamers have been used so far. But the only one with wicket beside his name, Kimar Roach. Captain Brathwaite polishing up that ball, trying to get the movements to continue.
Whilst there's this quiet period, I'm interested, Courtney. I'm interested to know. Obviously, it was home. Born in Jamaica, but was it the pitch? Was it the end you bowled from? What was it about this venue, other than being home for you, that brought so many wickets and brought so much success?
For me, hands didn't matter. At this ground, I bowled from both ends. Everybody wanted to bowl from the Michael Old end because of the wind, so I had also run into the wind. But I think just the atmosphere. And also that sense of pride I wanted to please the home fan. Give them something to speak about when they come out, and also contribute to the team. So there was a lot of combination. And Sabina Park, when I played my first game here as a youngster at school, Alan Ray and George Ellie was still around. And it just felt like, okay, this is Jamaica, Mecca, so to speak. And ever since that day, it just hold a very special place in my heart. Once I turn up the bowl at Sabina Park, I'll try to be at my best.
Favorite wicket out of the 48?
Well, I think I had a long spell here against Mike Atherton. I bowled 14 on the trot, and back in those days we had the Mount posse was raving up about, and Richie was captain. And every time I decided he was going to take me off, the crowd shouted one more, and then he would look at me and I would say, yeah, one more. And that one more went from 6 to 14. So that was a good spell, but to get Atherton out in that spell as well was something special.
Three maidens in a row for Jaden Seals, 55 for 2. Beautiful day here in Jamaica. Great that we have cricket, and great that we have the king of this ground himself, Courtney Walsh, in commentary. So we talked about your 48 wickets, Courtney.
You went past Capel Dave here, record-breaking 435th wicket. What do you remember about that one?
Well, I remember saying to the president then, Pat Russo, I'd love to break the record here at Sabina Park. So when that happened, when I was getting close to it, I didn't think it would have happened here in the end because wickets were tumbling and the crowd was asking Jimmy to give me the ball to bowl. So when he waved at me and asked me, I said, I'm ready. And, you know, I got the wicket before to equal the record. And then when Waverlines took that catch, as my friend Ambrose would say, it was jubilation amongst plenty celebration because we were just running around. I remember kissing the turf, and it was a time that for it to happen in front of your home crowd was very, very special. So those moments are moments you won't forget. You cherish forever. And I mean, to pass the great man Capel Dave, and to top it off, he actually called me and he organized for me to get a bottle of champagne. So it was lovely. You know, so that was very nice. And there is Waverlines who took the catch, smiling. Waverlines there smiling. Happy man. And behind him is Newton Jacks.
Get the sends out. But it really is, Courtney, a record-breaking ground. Heard about Sir Gary and that 365. Ram Naresh Sarwan 261 against this Bangladesh team, 2004 here. And then, of course, the real special one, watched this 1,000 times on YouTube. Brian Lara 213. And obviously, Jimmy Adams, assistant coach, was very supportive with his 94. But people forget one thing. They forget in that historic win for the West Indies that Courtney Walsh took 7. I never hear anyone say that Walsh took 7 in the game. Why did they forget that?
Maybe our producer Craig Koza can help them with that. I'm not sure why they keep forgetting that. But yes, I did get 7 wickets in that match. So I'm sure I contributed to the victory as well.
Sure, the older folk enjoyed that trip down memory lane. Thank you, Court.
I think the younger folks as well, Nikhil. I've just met a few young people around to say they were a youngster at Sabina Park when I was playing, and they enjoyed it. So it's good to hear that from some of the younger ones, because as you're right to say, back in those days, we had a good following, people coming to Sabina Park, taking the meals down, they'll cook, they'll bring their Sunday dinner, and it was like a family affair. And it's good when some of those youngsters say, well, my mom or dad used to take me to cricket, and I watch you. It's a good thing.
Too straight. But optimistic appeal. Don't think they'll look into that one. But bring your Sunday food tomorrow for day 2, Courtney Walsh has said. 55 for 2. Will be firstly before that confirmation that definitely missing leg. Just a half-hearted appeal from the West Indies. And now the Blue Waters drinks break.
Truncated day's play, 55 for 2, Bangladesh of 25 overs. Having won the toss and elected to bat first as the sun goes down. Kemar Roach has been the only wicket taker so far. Getting rid of Mamadullah Hassan Joy and Mumidul Haq. 2 good catches by De Silva and 3 drop catches. 2 off Shadman, 1 off Shahadat. 2 for 16 for Roach. Seals has been economical. 2 runs off his 7 overs and should have had a wicket. Combination of Alec Afanese and Kavem Hodge not holding on to an outside edge of Shahadat. And Roach taking over from the Michael Holding end or George Headley stand end from Jaden Seals. Shown good diligence so far, Shadman Heluata.
Hello, Bish. Hello, everyone. Yeah, he spoke about those chances, but the West Indies have got only themselves to blame. Again, a little bit too wide for Shadman Islam to play that shot. He needs to keep it tight because not a lot of overs to be bowled before the end of the day's play. Lights on, the floodlights have already been switched on. Movement of the surface, nicely left alone. Important that these two stay around. Partnership 45. Just an hour and 25 or 30 minutes they've batted through this period. It has been a difficult period because the West Indian bowlers did create chances, but some of them managed to hang on. Partnership 45 now.
Nice shot. A welcome boundary for Bangladesh and Shadman Islam. His 3rd boundary of his innings.
Yeah, I could hear Bishir right next to me saying, pitch it up, pitch it up. But it was on a shorter side and then nicely played by Shadman Islam to pick up his 3rd boundary. Yep. He looks to be in control. He looks pretty organized. Once in a while, he just hangs his bat around. He's been dropped twice. Get that tie, just in terms of the temperament that needs, especially from the top order, and especially if you're an opening batter, you just have to be patient because there will be scoring opportunities. He's moved on to 43 in 87 deliveries. But he's lived a dangerous life because of those 2 chances that was not grabbed. And he's got to take that advantage. Now he's got to take full advantage of those 2 chances that he's been given.
Still just like to see in between, let's say, a short ball from Roach, him pitching it up just a bit. When he did pitch it up early in the over, he found swing. There is that lateral movement again.
I think Bangladesh batters will also be looking at what the surface have done so far, Bish. They've been having a difficult time when the ball just bounces a little bit more. Don't think it's got the sort of carry that we saw early on in Antigua in that first test match. Yes, there is lateral movement, but I haven't seen the ball to bounce the way it did in that first test match. So once the ball does not bounce, they feel a little bit more comfortable. 59 for 2.
59 for 2, 26 overs, so the rate of scoring just a touch over 2. That's not the issue. It's for Shadman and Shahadat to be there when the umpires call play at the end of this first day, with Kabem Hodge coming in. I wonder whether that has to do with the fading light.
A spot on Bish. Bangladesh would love to see these two batters stay unbeaten at the close of play on day one. And start all over again tomorrow. We'll still have to survive a couple of overs here. Need to be extra watchful, especially in this period, to be able to understand and also execute your plans accordingly. It's been a patient innings from Shahadat Hussain. Low full toss, straight back to the bowler.
Have him go. Catch it, go.
Eludes Kemar Roach. At mid-on, they get 1. 60 for 2. Aborted delivery in that last over from Kabem Hodge. .50 partnership came up with that single at the end of the last over. The light's still good enough, though, for Kemar Roach to continue.
They've been lucky. They've been very lucky to still be there. But in the end, it's the amount of time that they've spent and also the runs that they've made. Exactly 50 of 123 deliveries. Important for Bangladesh that they keep going on.
Casey Carty at short point.
And if these two stay on unbeaten and come back tomorrow fresh, probably they'll start in a similar fashion. But if you bat it for that period of time tomorrow, let's say if they go on the bat an hour and a half, things certainly will look a little bit more easier for them to score a little bit quicker. Run rate only 2.2 so far in this innings.
Question asked. Joshua Da Silva saying he doesn't think it would have hit. He was saying that it went a lot, which means that it nipped in, and he's thinking height as well. It's not always been right, Joshua Da Silva. He might have been right then. Remember an incident in England where he convinced the captain not to take the review, and it was proven out. This is where you can attack a little bit more if you're Craig Brathwaite. Something's happening with the ball. Get a man with a helmet under the bat, whether that's offside or onside. We won't be out there for too much longer in terms of play on this opening day. You can attack a little bit more. It's only 60 for 2.
Well, the first 3 deliveries in his over, every ball has come back to the right-hander. Remember, that's how he picked up an early wicket of Mahmudullah Sanjoy when he got that back ball away from the right-hander. So maybe that's the idea. They're not trying to set him up. Just passing a message that I'm going to bring it back into the right-hander.
Umpire's call. I think he's seen that on the little mini screen. I wouldn't call it a big screen, but a mini screen here. One of the joys of Sabina Park in the olden days would have been the big manual scoreboard across that way, which turned into a giant jumbo screen in times past, or was replaced by that which is malfunctioned now, and we're down to the little fella on the right of screen. Shahadat survives 60 for 2.
Catch it.
43 to Shadman. Bunted forward down the ground, a clip through mid-wicket. A nice use of the feet to carry all the way for 6. First 6 of the test match. Lovely from Shadman on 49.
Yeah, really good use of the feet. Goes to the pitch of the delivery and then whacks it over. It's a really good shot down the ground. Good piece of timing, goes all the way. Moves on to 49 now.
A welcome 50 for Shadman, coming back into the team for this test match. It's his 3rd against the West Indies in as many test matches. Quite impressive with his patience and his diligence, and he'll be hoping to kick on and make it something significantly bigger.
That's a very good 50. Yes, he's given a couple of chances, but that's not his problem. He's better through that. Pick up a single. I don't mind him going down the pitch, but he also needs to remember maybe a couple of more overs and then end of the day's play. Fine, it comes from the middle of the bat. It looks very good. If you miss-hit it, if you miss the ball, then you're in trouble. Already a 6 in this over.
I wonder if the light meters will be pulled out after this over. 68 for 2.
Yeah, we'll take that from.
A quite familiar scene in this series so far. At this time of the day, the light meter being utilized to give some sort of indication about the illumination out in the middle for the players and how it usually works on day one. The umpires use this as a guide for the rest of the test match. You can see the sun setting at this time of the year. It usually sets a lot earlier than earlier in the year during the Christmas season. It's the first time we're having test match cricket in this time of the year in the West Indies. Very experienced Kumar Dharmasena. And I just suspect that the option to the West Indies is to utilize spinners or play would be suspended. And Craig Brathwaite, in anticipation of another wicket, has decided to bring himself on, so it will be spin from both ends, I suspect, until the umpires deem it unsuitable for play. So Brathwaite, in his 86th consecutive test match, a record he now holds for the West Indies. Certainly a memorable day for him. Can he cap things off with a wicket of his own late on day one? Silly mid-on slip. He's wrong the wicket, just helped down the leg side for a single. Mali Richards alongside me. Mali, how would you assess the Sessions play from a West Indian standpoint? Happy with just the 2 wickets? And I say just, not to perhaps give you an indication of what I'm thinking, but 2 wickets down. What are your thoughts?
Could have been even more for the West Indies here. They've created the chances, Sammy B. 3 drop catches, Shadman 2, and Shadat the 1. West Indies dropped quite a few in the previous test match as well, so they've had issues with catching in the slips.
Oh, Craig boy.
Very slow delivery there from Craig Brathwaite. Yeah, they've had issues catching in the slips, but they'd be happy with the fact that they've created the chances. But this partnership of 59 from 138, they played well in response.
And this is where you have to be really switched on. Atta Ali Khan was making the point a little bit earlier about the time of the day and also the bowler. It is so easy for you just to lose concentration and maybe relax slightly, thinking that it is a part-time bowler, and also thinking about the end result, which is the close of play. And a momentary lapse in concentration can cost you your wicket. So you've got to be switched on a little bit extra. 69 for 2. Yeah, customarily, they'll check again. The floodlights are on here at Sabina Park, which will add to the lighting, but I guess they've deemed it unsuitable to continue. And so that's the end of the day's play. Day 1, a truncated day due to a wet outfield. Yeah, that's the end of play on day 1 here in the second test at Sabina Park. 30 overs. Truncated day's play, just 1 session. A 3 p.m. start in this first day. We had some rains in the lead into this test match, a few wet areas that were of concern to the umpire, but a good partnership, and that's why these guys are applauding. A partnership of 59 lost a couple of wickets quite early, 10 for 2. Bangladesh were restricted 4. But these two at the crease, they've done a good repair job. And so Craig Brathwaite, in a historic day for him, will be pleased with a couple of wickets, but a little bit disappointed that they couldn't get at least one more. Bangladesh winning the toss, and to the surprise of some, decided to bat first. They lost Joy and Mominol in quick succession. They were tottering at 10 for 2, but Shadman with a very well constructed half century, and Shahadat, who's been quite patient, watchful, and up the rate, unbeaten on 12, 69 for 2. Nothing in terms of the first two for partnerships 8 and 2, but this one, the third wicket, unbroken on 59, and no doubt to be looking to do a lot more work on day 2.
And Roach, the main man for the West Indies here in this truncated session. 2 for 20. West Indies have bowled well as a unit. No other bowler has picked up a wicket just yet, but as Samuel said, they'll be a little disappointed not to have taken at least one more in with them here this evening.
And speaking about Kemar Roach, he's pitch side with Nikhil Uttamchandani.
2 wickets for you today, Kemar. First of all, take me back to the beginning of the day. How did that process with the delayed start look like for you? What did you do during that time?
Just stay relaxed. Had a good chat with the boys, have some fun in the dressing room. You know, just keep everyone's minds clear and obviously ready for when the umpire calls play. So I thought the guys were pretty much ready when the umpire called after tea, and I think the guys went there and did pretty well for today.
In both those wickets that you took today, tell us about your plan and setup to Hassan Joy, who you dismissed a lot last year, and Mominal, who you've played a lot against.
Yeah, obviously we bowled in the first test, so obviously we've had deep discussions yesterday in terms of where we want to bowl them, and it's just about pegging away. Just keep challenging guys on the front foot, that's my job. Once there's a little bit lateral movement, always going to be in play. So I thought today, obviously a little overcast conditions, a little humidity around, I thought the ball did enough for me to just get those 2 wickets.
It's your 7th test here at Sabina Park, Kemar. What do you remember, or what stands out in particular that is necessary for fast bowlers to be successful at this venue?
Consistency. Obviously, the pitch is a pretty good batting pitch. It hardens as you go along in the test match. So it's all about being consistent, obviously, and trying to control that run rate. Once you can do that for long periods, you're going to get wickets, and then the game is not going to go too far ahead, and then you're always going to be in the play as a batting unit.
From your fast bowling group's perspective, assess 69 for 2 at the end of the day.
Pretty even day for us. Obviously, a little bit adjustments. There were some flies around, made the guys miserable, and then the outfield a little bit heavy as well. So it's a little bit even day for us, but I'm thinking I'll take 2 wickets, and I'm pretty happy so far.
Thanks for your time. See you tomorrow.
Cheers. Cheers.
6 wickets in the series so far for Kemar Roach. A shortened day here at Sabina Park. The sun sets on us, but that's not the end. We'll have some analysis on the other side of this break, so you don't want to miss that. Stay with us.
At the close of a truncated day one of this second test between the West Indies and Bangladesh, Bangladesh chose to bat first, 69 for 2, with Shadman Islam on 50 from 100 delivery, Shahadat on 12 from 63. The batsmen to go, Mahmudullah Hassan Joy and Muminul Haq for 3 and 0 respectively, and those 2 wickets went to Kemar Roach. Jaden Seals was very economical. Yes, we waited a long time to get some play today. The ground staff worked hard, they worked diligently as Atar Ali Khan and Courtney Walsh alongside me to just take us through some analysis at the end of this day. The balance of power lies with who?
Well, only 30 overs bowled. We lost 60 overs. So West Indies would have hoped that if they could have held on to those catches, maybe in their favor, but I would still feel even Stevens, because you have someone like Shadman Islam still in the crease, and with him, Shahadat Hussain, who's also unbeaten. So it's 50-50 for me as far as I'm concerned.
3 catches going down, 2 of them from Shadman, 1 from Shahadat. Courtney, the 2 wickets that fell, both to Kemar Roach. Your thoughts about the way he bowled?
I thought he bowled extremely well. He kept the ball up to the bat. He had great swing. He looked in control. His rhythm looked good. And to me, he was sort of, I wouldn't say just a pick of the bowling, but he led the attack very well. Fantastic catch by De Silva as well. Both catches, but that, you can see the ball just swinging, leaving the bat late. Going in front of first is always something keepers might think about, but he was committed. And the same here again, around the wicket, a trademark approach coming around the wicket, angling the ball in, and then just seaming away from the left-hander. He had those to play. That, to me, that was a beauty, and another smart catch by De Silva.
Good glove work from De Silva, who was perhaps a little bit tardy in the first test match, as were some of the other fielders in putting down opportunities in the first test. And we talked about it before the start of play, that the catching was going to need improvement in this test match, Atta, and 3 of them went down.
Well, it didn't improve, and Bangladesh in the end would be happy to see that happening, because if those were caught, there would have been a lot more trouble. Obviously, it's a straightforward chance. I thought this was a catch for the first slip fielder. The second slip fielder came in. Tough chance, this one, a short cover position, but you're expected to take those. It's a full-blooded drive in the air, but a tough one. But as I said earlier, you got to grab those ones. This is an easier one. Couple of chances, 1, 2, 3, and in the end, just couldn't hold on. Look how wide that is. Look how wide that is. That should have been left alone. That is an issue where Bangladesh would need to improve drastically. Otherwise, they'll still be, if they're chasing those wide deliveries, they'll be still keeping the fielders busy in the slip cordon.
It's something that the West Indies are going to have to work harder at, Courtney, because it's in many ways a young and developing team outside of a couple of guys like Roach and Brathwaite, etc. From a batting perspective, that catching in that slip region, take us back to the days when you had Lara, you had Greenwich, you had Haynes, you had Richie Richardson, all of those in that slip cordon.
We had some top-class guys in the slip cordon. It took them a while to get that understanding, but they practice it every day. I've seen Jimmy Adams have them out there practicing, and Jamal as well. And they've got to have the confidence in themselves on match day, because in the practice they look very good. Match days is when it's counting. You've got to have that confidence and making sure you take those catches. Try not to be going at it with hard hands. Try to be as relaxed as you can. And if they become a good, the catches that they want to become, you're going to help the bowlers, because the bowlers are doing the hard work. A couple went on the last test match, and 3 today in such a short period. I don't think they're going to be happy with that. So I think it's how they recover from that, but you've got to hold on to those catches.
Yeah, for the bowlers' sake as well, just for their numbers, their figures, not least the match. Shadman, though, it's sort of a dotted CV with some impressive performances, 100 against him, 3 half-centuries now against the West Indies. What were your thoughts and impressions on his batting today?
I thought he started cautiously, but when he was given those chances, he looked a little bit shaky. He played some lovely-looking shots. Very strong square the wicket on both sides. Pretty comfortable when he played those pull shot, and also going down the wicket late at the day's play, where he went on to hit that 1-6 down the ground. But I think he has to start all over again and ensure he does not give that many opportunities, because tomorrow is a new day. And if you do give those opportunities again, you might be finding yourself going back to the pavilion sooner than later. So I think it's important that he stays focused, he stays composed, and he looked a little bit more organized. Perhaps even do a bit better in terms of leaving the ball. I thought he was chasing a little bit wide deliveries early on. He's got a test match 50, but what Bangladesh would want to see him to go and get set tomorrow when he comes back in and try to score a big 100. That's exactly what Bangladesh will be hoping for.
Yeah, and we'll be hoping that in truth, and in fact, tomorrow is a brighter day because one of the light towers just went off. You don't notice it on your screens. Our cameramen are that good. Thank you very much, Atta. Thank you very much, Courtney. Some cracks appearing in this pitch as I walked out to see it there as well. Keep your eyes on that as we go through the test match, because if we get good weather coming into this second day's play at Sabina Park here in Kingston, Jamaica, it will be a very entertaining day in this second test. We'll be on air at 9:30 a.m. local time here at Sabina Park. 98 overs possible, and hopefully that will come through tomorrow. No weather interruptions, with a view to starting at 9:45 a.m. local time, weather permitting. Now the sun has gone down, the lights are starting to go off here. We are so happy we got some play today. Hope we'll get much more tomorrow, and hope you will join us then.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
That is unbelievable. Dominance continues in the Caribbean.
Highlights in the second test between the West Indies and Bangladesh. It was a curtailed day one with wet conditions. Kemar Roach started brightly, taking the edge of Mamadou Hassan Joy, followed up by Mominul Haq, who got a 50 in the first test. The West Indies were on their way, but after this, a period of resolve and resistance. A couple of half chances. Shahadat, a nervy way to get off the mark, but a 50-plus run partnership between Shahadat and Shadman Islam, who was put down a couple of times. That was the first. A few really confident strokes by Shadman specifically. One through point, the other one down the ground. And this was the second of the two chances to go down. Okay, sorry about that.
That is unbelievable. Dominance continues in the Caribbean.
Highlights of the second test match between the West Indies and Bangladesh. It was a curtailed day one, which began brightly for Kemar Roach, finding the edge of Mamadou Hassan Joy, followed up by Mominul Haq, who got a 50 in the first test match. The West Indies were on their way, but they were met after that with a period of resolve from Shahadat and Shadman Islam. Shahadat, nervy way to get off the mark. There were a few drop catches throughout the day. Alec Athenes putting one down against Shadman Islam, and then a few confident strokes from the opener back into the Bangladesh team, which would help his team get through this tough period where another chance was created. This time, Shahadat Hossain, Hodge and Athenes then, and then to close the day as they strengthen these two at the crease. A few commanding strokes from Shadman Islam, who together with Shahadat put on a 50-plus run partnership, and he also got to his third half century against the West Indies. Two coming in Bangladesh. This will do his confidence a world of good. The West Indies having spin on to close day one. Lytton Das and his team will feel very comfortable after those 2 early wickets of where they stand at the moment. Shadman Islam into the team in place of Zakir Hassan, getting a 50. Shahadat Hossain, who struggled at times in the first test, has shown good fight to spend 63 deliveries at the crease.
Kingston progressing to 50. Personal milestone